Naruto was sleeping off another difficult S-rank mission. As usual, he completed it in record time. And everything would have been fine, if not for one, but. Lately, Uzumaki had not spared himself at all, returning to Konoha in a state practically incompatible with life. Only Kurama's chakra miraculously prevented death from taking the blonde to the afterlife. No one knew what had happened to Naruto. There was no trace left of the cheerful guy he used to be. Sure, he continued to smile warmly at his friends, artlessly pretending that everything was fine. But you don't have to be a genius to recognize a lie. Naruto had never learned to lie. Things were gradually getting better in the village. Thanks to Uzumaki, the war ended with the victory of the Shinobi Alliance. But there was no joy among the people. The fragile peace had been achieved at too high a price. Naruto believed that he had done too little, that he could have given more and saved those he had lost. Thinking that difficult missions would help him to distract himself, the guy joined Anbu. However, such an act, contrary to expectations, did not help, but only worsened the situation. Most often, his missions consisted of eliminating especially dangerous criminals, killing whom was not easy for Naruto despite the fact that he knew about the sins that these people took on their souls. Killers are people too, this conviction never left him, so after completing another task Naruto felt like a hard-hearted punisher. Even Kurama, who usually preferred to make mocking barbs towards his Jinchuriki, partly changed the way he communicated with him. He clearly felt the metamorphosis that had occurred in Uzumaki's cheerful character. As for the reason, it was also understandable to the fox. Naruto always strived to become strong in order to protect people dear to his heart. But what did the guy get in the end? Having become the strongest shinobi, he was unable to save very, very many. And what is happening now? Naruto only kills. Of course, he protects the village with this. But this is not the life Uzumaki dreamed of. It is impossible to say that Naruto became a pessimist. No, he simply began to look at many things realistically. As before, he did not allow himself to give up. He achieved his goals despite the difficulties. When communicating with friends, the guy tried to look just as cheerful and happy, smile and do stupid things. But all the man-made masks that a person puts on eventually fall off. Naruto. 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 Wake up. Finally, some young man was shaking a boy of about 12 by the shoulders. The boy mumbled something inarticulate, not even trying to open his heavy eyelids. The young man was quite angry, but having received at least some kind of answer from the child, he sighed with undisguised relief. The boy looked to be about 17 years old. His hair was a rich scarlet shade, gracefully combined with sky blue eyes. His physique at first glance was rather fragile, but he did not look weak at all, quite the opposite. On his belt hung an Anbu mask from the Hidden Leaf village. Taking the child in his arms and holding him tightly, the mysterious young man soon disappeared in an unknown direction. Soon they found themselves in a spacious room, which was now illuminated only by the moonlight coming through the wide-open large window. Having laid the child on the bed, the shinobi began to bring him to his senses. Having first covered his mouth with his hand, the guy gave the boy several slaps. He fidgeted, tried to shake his head, and a moment later sharply opened his eyes and tried to break free. However, as you might guess, this attempt failed. With his free hand, the young man carefully, but still quite harshly grabbed the boy's wrists, at the same time firmly pressing him to the bed with his knee. "Don't try to resist," the young man said quietly. His voice was almost calm, but the steely notes in it still betrayed his carefully concealed anger. "Do you think my patience is limitless?" "You're wrong," he said, not raising his tone. Naruto tried to answer, but only managed to make a muffled groan. "I don't intend to listen to you," the guy cut him off in an even colder voice. "This is the first time I've met such impudent egoists. Do you not care about others at all?" Over time, the anger in his sentences became more and more noticeable, but his speech remained just as quiet and ingratiating. "You think that swallowing a bunch of pills will solve all your problems? Really? And you don't give a damn about your family, then?" The metal in his speech grew stronger. "Can you even imagine how it felt for me, returning from a difficult mission, to find a farewell note in the room? Try to understand what I felt, running around the village looking for you and finally noticing you on the ground with an empty box of the strongest sleeping pill in your hands. You were cold, barely breathing, and your pulse was practically imperceptible." His voice trembled, forcing the guy to fall silent for a while. Much was left unsaid, and the emphasis was deliberately shifted. After all, it is unrealistic to survive after such a quantity of such strong pills, especially for a child. And, therefore, both the note and the completely empty bottle of medicine are just a cruel prank, a selfish attempt to attract attention. This is what the young shinobi thought, and therefore he was now suppressing his anger with great difficulty. For about 5 minutes there was a deathly silence, broken only by the heavy breathing of the young man. At this time the moon fully appeared from behind the clouds, and Naruto had the opportunity to examine the stranger. His clothes were dirty and tattered. His left arm from the elbow up was bandaged with bandages directly over the fabric, on which several large stains of blood could be seen. And in such a state he was still looking for me, and an unfinished thought flashed through Uzumaki's head. He couldn't understand what the hell was going on around him. At the moment, he only managed to realize that for some reason he was in the body of a child, and the guy standing in front of him was well acquainted with this body. Well, and some other individual moments that did not want to come together into a complete picture yet. Fortunately, the stranger did not demand any explanations, which allowed the Jinchuriki to collect his thoughts. In general, lie here and think about your behavior. I hope that tomorrow you will not repeat your suicide attempt. A pause. Oh yeah, father hasn't returned yet, and mother is at a friend's. They don't know what happened and, I hope, they will remain in the dark, said the shinobi and, without wasting a minute, left the dark room. Naruto sat motionless, trying to figure out what he had gotten himself into and what was going on around him. There were many ideas on this matter. Only each one was more delusional than the previous one. Finally, remembering Kurama, Naruto decided to turn to his nine-tailed friend for advice. Ku, the Jinchuriki called out, slightly confused, finding himself in his subconscious. Why is that? It's simple. It seemed too strange to him. These were not the corridors he had known since childhood. Now he seemed to be in a bizarre mirror labyrinth. It was dry all around, but a strange cold wind pierced right through. An eerie, gloomy and very strange place. Kurama, are you deaf or something? Answer me, Naruto shouted impatiently, suddenly losing his composure. The fox was in no hurry to answer. Suddenly Uzumaki saw the body of a child ahead. It was a blonde boy of about 12 years old. He was wearing brown pants made of thick fabric and a dark burgundy turtleneck. Running up to the boy, the Jinchuriki first checked his pulse. Alive, Naruto whispered with relief. The pulse was very weak, but it was there. This gave hope for a favorable outcome. The guy carefully turned the child over onto his back and froze in amazement. The boy was the spitting image of him as a child. And even the little whiskers were on his cheeks. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Naruto, so you're already here. That's good. Kurama, damn it, why the hell didn't you say anything? The Jinchuriki attacked his friend. I was busy and didn't hear. So I believed it. Found a fool. If it comes down to it, then this fool found me himself, the fox quipped, and then added to the point, by the way, I saved the skins of 2 blockheads and scanned the area. You probably came yourself to figure out what was going on, and now you're rolling a barrel on me, the tailed one grumbled. Now I'll take it, get offended, and you'll have to collect all the information yourself. And when did you manage to become Satoshi? Well, I'm good, too. Sorry, Uzumaki said in a calm voice. By the way, the guy decided to change the subject. What's the news? What did you manage to find out? A lot of things, Naru, a lot. First of all, we are not under the influence of someone's technology, but in the real world. But there is no reason to be happy. This is not our world, the fox began his story. Are you kidding? Was all the Jinchuriki could say. Are you sure about this? He asked, noticing that the Biju was serious. Although it would be easier for the Anbu captain, already, apparently, former, to consider all this a lie than to believe that they were now in the body of a real child from an incomprehensible world. How, is a difficult question. I myself do not really understand what happened. And I am sure that this is not our world, said Kurama with a note of skepticism in his voice. I scanned the area and received some information. Don't drag it out. Get to the point. Don't interrupt. Oh. Kami, what an impudent carrier I've got. This time the Jinchuriki remained silent. He didn't consider himself wrong, but it was clearly not in his interests to anger Kyubi now. And the guy understood this very well. In general, we are now in Konoha, but it is strikingly different from our homeland. The tailed one continued his speech, waiting for a pause. I sense the chakra of the 4th and Kushina, from which we can conclude that your parents are alive. Moreover, they are not the only representatives of the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans. What about Sasuke? Is he in the village? The Jinchuriki asked, his voice trembling with excitement. There you go again. Kyubi growled tiredly. I have no idea. He has too little chakra for me to detect him at such a distance. But his brother is alive and well, as are a fair share of the other big-eyed ones. His eyes flared with hatred. Who haven't died, the bastards. Uzumaki wanted to answer, but suddenly heard a rustling sound behind him. Turning around, he realized that the boy was coming to his senses. He began to toss and turn and try to open his eyes. Finally, opening his eyelids, the boy stared in surprise at the unfamiliar guy squatting next to him. Hello, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. And yours? He couldn't think of anything smarter than the Jinchuriki. In response, he only received a deathly scared look from a child's eyes. Chapter 1. Believe it or not. Naruto, come down and have breakfast. A female voice came from somewhere below. The child stirred in his bed, then suddenly jumped up, opened his eyes wide, looked around frantically and breathed a sigh of relief. What a dream. Flashback. Hello, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. And you? The strange guy said, smiling stupidly. The boy looked at the stranger with fear. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you, he said, holding out his hand, palm up. But this open gesture only frightened the child even more. He tried to crawl back, but ran into the wall. Then he shrank and closed his eyes. Watching such a reaction, the young man was confused. He did not really understand how to behave with children. And this was the first time he had ever seen such a frightened and downtrodden child. Hey, are you okay? Uzumaki asked, deciding that there was no point in remaining silent anyway. At the same time, he placed his hand on the child's shoulder. The boy shuddered, pulling his head into his shoulders with particular force. But after a while, he relaxed and cautiously looked at the stranger. And in response, he saw a kind smile and a caring look of piercing blue eyes. It was unusual for him to catch such a look even from his family, let alone strangers. Oh, you looked at me, the guy smiled even wider, that's progress. As I understand it, we are namesakes? He asked. The boy nodded uncertainly, but then shook his head. Sorry, but I don't really understand you, the guy shrugged absent-mindedly. En Namika's En Naruto, the boy stuttered. Oh, of course. Father is alive. It's logical that you bear his last name. By the way, the voice suddenly became serious. Why did you decide to kill yourself? In response, the boy only lowered his eyes, in which sadness, pain, disappointment in life and even shame were easily read. If initially the Jinchuriki planned to yell at him for such behavior, to give him a good punch, then everything had changed. In front of him stood a little boy, rejected by everyone, a man who had simply given up. Uzumaki could not understand how it had come to this when his family was still alive. Besides, the child was not even a Jinchuriki. Why had everyone turned away from him? And the shinobi had no doubt that the boy was alone. He would never confuse that look with anything else. Everyone will be better off without me, the child muttered barely audibly in his own defense. I'm just a burden to everyone, he added, sobbing, I'm a disgrace to my parents, my brother. I'm not a ninja, I'm a mistake. Tears poured from the boy's eyes, his body shook with sobs. He could no longer speak. Quiet, calm down, the guy said, stroking the child's head. But nothing helped, and the boy continued to cry. Suddenly, Namika's Naruto disappeared. Kurama, is this your paw's business? The guy asked irritably. Well, I wouldn't say it was a paw, the tailed one responded, grinning. Stop fooling around and tell me what you did to him. The fox interrupted the Jinchuriki in a nervous voice. Nothing special. I just threw him out of my subconscious. He won't be of any use now anyway, let him sleep. The tailed one drawled lazily. And you and I have something to discuss. I'm listening to you. To Kurama's surprise, Naruto didn't argue. First, answer the question. What is the last thing you remember from our world? The fox asked unexpectedly. Uzumaki thought for a moment. After returning from the mission, I immediately ended up in the hospital. This time, Granny Soon personally treated me. Well, and then she left, and I probably fell asleep. I see. So, that part of your memory is really blocked after all. The nine-tailed creature said thoughtfully. What are you even talking about? The guy stared at his friend in surprise, trying to understand his words. About 5 minutes after Senju left, a man entered the room. At that very moment, a strange barrier appeared around my cell, preventing me from seeing or hearing anything. This technique suppressed and blocked any kind of energy. It was very dark and quiet around. How long this lasted, I don't know. I can only say that when the barrier finally cracked and shattered into small pieces, you were already lying in the clearing, practically without breathing. Are you saying that an outsider got into Konoha's main hospital without any problems and even managed to cause trouble? Nonsense. Naruto objected, waving away such thoughts. Said the war hero, who is in the body of an asocial child with suicidal tendencies, The fox grinned ironically. I won't even mention the parallel world, he added sarcastically. So what should we do now? Uzumaki scratched his head. It's a pity that this action usually doesn't bear fruit. Look for a way to get back, of course. And also, in the meantime, it wouldn't be a bad idea to set the little one's mind straight. As far as I remember, that's exactly your area of expertise, the tailed one grinned. End of flashback. Naruto, are you okay? Kushina called out worriedly. Yes, I'm already going down, the child hastened to assure her. He really didn't want his mother to go up. Then come down quickly. The woman cheered up. Breakfast is already getting cold. The boy didn't answer. He generally preferred to remain silent when he had the chance. A few minutes later, Naruto found himself in a small, well-kept kitchen, which was striking in its warmth and homely comfort that reigned here literally in every corner. Starting from the huge window, through which a picturesque view of Konoha opened up, and ending with the heavy oak door, one could notice the result of the housewife's meticulous work. Every millimeter sparkled with cleanliness, and the glass utensils could be used instead of a mirror. Various dishes were placed on a large table. There were 5 chairs around it. It was always pleasant to walk on the parquet that covered the floor. Kushina had long since gotten used to the fact that her youngest son was silent, often ignored the words of his elders, and even avoided his own mother. It was painful to realize that her own son was afraid of her, but Kushina resigned herself to it. However, deep down she continued to hope for the best, believing that someday her son would allow her to be near him and at least sometimes stroke his head or hug him. Meanwhile in the subconscious. Well, QBI, the blonde whined, why can't I watch what's happening through the eyes of a child? Oh. Lee sighed heavily. The case was clearly clinical. He started calling him by the nickname Uzumaki again only when he was half insane. I'll explain it a third time for the especially gifted. Listen carefully. I won't repeat it again. By this time Naruto was tired of arguing and just nodded, ready to listen. With such an action, the line between your consciousnesses will become so thin that, regardless of your desires, you will read each other's thoughts. So what? The blonde asked again, not getting to the point. Idiot, do you want to slip up right in front of your mother? For us, you know, this could end very badly. Or do you think his behavior will remain the same after a strange voice mysteriously appears in his head? After all your thoughts. The fox did not have time to finish. So I don't have to think. I can, I know how, I practice. The tailed one asked ironically. Yes, I have no doubt. But now you will listen to me. We can't be spotted. I don't want to die because of your stupidity. The Jinchuriki was forced to agree and brazenly sprawled on one of the fox's tails, who protested for quite a while, but eventually gave in, deciding to scan the area once more and gather more information. How he managed to do this remained a mystery to Uzumaki. Having barely eaten half of his breakfast, Namika's junior ran out of the house, heading to the academy. There were about 2 hours left before classes, and the boy used his favorite bypass. There were almost no people walking along those streets, so the Hokage's son felt extremely comfortable there. Everything was falling into place. The child had already thrown the strange dream and other inconsistencies out of his head and was now thinking about what to do after school. This time I'll succeed, he thought, when suddenly he heard a strange voice. What happens? And, hello. Namika's began to look around in fear, but did not notice anyone. Did I imagine it? I didn't imagine anything. I really said hello and asked a question. Well, or rather, in a slightly different order. Namika's legs gave way and he fell to the ground. The boy began to feel like he was going crazy. A strange voice seemed to be coming from inside his head. And, on top of that, it seemed like he could read his mind. W, who is H here? G, come out. The child stuttered, looking around fearfully. Don't be afraid, I'm not your enemy and I won't hurt you. Don't you remember my voice? At first the boy did not recognize him, but now he remembered a strange teenager, similar to himself, with a wide smile and a kind look, the same one he saw in his dream. I think I dreamed of you. Almost right, that voice again, and again not a soul nearby. By the way, you shouldn't sit on the cold ground, you'll catch a cold. A moment later, the boy's body began to rise from the ground. From the outside, everything looked normal, if you didn't pay attention to the shocked and scared to death look of the child. He wanted to scream, but a hand, against his will, tightly clamped the boy's mouth. Quiet, quiet. I understand that what is happening goes beyond all conceivable and inconceivable limits, but I have nothing to do with it. I don't know if you can believe me, but for reasons that are still unclear, I ended up in a parallel world in your body. But don't worry, I hope that I will be able to figure out what happened in the near future and return everything to normal. But I need your help. Oh okay, but I doubt I can help you with anything, the boy muttered absent-mindedly. His voice began to tremble less over time. Great, and by the way, we read each other's thoughts, so you don't have to answer me out loud. Besides, it might attract unnecessary attention. And now, as far as I understand, we need to go to the academy. Yes, Namikaze answered rather timidly and uncertainly. Already in your mind. Well done, you catch on quickly. I hope that as long as we are destined to be together, we will live in harmony. Sounded encouragingly in the child's head. Namikaze Jr. didn't answer, but his soul became surprisingly calmer. No, the fear hadn't gone away, but the boy had long since gotten used to living with this feeling and sometimes knew how to ignore it. Uzumaki himself evoked a lot of opposite emotions in the child. The boy was afraid of him, but still wanted to trust him. Next to this mysterious shinobi, who clearly did not tell the whole truth about himself, Namikaze for some reason felt good and almost cozy. Chapter 2. Through. I can't. Time flew by quickly, and soon Naruto found himself at the door of the academy. What lessons are there today? The Jinchuriki lazily asked on his way to the classroom. Well, actually, the boy began uncertainly, there's an exam today. What? Sounded in the child's head, much louder than usual, and you kept quiet. This tone frightened Namikaze greatly. With difficulty staying on his feet, he stammered, well why yes. The usual wave of fear washed over the boy again, paralyzing his movements. Such a reaction from a guest from another world was a complete surprise for him. The Hokage's son was completely confused and did not know how to behave further. Will you be able to pass? Uzumaki asked in a softer voice, having calmed down a little. No, probably not. Only in a couple of years. The younger one mumbled. He was ashamed to say such a thing, but he didn't believe in any other outcome at all. Fool. I know, I'm no good for anything. No, you're an idiot because you give up too quickly. Uzumaki began to lose his temper, to which his interlocutor only sobbed. You can't give up. Do you hear me? You can't The Jinchuriki practically screamed. You have to keep moving forward no matter what. Keep moving, even if no one believes in you. Keep moving, even if you don't believe in yourself. Uzumaki's voice became a little quieter. He even felt a little embarrassed that he snapped at the child. Hey, Naruto. How are you? Why are you silent? Nothing, came a quiet sob in response. The Jinchuriki immediately realized. He had brought the child to tears. And this right before entering the auditorium. Sorry, Naruto, I lost my temper, Uzumaki said in a completely benevolent voice. You calm down for now. I'm taking control of your body. The child silently agreed, trying to stop his sobbing. No, he wasn't offended. And if he was, it was only towards himself. He understood perfectly well that the shinobi from another world was right. Only, he understood, but he couldn't overcome himself, overcome his fears, move forward despite the difficulties. Uzumaki carefully wiped his eyes with his sleeve and, opening the door, timidly stepped into the auditorium. Of course, he was a lousy actor, but he had managed to get used to his unsteady gait a little on his way to the academy, so there were no particular difficulties. But the shinobi was too happy too soon. And here comes the eternal loser. Kiba shouted to the ringing laughter of the class. Did you happen to have the wrong door? He asked with undisguised mockery. The Jinchuriki ignored this phrase and headed towards the desks. He really wanted to answer, but he understood that if he interfered now, unwanted questions might arise. Therefore, he tried to adjust his reaction and behavior to the character of the body's owner. As a result, he had to remain silent, carefully portraying someone in between Sasuke and Shikamaru. But, unfortunately, Inuzuka was not going to lag behind. What are you doing here? Do you really think you have even the slightest chance of passing the exam? He tried to offend Naruto. Or do you think that since you are the Hokage's son, they will give you some leeway? The boy did not calm down. Meanwhile, Uzumaki was starting to lose his temper. Tired of ignoring such boorish behavior, he couldn't help but respond. What business is it of yours? Naruto asked evenly, having first suppressed and disguised his indignation and anger. Kiba was quite surprised by such a bold, in his opinion, answer. After all, Namikaze always kept silent, and if he did answer, then barely, in a very trembling voice. Now the answer was also quiet, but surprisingly calm. And although his gait still seemed timid, Kiba did not feel insecure or afraid. Today Naruto was not afraid of him at all. Kiba did not like this at all. Who does he think he is? Flashed through Inuzuka's mind. So you came to disgrace your father and brother. He chuckled. You really had to raise such a worthless bunch of them. Shut up, Naruto said quietly, so that only Kiba could hear, holding back with all his might. And such a mistake of nature as you still dare to tell me what to do. This kamikaze from the Inuzuka clan asked ironically, preparing to laugh. Naruto clenched his fists. He wanted to hit the insolent guy so badly. Shut up, the Jinchuriki said even more quietly through his teeth, after which he measured Inuzuka with a look in which an unspoken threat was clearly visible. The boy shuddered and took a step back. Meanwhile, Uzumaki, realizing that he had overdone it a bit, hurried to take a seat at the only free desk, pretending that nothing had happened. Kiba, still not having recovered from the shock, returned to his place and continued to look askance at the quiet Namikas for a long time. Soon Aruka appeared with a list of students in his hands. We are beginning the final exam. When you are called, go to the next room. The final task is the transformation technique, he announced dispassionately. Transformation technique. What luck. Uzumaki couldn't hide his joy. What luck, Naruto Jr. responded, having come to his senses by this time. I barely passed the other standards. And I have a real problem with the transformation, the boy became despondent. This time, it's definitely not my destiny to successfully complete the academy. Don't worry, we'll get through this. The Jinchuriki hurried to reassure the child. This is my favorite technique. Trust me, the blonde said encouragingly. The next room, where the exam itself was taking place, was no longer as cozy and calm as at the desks. The atmosphere there was even somewhat depressing. Frightened, sleepy students went there one by one to show off the knowledge and chakra skills. However, not all of them could boast of success afterwards. Soon it was Naruto's turn, who was quite nervous. They discussed the plan with his namesake, but the boy was not completely sure that everything would work. All that was left was to trust the double from another world. In order not to arouse suspicion, it was Namikaze who entered the office, shaking like an autumn leaf from excitement. And only when he stopped in front of the examiners, the double took control of the body, following the plan. Third try, Mizuki muttered under his breath and then added, looking at his student, show us the transformation into someone from our village, Naruto-kun. The child silently began to form seals, concentrating chakra. And then Uzumaki noticed with regret that its circulation system in the body was very poorly developed, and the channels were so narrow that the boy was able to push the amount of energy necessary to perform the jutsu through them with great difficulty. But the main thing was that everything went well. Now the fourth Hokage himself was looking at the examiner. Well then, Mizuki nodded with satisfaction, it looks like you trained hard. I see that the transformation is still very difficult for you, but at least you finally did it. Congratulations on passing the exam, he said, handing over the bandage. In response, Uzumaki merely nodded and calmly left the academy. Why silently? It's simple. Firstly, he didn't know what to answer without arousing suspicion. Secondly, even after the events of his world, the Jinchuriki found it unpleasant to communicate with Mizuki. Thank you, Naruto-kun, or rather, Naruto-senpai. I never even dreamed of passing the exam. I still can't believe it. Namikaze began to thank his double, when he was suddenly interrupted. It's not worth it, he answered shortly, continuing to move in an unknown direction. Senpai, but the house is on the other side. It suddenly dawned on the boy. I know, was another dry answer, which alarmed the child. It was too unusual to hear such dry speech from a double. Naruto, did something happen? The boy asked with a trembling voice. What made you think that? Well, you're partly right. Your physical skills are no good. So let's train, came the reply. After this phrase, the youngest son of the Hokage understood why his voice was so dry. Uzumaki seemed to be trying to hide his displeasure and disappointment. It was very bitter to watch how the only person who had tried to support you with all his might suddenly became very and abruptly disappointed in you. Namikaze knew this firsthand, and now he was most afraid that the fair-haired shinobi would give up on him, just like his father and brother had done. However, the boy was not going to make excuses. What will be, he decided. The boys spent the next 20 minutes in silence. Uzumaki deliberately avoided roads with large crowds of people. It was not difficult. After all, he knew all the deserted alleys of Konoha well, from abandoned courtyards to overgrown parks. As a child, the boy often hid here, enjoying the silence and the absence of strangers. Some people can go crazy from the inaccessibility and loneliness in such places, but not Naruto. He, unlike many, sometimes really liked to wander here and forget himself with dreams of peace and a bright future. He knew that hope still remained, both in his heart and in the hearts of other people. The last time Uzumaki was here was on his 12th birthday. He remembered that day well. He felt bad then from the constant oppression of people looking at him with an emphatically cold expression. And the autumn leaves glided through the air in a slow waltz, like little boats, creating an even greater sense of light at the end of the tunnel. But it was that year that his life changed dramatically. He made his first friends. Team number 7 helped Naruto wake up from the nightmare that his life had once been. And now Namikaze lives in a similar nightmare. And the Jinchuriki decided to do everything possible and impossible so that for this boy, all the bad things would be left behind. Where to start? Of course, with training. Being so weak, he would not only be unable to become more self-confident and earn the recognition of others, but also simply survive his first serious mission. After walking along the deserted streets, the guys came out onto a spacious training ground located not far from the memorial stone. It was a sunny day, and a light breeze kept the heat from spoiling their mood. The bright, lush greenery around them beckoned them to lie down and just watch the clouds floating across the sky. But the training had to take place. Namikaze needed to learn how to control chakra and expand the channels, but first he needed to improve his general physical fitness, otherwise it would be useless. Now, go run around the stadium. At least 5 laps, Uzumaki said, letting go of control of the body. Everything happened so quickly and unexpectedly that Namikaze lost his balance and only miraculously managed to stay on his feet. Train your reaction too. We must change unnoticed by others, the Jinchuriki said. His voice was calm. There was no reproach in it either. Namikaze was confused by such a sharp change in the elder's mood. He did not know what to expect from this man. He was so different from those with whom the boy had communicated before. Aren't you disappointed in me? Came the question that tormented the child so much. What made you think that, silly? He answered kindly. Perhaps I was disappointed with your current training, but clearly not with you. And skill is something that can be acquired. Naruto-sensei encouraged the child, and then smiled kindly. However, let's put off talking until better times. The boy was pleased to hear something like that. But he didn't know how sincere these words were. In any case, he wanted to believe in the best. Without arguing, Namikaze Jr. began to jog, with Uzumaki watching him closely. It was amazing how quickly this child got tired and out of breath. Even after 1 lap, the boy was tired, but kept quiet. On the second, he was already feeling unwell. It was getting harder and harder to breathe and he started to feel a pain in his side. And on the third, he fell to his knees and said, I can't take it anymore. And this was the son of the Hokage and Kushina. This was alarming. Namikaze tried not to disappoint the only person who seemed to believe in him. But he had absolutely no strength to run any further. And now, with bated breath, he waited for Uzumaki's reaction. But for some reason he was silent. And only after several minutes of agonizing anticipation, he said in a serious voice, Do you have any health problems? No, the boy answered honestly. I don't believe it, the guy persisted. A healthy person can't have such a strong reaction to physical activity. It's just, I've had heightened sensitivity of my nerve endings since birth. Namikaze said quietly. He didn't want to tell this, but there was no other option. That's it. There are no contraindications. The Jinchuriki persisted. Well, Naruto Jr. hesitated to answer. Medical? Uzumaki decided to clarify. No, the interlocutor answered briefly. Then I'll do 2 more laps, the Jinchuriki said without explaining his motives and took control of the body. At first the boy didn't object. He didn't care. But then, his health was getting worse and worse. After all, even though he wasn't the one controlling the body, the sensations were still shared. Stop. I can't do this anymore. The child began to whine, but Uzumaki didn't stop. Be patient. Just a little bit, was all he said. After a few minutes, Uzumaki stopped. By this time, he was already out of breath from running, and his lungs felt like they were on fire. Naruto, can you hear me? The Jinchuriki asked the child. The only response was a sob, but that was enough to understand that the boy was on the line. Hey, don't ignore me. I'm sorry for this pain. But if you don't train to the limit, you won't even catch up with the rest of the academy graduates in a year. The guy began, but then abruptly changed the subject. Concentrate your chakra in your lungs. This will help dull the pain. Why you are better, the boy whined. No, you must learn to control chakra yourself. And increased sensitivity will make this task a little easier, the Jinchuriki said calmly and almost cold-bloodedly, although in fact it was terribly difficult for him to subject the boy to such tests. But it was necessary, because due to outside interference, he had already become a genin, not being ready for such a thing. Uzumaki even had time to regret that he had so recklessly interfered with the natural course of things. But what's done is done. I see can't. It hurts. The child whined. It seemed like he was much younger than 12. Do as you wish. The former Anbu did not argue. It's not the first time I've endured great pain. And when you get tired of all this, I advise you to listen to my advice. It will immediately become easier, he explained calmly. Or will you also tell your opponents later? I'm in pain, so I won't act now, you wait until I recover. Uzumaki asked, not without irony. With great difficulty overcoming himself, Namikaze began to try to concentrate chakra in his lungs. The pain was quite a hindrance, but still, on the third try, the boy achieved a good result. Breathing was still difficult, but the pain sensations dulled 3 times. Now, while maintaining the chakra in your lungs, try running a little, Uzumaki said in a voice that did not tolerate arguments. Namikaze didn't even want to think about running now, but he still didn't dare argue with his double and with great difficulty, especially mentally, continued running. The boy's result surprised and pleased him at the same time. His breathing became deeper and more frequent, but he no longer panted from running like a sick weakling. Chapter 3. Consequences. After a peculiar training session that was new to Namikaze, the boy was lying on the grass, completely exhausted. He absolutely did not want to think about anything other than rest in the near future. And he simply could not. Having dropped down on the grass, the boy fell asleep in a matter of minutes. After a hard training session, ordinary ground seemed softer and more comfortable than any bed. Uzumaki didn't want to sleep. Taking advantage of the moment, he decided to go down into the depths of his subconscious and talk to his tailed friend. Kurama, what are you doing? The Jinchuriki asked without hesitation. I'm sleeping, the fox muttered sleepily, or rather, I was sleeping until an incredibly impudent creature disturbed me, he continued. Why did he come? Well, I decided that you were bored alone. Uzumaki tried to wriggle out. The tailed one measured him with an attentive and slightly skeptical look, and now the truth. You've figured me out. You've figured me out. I give in. Naruto raised his hands in a conciliatory manner. I got bored, so I thought I'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone. On the one hand, it's more fun together. On the other hand, we should discuss our future plans. I can't be a nanny forever. And our people are probably worried. You'd better worry about us, Kurama muttered in response, clearly dissatisfied with something. The Jinchuriki immediately became serious. The fox, it seemed, was not joking, which meant that everything was not good. What does this mean? The Jinchuriki asked, looking expectantly at his tailed friend. Can't you guess? We need to hide our presence in the boy, Kurama said, and after a short pause, continued, if we catch the eye of the Uchiha or the censor, everything could end very, very badly. Naruto seemed to understand what the fox was getting at. So what should we do? I have a couple of thoughts on this matter, but they are still in the process of being thought over. I will tell you more specifically later. In the meantime, it would be a good idea for you and Namikaze to take up Fuinjutsu. Close combat is clearly not his strong point. And with his chakra, ninjutsu is an even more stupid option. And it would be useful for you to learn something that is impossible to master in our world. Don't forget, the Uzumaki clan are the best masters. Fuinjutsu, the guy finished for the tailed one. And they are also the only ones who know about many rare and powerful techniques. You could say that, I praise you. It turns out that your brain can wake up even outside of combat. Yeah, snorted you. The Jinchuriki demonstratively turned away from his friend. He had long since stopped taking the fox's mockery to heart. Sometimes they even amused him. Or rather, not the words, but the verbal battles themselves. By the way, while you're snorting here, the tailed one abruptly changed the subject. They might start looking for you. You'd better go home. It'll be getting dark soon. You're right, Uzumaki reluctantly agreed. See you later, Ku. The guy smiled, but instead of an answer he was simply brazenly thrown out of the subconscious. Now Uzumaki wandered the streets of Konoha, cherishing the hope of finding his home. On the way to the academy, he did not pay attention to the road, and now it was extremely difficult for him to get his bearings. Of course, he remembered Konoha in this guise quite well, but due to the fact that this world was very different from his native one, Uzumaki could not compare the maps at all. For example, the entire central part of Konoha was different from the original. Only on the outskirts, abandoned alleys remained untouched. But the sought-after house, belonging to the head of the village, was practically in the center. In the end, the Jinchuriki couldn't take it anymore and, ignoring sympathy and care, went to wake up the little one. Finding himself in his subconscious in an instant, Naruto began searching corner after corner in search of his double. Minutes of searching yielded nothing, but he did not give up. Only the curious and at the same time mocking look of his tailed friend began to get on his nerves. Kurama, damn it, you should have helped, and you call yourself a friend. In response, the fox only snorted arrogantly. First of all, I'm not your friend. At most, a partner. And secondly, don't distract me from what I'm doing. What? The Jinchuriki stared at him in surprise. You don't seem to be doing anything, do you? Well, I'll tell you, the fox began in a serious voice. The occupation is very interesting. Rarely does one get a chance to observe something like this. The tailed one paused for a moment to create a tense atmosphere, and then continued. At the moment, I'm observing one idiot who has apparently fallen into childhood and is now playing hide and seek with an imaginary Namikas in the depths of his subconscious. The fox barely finished his speech and burst out laughing. Uzumaki wanted to strangle the huge fox. You flea-bitten jerk. I treat you like a friend, and you. The Jinchuriki cursed with no small amount of resentment. And what about me? The demon snorted arrogantly. By the way, no one takes offense at the truth, Kurama said and, not letting the blonde get a word in, continued. What else can you call it? You even forgot that a person, falling asleep, does not necessarily end up in his subconscious. So you, an idiot, and now you are looking for Namikas, who is not here and should not be here. Oh. Naruto scratched his head. It's true. Bring him here. I really need him. Please. The fox only snorted in response. However, a moment later, the child's body appeared in front of Uzumaki. Namikas was still sleeping, lost in a restless sleep. Apparently, this spontaneous and at the same time brutal training had really left a noticeable mark on him. It was hard for him to accept reality from this side. Despite the fact that the boy wanted to become a ninja, he was often tormented by various doubts about it. Only the elder could not understand this yet. For him, Namikas was simply very tired during the day, nothing more, nothing less. On a subconscious level, the guy still often compared the boy to himself. Naruto. Uzumaki gently shook the child by the shoulder. He suddenly opened his eyes. Here's the thing, the guy began, meeting a frightened look, I won't find my way home without you. He finished with an awkward smile on his face. I see. The child blinked. The situation now began to seem slightly funny to him. And a semblance of affection began to develop towards Uzumaki, possibly against common sense. Previously, Hikaru always supported him, tried to help. But over time, he gave up, disappointed by numerous failures, and even tried a couple of times to dissuade his little brother from the very idea of becoming a shinobi. Which really offended Naruto. Itachi, his brother's best friend, still encouraged the younger Namikas whenever possible. They would occasionally talk when the Uchiha was waiting for the Hokage. But his words were not enough support for the child. And now Uzumaki appeared in his life. And Naruto Namikaze's soul was tormented by doubts. Who is this Uzumaki? Friend or foe? Is he who he claims to be? Can he be trusted or even just believed? These questions haunted the boy. And his thoughts were a complete mess. Namikaze was grateful for the help with the exam, for the support and care. He saw that they really wanted the best for him and were ready to help. And at the same time, such cruel methods of improvement frightened and repulsed him. Chapter 4. All's well that ends well. Thanks to Namikaze's help, the way home didn't take long. He knew his way around here just fine. Uzumaki tried hard to remember all the alleys, since a self-respecting ninja should be able to navigate the area, and a shinobi who found himself in the shoes of a native resident. Even more so. But the similar houses mixed up in his perception into a single motley spot. The Jinchuriki could only hope that the younger one would always be able to help out in such situations. It seems like no one's home. Uzumaki muttered absent-mindedly as the younger boy opened the heavy door. Where is everyone? Minato is often at work until late at night. Kushina is with Mikoto in the evenings, and sometimes they stay until dawn. Well, and his brother. Hikaru can disappear anywhere and anytime. Then let's go to bed. The elder suggested. Aha, the boy agreed immediately. I've never been so exhausted. Naruto was already going up to his room when a noise in the yard made him freeze and listen. A moment later, Hikaru entered the house. But the suspicious sounds near the house did not subside and even became louder. And a few seconds later, a man with an Anbu mask on his belt burst through the door. I have an urgent message for Mr. Hokage, the man declared in a drunken bass voice and, without waiting for an invitation, stepped into the house. So, Hikaru tried to pretend that he was not too irritated by such an unceremonious and noisy visitor. Firstly, Minato-san hasn't returned yet. Secondly, before barging into someone else's house, it would be a good idea to ask permission. the guy said calmly, looking with disgust at the messenger, who had only taken off his shoes, and that was purely reflexive. But, hiccup, it's urgent. The drunkard was not going to give in. And I might forget important details until tomorrow. Then tell me. I'll tell my father everything myself when we meet. With these words he stepped forward, pushing the enthusiastic speaker further away. Well, the eldest son of the Hokage didn't want to explain to his parents later why their house smelled of fumes. Hikaru-san. The would-be Anbu backed away. Sorry, I didn't recognize you. His voice became more polite and even a little formal. I'm just more used to it. In uniform. Get to the point. Namikaze interrupted him calmly. Anyway, having successfully completed my mission, I decided to relax a bit with a bottle of sake. In order not to embarrass those around me, I settled down more comfortably on the training ground, where mostly adults come to honor the memory of the dead, and even then not very often. I have never seen children there. Don't get off topic, Hikaru snapped. Yes. So, I'm sitting on the grass, sipping sake. I hear someone come. I decided to take a look. I looked and was stunned. Well, it's the youngest son of the Hokage-sama. And do you know what he was doing there, Hikaru-san? Training. And I immediately realized that something was fishy. So I came to ask, maybe what happened, Hikaru-san? Namikaze shook his head and politely asked the drunkard to continue. So I decided to follow him. So I follow him, and I see, your kid is running laps around the training ground. So diligently. He ran and ran, for a long time. Until he collapsed. Well, I think, that's it, I've run enough. And then, oops, he gets up, and runs again. How many laps did he run? 5 laps, for sure. Although I didn't count on purpose. At this point, the narrator decided to wet his throat, reached for the bottle and, with a sigh, put this idea aside for better times, catching an angry look from one of the Anbu captains. So, the boy was completely exhausted, I saw it. And look at him, he got up and started running. As if he was completely fresh and cheerful, and not, well, that is, he wanted to say it without the strength. From such a sight, I even sobered up and was going to tell the Hokage everything. It doesn't happen that something happens out of the blue, and even so strangely, believe me. Yeah, Hikaru said thoughtfully. It was easy to believe that after passing the exam Naruto could run off to the training grounds in joy. But as for everything else, well, what can you expect from a drunk? Did you say something? The man asked, alert. No, go on. I'm listening to you carefully, Namikaze said, holding back a smile. In his mind, he was just calculating how many liters of alcohol it would take to bring the body of an adult healthy shinobi to such an obscene state. That's what I'm wondering, was it Naruto or not? He looked like crap then, to be honest. He was breathing heavily, like a run-down horse. But of course, I couldn't hear him, it was too far away. But judging by his appearance, he was almost dying, honestly. And then he suddenly made concentration seals, caught his breath a bit, and started running again. But this time, admittedly, not for long. Then he collapsed and fell asleep, I guess. Something happened to your kid suddenly, huh? I was beginning to think that some kind of ghost had possessed him. Unlikely. Are we out of dry facts? Hikaru tried to ask as seriously as possible. No, Hikaru-san. What was I saying about the ghost? He got up. Unlike himself. He got up, so confidently. And he went. It's not clear where he went. In an unknown, direction. As if he hadn't even run. Naturally, I started watching. And he wandered and wandered to an unknown destination, winding around the village, as if he had lost something. But he didn't look at his feet, but looked at the houses, as if he was seeing them for the first time. So he wandered and wandered. He stopped, thought for a moment, froze. And then he perked up, and went straight home. Only he was tired again. Exhausted. Definitely not himself. Although no, he was not himself, he was wandering, perhaps. You should tell the Hokage. Don't worry, I'll tell your father your story in all details. Rest assured. Thank you, he nodded politely and left. Barefoot. At first, Hikaru wanted to call out to this two-legged misunderstanding, mistakenly listed as an Anbu, no doubt, but he changed his mind. He just kicked his shoes away and closed the front door, mechanically activating a simple protective barrier. Then he turned to the stairs and said with undisguised joy, "Come down, victim of ghosts. Don't you know that eavesdropping is not good?" However, despite the words, there was no reproach in the voice. "Ni-san," Namikaze whispered excitedly. He was terribly afraid that his brother might start asking uncomfortable questions, and he didn't want to talk about his double and the exam he hadn't passed quite honestly. Well, Why are you hiding? Hikaru chuckled. He was amused by the current situation. Yes, he didn't approve of his brother's desire to follow the path of a shinobi, but sneaking off to the training ground was a bit too much, wasn't it? And it was also a little sad that the little one's real successes remained a mystery. After all, you can't tell for sure what tiny part of everything said is true. Sorry, Naruto mumbled, approaching the elder. I didn't know that everything looked so wild from the outside. I just wanted to get in shape a little. Yeah, don't worry, Hikaru ruffled his hair in one motion. You can see all sorts of things when you're drunk. Tell me, if that shinobi had said that you summoned an evil yokai at the training ground and then played tag with him, would you be apologizing now, too? No. Namika's junior smiled. I understand, thank you. Even more than you wanted to say, he added mentally. You know, I have an idea. Hikaru suddenly winked conspiratorially. What if we tell our parents together in the morning that drunken Anbu slackers are wandering around Konoha and making up stories about young shinobi? Naruto suppressed a chuckle and nodded, smiling slightly. He liked the idea, and he liked it even more that his brother was being so considerate and kind to him again, like he had been when they were kids. Now go to sleep. Today hasn't been the easiest day for you. Hikaru leaned over and, throwing his brother over his shoulder, walked into the room. Hey, I'm not your little kid. Let go. I'm already 12. The newly minted genin immediately began to protest. The only thing he couldn't stand was being treated like a little kid. Hikaru, with a satisfied smile, grabbed his kicking brother more comfortably. He liked to irritate his younger brother sometimes. Moreover, it was almost the only way to get him to show some emotions other than embarrassment, shyness and fear. So what? Now I can't cuddle my little brother too? Hikaru giggled, watching Ototo's clumsy attempts to free himself. Yes, I'm already an adult. You can't squeeze me, the boy said confidently. Such a tone was rare for him. And of all his acquaintances, only Hikaru and Itachi heard it. Meanwhile, Uzumaki barely held back his laughter so as not to disturb the family idyll. It was great to have an older brother after all. You can, if you're careful, the Hokage's eldest son laughed almost out loud. By this time, Hikaru had already brought the little one into his room and, throwing him onto the bed, sat down next to him. Naruto pouted, looking at his brother with displeasure. The younger Namikaze really wasn't particularly happy with his brother's attention. Naruto, Hikaru said suddenly, almost in a serious voice. Of course, I'm against you becoming a shinobi. And I can't say that I'm incredibly happy that you passed the exam and the training. However, I congratulate you. Sincerely and from the bottom of my heart. But you should know, if you start something, you need to see it through to the end. Be strong in body and spirit. And most importantly, don't do anything rash and take care of yourself. And please, learn to value your life. Naruto easily noticed sad notes in his brother's voice, otherwise. The elder's voice trembled, and he decided not to finish the sentence. Now, rest. Hikaru had already stepped over the threshold when the younger man's voice caught up with him. Thank you, Nii-san. Chapter 5. Something new. Naruto woke up before dawn and couldn't figure out what had really happened to him and what had just been a dream. Why? Because despite waking up early, he felt well rested and well rested. Even his muscles weren't aching, obsessively reminding him of themselves, as if that nightmarish training had never happened. Senpai, the boy timidly called to his double. Silence, as if the events of the last day were not reality. And it was surprisingly sad. A dream. But after a few seconds, a belated answer still sounded in my head. A dream. It was a dream. A sluggish and sleepy voice rang out, but you didn't let me finish it. Why can't you sleep at such an early hour, Databio? So you're still here after all? Is that a question or a statement? The Jinchuriki asked ironically. The boy paused slightly. Yes, I was joking, Uzumaki laughed, overcoming the remnants of sleep. There's only one thing that bothers me. He began in a serious voice. What? The child became alert. At this rate, a short pause, I'll become a lark with you, Databio. The last phrase made Namikaze smile involuntarily. By the way, senpai, do you know why I don't feel tired at all? I'm so energetic, as if I slept for a day, and not just 5 hours. Ah, it's Ku. The Jinchuriki answered automatically and only then realized what he said. Who? The boy asked again, surprised. Where would you go without me? I said. You see, I have increased endurance and regeneration. Well, and since we are now in the same body. Uzumaki tried to wriggle out. Ah, Namikaze Jr. drawled, I see. The double was clearly not telling him something, it was felt, but it would be stupid to pry out all the information now. And the boy decided to postpone the disclosure of this kind of secrets until better times. Looking around, Naruto noticed a small tray on the nightstand, which was filled with various fruits. Next to it stood a decanter with herbal tea, and from under it stuck out a note, which he decided to read first. The note was left by his brother. Good morning. You fell asleep before I brought you dinner. I couldn't bring myself to wake you up. Anyway, here's some fruit, tea. And if you want something more substantial, look in the fridge. Almost forgot. I'll be gone for the next day or two. Mission. You have such a caring brother, Uzumaki said when the note was read. Too caring, the boy grumbled in response. He still thinks of me as a little child and is overprotective. Enough already. With these words, he carelessly threw the note back onto the nightstand. Hey, are you out of your mind? The Jinchuriki was indignant, surprised and annoyed. He himself, of course, had a changeable mood. But not to such an extent. Weren't you happy yesterday that he congratulated you? It's just all very complicated. You won't understand. You try, Uzumaki insisted. His voice was calm, but it was still obvious. He would not accept refusal. We used to have a slightly different relationship, Namikaze reluctantly began his story. Even though my brother treated me like a child, he still supported all my aspirations and endeavors. Even after difficult missions, he willingly walked with me for a long time and told me different stories. When I turned 7, we started training from time to time. I wasn't really good at anything, but I didn't lose heart, because my brother believed in me, and that gave me strength. But one day he said that he wouldn't bother with me anymore. That I wouldn't become a normal shinobi. That it was beyond my strength. And he didn't want to waste his time training me. The child sobbed. He didn't let me say a word in response and left. Then it turned out that Hikaru was on a long mission. He returned only 2 weeks later, seriously wounded. We never raised the topic again, and I stopped doing additional training. But I couldn't give up on my dream of becoming a shinobi. And my brother, Ni-san, is still kind and gentle to me, as if nothing had happened. But I will never forget those words of his. And I also realized that my brother doesn't believe in me at all. And for him, I'm just a simpleton ototo. It's a shame. Namikaze finished his story. Yes, indeed, the Jinchuriki drawled, it really is a complicated relationship. But these are my problems, not yours. And now I'm going to take a shower and go to the fridge. Naruto Jr. changed the subject. He left the bedroom and quietly walked down the stairs, afraid to wake his parents. However, as he passed the kitchen, Naruto heard familiar voices and paused for a moment near the door. The conversation was conducted very quietly, so as not to inadvertently wake the children. Namikaze did not want to disturb his parents, so he was about to turn around and head towards the shower, when suddenly. I know it's not nice to eavesdrop, but maybe. Uzumaki stopped him. The younger boy was also gnawed by curiosity, but he tried not to break the rules, even moral ones. Eventually, the inquisitive Uzumaki took control of the body and began to absorb the information most attentively. Namikaze did not resist much, because he himself was curious about what could be discussed at such an early hour. So even when control of the body returned to him, he was no longer going to leave. Do you think this is the most reasonable option? Kushina asked worriedly. You know how afraid Naruto is of such things. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Apparently, he really did have a certain fear of something akin to a phobia. And his parents knew about it very well, since they discussed it in secret. No, but he has nowhere else to live, Minato answered shortly. Even without seeing his expression, it was safe to say that he was tense. Let him live with us for a few days at least. Considering who he is, no one would dare take him into their home. But he's not a full-fledged Jinchuriki, is he? The mother asked with some fear. There can't be 2 Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed beast. Naruto Namikaze could have fallen from fear, but Uzumaki took control of his body in time and helped him maintain his balance. The little one desperately tried to break free. He didn't want to be here. He wanted to run away from this conversation as far as possible and not remember it at all. We have to listen to the end, the elder Naruto said seriously to the scared-to-death Namikaze. Otherwise we won't understand how serious this is. Of course, the head of the family's voice became even more serious. But the chakra sealed within him is enough to destroy the village. Have you thought about Naruto? Kushina always treated her youngest son with trepidation. She knew that he was afraid of her, so she tried to avoid meetings. But even if they happened, their communication was limited to a couple of phrases and a deep look in blue eyes, in which a hint of pain and fear could be read. I understand that it will be hard for him to accept this. After all, He has more or less gotten used to you throughout his life, but still. Minato loved his son, but he also understood that in life, sometimes, I don't want to, and, I can't, are completely blocked by the only weighty word, I have to. Do as you please, sighed bloody habanero, realizing that she would not be able to dissuade her husband. She was silent for a while, and then asked, when are you going to tell him about this? He'll find out the truth when he's ready. He avoided answering, not knowing how to voice such a decision to his son, and so he was going to remain silent until the very end and hope that Naruto would be able to find a common language with this boy. And if they managed to become friends, the presence of the Bayu chakra might cease to be critical. At least he wanted to believe so. By this point, the younger one, pale from the overwhelming horror, had already completely fallen into a stupor, ignoring any attempts by his double to calm him down or at least stir him up. Uzumaki didn't want to explain himself to his parents at all, so he quietly slipped into the bathroom. The idea of how to quickly bring the little one to his senses arose instantly. Yes, you may not like a cold shower, but it is simply stupid to deny its tonic properties. But the Jinchuriki completely forgot about the peculiarity of the current body, hypersensitivity. The jets of cold water knocked all the air out of his chest in an instant. So effectively that even Uzumaki needed some time to catch his breath. However, the main goal was also achieved. The boy seemed to wake up and muttered in a stuttering voice. Did you decide to threaten me ahead of time? Sorry, forgot. The guy began to justify himself. But you're not bad either. You were stuck there, you know. And how do I order you to come to your senses? This is a disaster, Namikaze muttered, completely ignoring the double's words. I think I need to leave home. What nonsense are you talking about? The guy couldn't hide his indignation. Understand. I can't. I refuse to understand this. Listen better to what I have to tell you. The boy remained silent. Taking this as consent, Uzumaki continued. Well, that child will live with you for a couple of days. But no one will force you to communicate with him. Besides, you are now a genin and will spend most of your time outside the house. And when you return, you can, in the end, push control of the body onto me. I don't know. I don't want to end up under the same roof with two Jinchuriki at once. However, I think with your support I can somehow survive a day or two, Namikaze finished uncertainly. Well done, the elder praised, you can always count on my support. And now let's put off the problems, for later, and have breakfast anyway, okay? He asked, changing the subject. And the answer was not long in coming. The stomach immediately responded with a rumbling, and the child was forced to agree. Naruto had been picking at his breakfast for a quarter of an hour now. The omelette was fine, but getting more than a few bites down was proving to be an unexpectedly difficult task. Not tasty at all. Kushina was upset. No, everything is fine, Namikaze Jr. objected. Although his expression was such that he was at least taking cod liver oil. We still need to eat, Uzumaki said insistently. We have a hard day ahead. I know, the boy muttered in response, but I can't. There is no choice, the guy sighed. It has to be done, period. Unless you hand over control to me, if you want, the elder suggested. No, Namikaze answered firmly. You've already done something wrong this morning. Then you should at least finish half of the plate. You didn't have dinner yesterday anyway, was said in such a tone that there was no desire to argue. So Namikaze, albeit with great difficulty, continued to stuff food into himself. He ate terribly slowly, and he was getting ready no faster. So it was no wonder that the hands of the clock, which Namikaze glanced at before leaving, horrified him. He did not want to be late for such an important event as the announcement of the teams. Uzumaki, on the other hand, took such things lightly and was not at all afraid of being delayed on the way. Naruto Namikaze was already slightly late for the team distribution, which is why he decided to take the shortest route, past the Hokage's residence. When he reached the main building, he noticed a lonely boy, his age, not far from the entrance. A standard pouch for throwing weapons gave away his affiliation with the shinobi. Strange. Naruto was almost certain that he had not been to Konoha before. And the Chunin exam was still a long way off. 5 minutes later Naruto found himself in the academy. He calmly, trying not to attract attention, ran into the classroom and took his seat. The team assignments were delayed for unknown reasons. Iruka-sensei was late. Who do you think will end up where? Namikaze suddenly asked his namesake. This was the first time the Hokage's son had started a conversation without a pressing need. Well, I suppose Ino, Shikamaru, and Chuji will end up on the same team, just like their parents did before. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino will probably end up together too. On a team specializing in reconnaissance, to be precise. The blonde mumbled lazily, deliberately forgetting about team number 7. Hey, where are we going to end up? I don't really care about the rest. A disgruntled mutter was heard in response. In my world, I ended up with Sakura and Sasuke, but there are 2 more guys here, unfamiliar faces. Besides, your skills are different from mine, maybe the situation with Sasuke is similar. And the number of people is not a multiple of 3. I have no idea how everything will turn out. It would be better differently. I can't stand this snob. And Sakura doesn't have the best character, Namikaze said sadly. And I was in love with her for a long time. The blonde said dreamily. Suddenly the door swung open and Aruka-sensei walked into the classroom with a list of teams. Up to and including the 6th team. If Uzumaki's memory served him correctly, the distribution went as before. But then a surprise awaited him. Team number 7 included Sakura and some guys from the Uchiha clan. Then again, no changes. And finally, what everyone least expected happened. Team number 12, Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Namikaze, Sora. Awkward pause, mentor, cat, Aruka finished his speech slightly absent-mindedly. It seemed that the result of the distribution was somewhat unexpected even for him. The last phrase caused a burst of laughter in the audience. Sasuke and Namikaze sat in complete shock. Not only had they never seen any Sora in their lives, and some cat-sensei, ridicule from all sides was guaranteed. Only Uzumaki had a general idea of what was going on. As an Anbu member, he couldn't help but recognize the call sign. It was an interesting situation. An Anbu mentor was something new. Looks like I won't be bored, flashed through Naruto's mind. The Jinchuriki didn't think about it on purpose. It just happened, involuntarily. What do you mean? The boy responded immediately. You'll understand everything soon enough, Uzumaki replied in a mysterious, but quite satisfied voice. Namikaze didn't even know how to react. Should he start panicking or was something interesting or funny just looming? However, it was impossible to find out the details. The guy had flatly refused to share information for the time being, citing the fact that in the realities of this world it might be irrelevant. The insincerity was obvious, but there was nothing else to do but patiently wait for further developments together with the young Uchiha. After all, Uzumaki is sometimes more stubborn than a ram and will not back down from his decision, for example, to hide information. Chapter 6. Getting to know the team. Wait here, Haruka ordered, leaving Namikaze and Uchiha alone in the empty, dusty classroom. These boys had probably known each other since infancy. How could it be otherwise, if their mothers were bosom friends, dreaming at all costs of making the younger sons friends? But by forcing communication on their children, the women achieved the opposite result. Neither Sasuke nor Naruto remembered what had caused the discord. Maybe they had a fight over some toy, or maybe they had simply decided to act in defiance of their parents. But the fact remained a fact, and the differences in character and some features of the formed personalities only fueled the conflict that had once arisen. Therefore, the news that they would have to work in the same team came as a real shock. Don't be afraid, Uzumaki encouraged the younger man in his subconscious. No matter what happens, it's all for the best. But I can't say that when we overheard our parents' conversation this morning, it got any better. On the contrary, it only worsened our mood, Namikaze muttered sullenly in response. In his subconscious, he was almost no longer afraid to challenge this or that thought of his elder. That was also for the best, the boy replied confidently. After all, if things had turned out differently, you would have been offended by your parents when you found out the truth that they had hidden from you. But they only wanted to do the best for you. And now I'm just delighted. Namikaze noted sarcastically. However, I understand you, he agreed more calmly. The silence could have dragged on if Uzumaki hadn't once again suggested another seemingly crazy idea. Maybe you can tell me what Sasuke is. But at second glance, there was some sense in it. No one would shuffle the teams to suit their preferences. And if they decided to ask for a transfer to another group? No, it was known what exactly the adults would come up with for such a whim, but Naruto absolutely did not want to test it on his own skin. Therefore, having immediately weighed all the pros and cons, Namikaze nevertheless dared to talk to the Uchiha. Sasuke. How long do you think? Should we wait? I am no more informed on this matter than you are, Namikaze, he replied rather coldly after a few seconds. And Kat-sensei is your brother, Itachi. Naruto was honestly trying to be friendly. I heard from Hikaru that he wears a cat mask. I don't care, but if it's anarchy, I'll kill him. Sasuke didn't raise his voice, but his anger increased. How rude, Uchiha. Uzumaki chuckled. Can I talk to him? The younger one was skeptical about such a proposal, realizing the unpredictability of the result. On the other hand, the first impression is the most important. You can't be too timid. Otherwise, Sasuke will never take him seriously. Therefore, having weighed everything up once again, Namikaze decided to take a risk and rely on the elder one. After that, he fearlessly said under the control of the double, "You know, Sasuke, you can certainly be a team. But the fact that we are on the same team also means working together. And if you do not demonstrate such qualities, you will be replaced." Naruto smiled slightly impudently. "What are you doing?" the little one screamed. "This is the last thing I sound like." "I know, but for a situation like this, such words are the best option," Uzumaki said, remembering his communication with the previous Sasuke, whose habits had already managed to get on his nerves. And the Jinchuriki sincerely hoped that at least with this Uchiha there would be fewer problems. But he was cruelly mistaken. Not convinced, he snorted. "I don't know what you imagined, but I won't dance to anyone's tune. Do you want to work in a team? Take the first step towards it yourself, show, so to speak, an example." Sasuke grinned triumphantly, looking at the discouraged blonde. However, even for the notorious teamwork, personal skills are very important. And with your zero, even stuttering about such a thing is stupid. Exo. The Jinchuriki cursed. "Not only is Sasuke a bitch in my world, but he's also too sharp-tongued here." "In your world?" Namikaze was surprised. "I'll tell you later." Naruto Sr. evaded the answer. "Sasuke is there too." Namikaze seemed surprised by this fact. "Yes, there are many there. And Uchiha, like me, also recently turned 17, Uzumaki said without going into details. "Cool," the boy responded admiringly. "Just like my brother." It then dawned on Uzumaki that he hadn't answered Uchiha, having been chatting with his younger copy. Fortunately, the pause was short. "Sasuke, if you still haven't understood the meaning of the word mutual assistance, then I doubt that you'll be a good partner," and after a moment he added judiciously, "or a person at all." For a while, Uchiha was silent. But then he finally answered, albeit in a very peculiar way. "You know, you've changed." He didn't ask. And Uzumaki himself knew that he couldn't do such a trick without drawing unnecessary suspicions on himself. "You've changed a lot. Everyone changes over time," Naruto countered. "And I'm no exception. Even you, Sasuke, even you've changed." The Uchiha's expression changed slightly from 3 seconds ago, from focused and serious to worried. Was it really the news that even the Uchiha himself had changed that perplexed him? "He hasn't changed much," Namikaze, who had been watching the altercation with skepticism, opined. "He's just started to stick his nose up in the air." "Well, there can be changes of varying degrees of severity," the Jinchuriki chuckled, and he decided to finish Sasuke off with one more phrase. "And if I've always acted like a quiet loser, it doesn't mean that I really am. Didn't you think that it could just be a mask?" The guy finished his tirade with a wide, discouraging smile. Such words and a radical change in behavior took Uchiha by surprise and made him think about many things. But the conversation did not continue, as very quiet steps were heard in the corridor, which gradually became closer. Uzumaki, demonstratively glancing sideways at the door, suddenly changed his expression. This was not easy for him. He had to imagine himself in his current form in front of the resurrected Madara, under whose disgusted gaze he would want to bury himself in the ground and not show himself. Out of shame, true, but that's not the point. It will pass for one of the masks. It will definitely pass for an inexperienced teenager. A few seconds later, a man in a cat mask and a boy with grey-blue shoulder-length hair appeared from behind the door. The latter was dressed in loose clothes with long sleeves. This outfit looked atypical for Konoha, but quite laconic. Only the standard pouch for throwing weapons looked superfluous, as if, for show. "First, I think we should sit down," said the ANBU, settling himself comfortably on the wooden tabletop. Sora, without even greeting the guys, confidently took one of the front desks. Uchiha immediately relaxed, apparently having determined from his voice that Itachi had not become their mentor. But where did he get such negativity towards his brother? Uzumaki, who was simply consumed by curiosity, had yet to find out. He hoped that it was nothing serious, since the clan was alive and Itachi was still in Anbu. But it wouldn't hurt to check. The boys sat down at the students' desks, and Uzumaki, who had not yet given control of his body to the younger one, sat down between Sora and Sasuke, causing the latter to make a semblance of a disgusted grimace. This happened a moment before the newly minted sensei began his speech. "You probably guessed that your team is a little different from the others. This is how the Hokage and the elders approved its composition. A pause. An elite team of fighters in the future, and now just a group of genin who just graduated from the academy. Tomorrow at Training Ground 43 at 7 o'clock in the morning, your first test will begin, based on the results of which I will draw up an ideal training and mission program. Naturally, we will not take rank D. I also do not recommend counting on rank A, and perhaps even B, at first. I think that for today the introductory part can be considered complete. You can all go free. But it is assumed that you will be prudent and will guess to communicate and get closer. After all, during the test and subsequent missions, knowledge of the abilities and characters of your teammates will be very useful. Or rather, even more so. You cannot live without mutual assistance. Sensei, won't you take off your mask? Sasuke interrupted him somewhat brazenly, disgusted even by the thought of teamwork with Naruto. And you, I see, are not one to be timid. The Anbu measured him with a piercing gaze. Is that bad? He grinned. No, but there is little good either. Everything should be in moderation, the cat chuckled. So you refuse? Uchiha repeated his question. Some other time, the shinobi waved him away like an annoying fly. Sasuke clearly didn't like this, but he decided not to focus on it and change the subject a little. Only he realized too late that this wasn't the best idea. You're not my brother. That means everything is fine, the young Uchiha said, not without a hint of impudence in his voice. I agree with you, the Anbu said calmly, and then added, if I had a brother like you, I would only dream of order. The shinobi decided to put the upstart genin in his place. Oh. Kami, who will I have to work with? Sensei, maybe we should pick another team for me, huh? Sora, who had been silently watching the Uchiha, asked. Decisions approved by Hokage-sama are not discussed, he answered briefly and added a little more quietly. As if I would want to mess around with such a mess. After such a statement, the children looked at him with displeased glances. However, it seemed that he was completely indifferent. I need to report to the Hokage and fill out some paperwork. I'll be expecting you tomorrow, don't be late, said Kat-sensei and disappeared in an unknown direction. And we also complained that Kakashi-sensei didn't tell us much about himself, Uzumaki chuckled. What? Naruto Jr. asked again. Oh. Just remembered my world. Don't pay attention, the Jinchuriki waved off his double. Naruto missed the moment when the door had already slammed shut. Following the teacher, Sasuke and Sora decided to leave the classroom. Bye, Naruto, the Uchiha said goodbye in a very friendly manner. But the next phrase brought everything back to normal. I hope you'll get scared tomorrow and won't come so I don't have to rescue you, Sasuke said sarcastically, emphasizing the penultimate word. Uzumaki was about to throw a barb in response, but Namikaze insistently asked, keep quiet and ignore. The Jinchuriki was forced to admit that this was indeed the best option right now. Naruto left the academy only a few minutes later. He didn't want to cross paths with Uchiha again. Especially since if Uzumaki got into an argument with him, he would have a lot of trouble. And anyway, he didn't want to see his teammates. Just to rest, and hang out quietly in some secluded corner of Konoha for a couple of hours. I don't mind, Uzumaki expressed his point of view, although no one actually asked him, but first we'll eat. Namikaze didn't argue. Probably, the lack of food in the morning had taken its toll. Maybe ramen. Uzumaki doubted that the boy shared his tastes, but, as they say, nothing ventured. We can have that too, he nodded. But isn't it unhealthy food? What? The Jinchuriki was genuinely surprised. I basically only grew up on it. And look, healthy as an ox. Hero of the village and the entire shinobi world. Member of Anbu. And generally a mega cool guy. The guy began listing, forgetting about modesty. Really, Namikaze's voice was filled with interest and enthusiasm. Then I definitely want to try it. The boy exclaimed. But let's not tell Mom, he added quietly. Then we'll go to Ichiraku. I hope it's no worse here, the guy smiled broadly. A moment ago, it seemed, he had found a like-minded person. Moreover, although Kushina cooked wonderfully, he had already missed ramen quite a bit. But Naruto didn't manage to have lunch right away. On the way to Ichiraku, Sora suddenly appeared on one of the benches. At first, Namikaze wanted to quietly slip past, but noticing his eyes, full of sadness and loneliness, he changed his mind. At the academy, Sora seemed as arrogant and haughty as Sasuke, so Namikaze didn't even want to get to know him. But now, everything was completely different. How are you? The boy asked uncertainly, approaching Sora. He suddenly wanted to support his partner, to encourage him. For some reason unknown to him, Naruto saw him as a kindred spirit. But Sora did not answer. Then the blonde tried to address him again. You know, life isn't easy for me either, he said confidently. You won't understand me, he said in a strange tone, but for some reason, right now, Sora seemed more real, or something. It was as if he had taken off the mask he always wore in front of strangers. And now, because of one Namikaze, he didn't put it back in place. Or maybe he was simply tired and caught off guard. Shall I sit down? It was more of a statement than a question. Sora didn't answer and just continued to look into the distance. Meanwhile, Uzumaki calmly waited for further developments. Now he firmly decided not to share the information he had with the younger one, but only to calmly observe, cherishing the hope that the children would still be able to find a common language. And that, having learned Sora's secret, Naruto Jr. would not be angry with him for hiding information and, most importantly, would not start to shy away from his teammate. You're bothering me, he cut him off coldly. No, I'm not interfering, the blonde calmly objected, sitting down next to him. During the short period of communication with Uzumaki, he had managed to learn, albeit timidly, but still to defend his point of view. And he also adopted a little bit of impudence from his double. It doesn't matter, Sora muttered, frowning. We have nothing to talk about. He tried to get rid of the annoying interlocutor. Better speak up. You'll see, it will become easier. He did not let up. I'm not a weakling, and I don't need your help, and especially not your pity. Namikaze was a little taken aback by these words. He understood Sora's feelings, but he didn't know how to respond. Do you mind if I continue? Uzumaki, who had been watching the proceedings attentively, asked carefully. I have a fair amount of experience in this kind of conversation, and in this situation our views coincide. I'll just help formulate what you're thinking, the Jinchuriki offered unobtrusively, and Namikaze, without thinking twice, agreed. We're on the same team, Uzumaki said calmly and firmly in response, and we'll probably have to save each other's skins more than once. Forgive me for being rude, but your behavior right now looks like pure childishness. There's nothing shameful about accepting help. Namikaze even froze a little. He was going to somehow assure his teammate that he had misunderstood him. And instead, however, the double also spoke to the point. And he is also experienced and, perhaps, will be able to resolve the situation in the best possible way. Therefore, the youngest son of Kage decided not to be indignant, but to calmly wait for the outcome. Sora turned his head and met the confident gaze of blue eyes. There was also a slight sadness in him, as well as something painfully familiar and dear. So instead of sending him to the bayou, Sora said something completely different. You're butting in where it's none of your business. But I can probably tell you a little about myself. At least so you'll leave me alone. In response, Naruto was not indignant or offended. On the contrary, he slightly bowed his head, as if showing that he was listening attentively. Sora was even a little confused. This genin was too unpredictable, even somehow wrong. But with all that, he was endearing, or something. The boy wasn't sure if it was right to tell a stranger about himself. But on the other hand, backing down now would be cowardly, and Naruto might still be able to understand him, or at least listen to him without mocking him. I was born not far from here, in a small village near a monastery, he began his story. I don't remember my mother, but I still value and respect my father. He was a brave and skilled shinobi, but when I was 4 years old, he was brutally killed. And since then, I lived at the monastery, hoping to find my father's killer and take revenge. People around me hated me, despised me, although some tried to look kind. I'm so fed up with all this. I understand, the Jinchuriki answered briefly. However, I don't understand something else. What? He was surprised. Why do you continue to act so distant and avoid people? Why don't you try to start life from scratch? Learn to enjoy life. Make friends. If only everything were that simple. If you hadn't made your life difficult. Uzumaki almost mimicked. Okay. Naruto continued after a while. It's time for me to go. And you should stop lumping everyone together and think about my words, he finished, after which, with a sense of accomplishment, he went to Ichiraku, where he sat for at least 2 hours and only then went home. When Naruto approached the house, there was an extra pair of shoes on the threshold. We have guests, flashed through the child's mind. But a moment later he remembered. Today they were supposed to have a Jinchuriki boy, or rather, a pseudo-Jinchuriki. But what difference did it make? Suppressing his excitement, he slipped into the house unnoticed. He hadn't planned to introduce himself, he had only planned to slip into his room unnoticed. But everything changed in an instant. Sora was in the house. Why you? The children asked in unison, staring at each other. Boys, do you really know each other? Kushina, who was standing nearby, asked in surprise. Why yes, Naruto said hesitantly. For some reason, it was at that moment that his entire life flashed through his mind. But the fear was entirely justified, at least from the point of view of the younger Namikaze himself. Even though the boy had spent his entire life next to his Jinchuriki mother, standing in front of two bearers of the Bayou was uneasy. And if you remember that not long ago he had a casual conversation with Sora on a deserted street, it became doubly uncomfortable. Are you the Hokage's son? Sora asked. But then, nodding, he made several conclusions for himself and said, of course. You're just a miniature version of Minato-sama. How come I didn't guess right away? It's great that you communicate. Kushina nodded contentedly. She doubted that the boys would be able to find a common language. They were too different. Sora's character turned out to be the complete opposite of Naruto, although he also avoided communicating with his peers. The Hokage's wife had already managed to understand this. Come on, I'll help, Naruto offered, turning to the younger one. He didn't even argue and obediently gave up control of his body. He was afraid of all the people in the room, and only his double from another world could support him. Fortunately, no one in the room noticed that the younger Namikaze's gaze had changed. The fear was gone. It was replaced by confidence and a certain determination that he had been deprived of since childhood. However, was it in vain that Uzumaki tried to look somewhere at the floor? Mom, does that mean Sora, my teammate, is going to live with us? The boy asked after a moment, trying to make his voice timid enough to match the body's owner. But Kushina's reaction was a complete surprise. Son, she whispered, sobbing. You called me Mom. Bloody Habanera's lips trembled in silent sobs and tears came to his eyes. What have you done to your mother? Sora responded with disdain. If someone cared about me like that, I would never have made that person cry. And you still tried to teach me life lessons. But I'm glad, Kushina smiled. I'm very glad, she whispered. Uzumaki realized his mistake and thought about how to fix it. On top of that, he had some questions for his younger brother. Questions concerning the latter's relationship with his mother. Namikaze Jr. himself was now thinking about how to regain control of his body without angering or offending Naruto Sr. He didn't want any unnecessary questions, and he also didn't want the distance between him and his mother to become smaller. Or rather, he was afraid of it. Why yes, I really could call you Mom. I'm sorry that earlier, the child mumbled. From the outside, it seemed that the boy was afraid to look his mother in the eyes. No one could even think of a real reason for looking away. Sorry, Naruto repeated once again and ran to his room. Having locked the door from the inside, Naruto sprawled out on the bed. Now, finally, no one could interfere with the conversation between the two namesakes. What are you doing? Namikaze shouted indignantly. This behavior was more than strange for him, since the boy usually preferred to agree with everything. And here, for the first time in his life, he raised his voice at someone. Naruto Sr., before explaining everything, decided to create a suitable atmosphere, and the boys found themselves deep in the subconscious again. What am I allowing myself to do? Are you talking about the fact that I called the person who gave you life, Mom? Or about the fact that I had to apologize for her wayward son? Or, I understand. But you understand me too. The boy interrupted him uncertainly. She is a Jinchuriki. So what? Uzumaki asked calmly. What do you mean? Are you kidding me? Naruto Jr. almost shouted. You can't understand me. He continued in a quiet voice again. I've lived my whole life like a time bomb. It's not nice to talk about your mother like that. The double said sternly. At that moment he clearly remembered those contemptuous, hateful looks that had haunted him as a child. And here was his own son. I understand. But, the child's gaze was dejected. No matter what you say, I will never be able to calmly be near the Jinchuriki. I can't. No, the boy repeated, shaking his head. They say that like cures like, right? Uzumaki drawled mysteriously. A puzzled look was stared at him in response. The Jinchuriki called. Kurama, damn it, come out, I'm telling you. Or have you decided to drive me crazy today? Oh. How far you went, a sarcastically filled voice came from behind the namesakes. I'm sleeping here, you see, not bothering anyone, he continued when the guys turned around. And now he was pleased to catch two practically opposite looks on himself. One, full of panic and indescribable horror, the other, calm with a bit of discontent. Well then, meet him, the Jinchuriki began in a casual voice. This is Kurama. I am Kurama to you, the tailed one interrupted sharply. To him, the nine-tailed demon fox. The strongest of the Bayou. He growled in a voice that sent shivers down the skin. Yeah, great and terrible, Uzumaki chuckled loudly. I completely forgot how modest you are, he added, not without irony, but, remembering the boy, he was forced to interrupt his favorite verbal skirmish and deal with pressing problems. And first of all, it was necessary to bring Namikaze to his senses, whose pupils, dilated with horror, seemed to fill his entire cornea. Chapter 7. Useless Rantings. Uzumaki tried to bring his younger copy to his senses, whose pupils, widened with horror, seemed to fill the entire cornea. But the boy did not want to react to external stimuli at all. His gaze was lifeless, directed somewhere into the void. Hey, come in. He waved his hand in front of the Jinchuriki's double's face again. Well, say something, Databayo. But there was no response, not even a reaction. The elder one began to get quite nervous. He had not yet realized his mistakes, but still, the absolute confidence in the correctness of his actions began to evaporate little by little. You, Uzumaki, are a complete idiot, QB growled. Well, why the hell did you do all this? Couldn't you just use your brain and figure out the consequences? It's his own fault. How can you do this to your own mother? Is it right to treat Bayu bearers like this just because of stupid fear and stereotypes? I just wanted him to look fear in the eye. The Jinchuriki did not admit his mistake, covering himself up by hook or by crook. Well, you got your way. He saw me. What are you going to do next? The blonde thought for a moment. I don't know. Uzumaki's voice was no longer so confident. And anyway, how was I supposed to know that he would go into a state of suspended animation upon seeing you? Oh. What clever words you know. If only you learned to use your brain. Otherwise, I suspect that you don't have any grey matter there at all. Or maybe you're skillfully hiding its presence, Ninetailed said in his sarcastic manner. But Uzumaki ignored it all. Now his attention was focused on the pale boy who was barely breathing. Anyway, I'm going to bed. And you figure it out yourselves, said the demon, curling up and covering his muzzle with one of his tails. Kurama hurried to pretend to be fast asleep. The motive for this act was the desire to look as harmless as possible. However, the tailed one himself would never admit it. Uzumaki squatted down in front of the child and looked into his face. At the same time, he put his hand on the boy's shoulder and began to call him quietly, Naruto. No one will hurt you here. Naruto, do you hear me? Naruto. The words seemed to echo to the child, who seemed to have fallen out of reality. He could not have dreamed of such a thing even in his worst nightmares. And then, at first, Namikaze refused to believe that everything was happening to him for real. But the hope that this was just a bad dream was melting before his eyes. Even the saving detachment began to disappear and the words of the double reached him more and more clearly. Finally, the boy's gaze acquired meaning, and he saw an agitated blonde with disheveled hair in front of him. Naruto, are you awake? Can you hear me? The Jinchuriki perked up, noticing the change in the child's condition. A weak nod in response. This. Uzumaki hesitated. I should apologize for everything I did. He muttered, looking down. Namikaze remained silent, continuing to look fearfully at his double, who fell silent for a moment, collecting his thoughts, and then continued. What's done can't be undone. The only thing I can do now is tell you the whole truth about myself so you don't get lost in guesswork. I'm not sure it will make you feel better, but it certainly won't make things worse, said the Jinchuriki and looked at the child. He was listening to him attentively. Anyway, continued Uzumaki, as you've already guessed, I am the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. At the last words, the child involuntarily shuddered. Don't think twice. Everything I said earlier is the absolute truth. I just left out some details. On the day of my birth, the seal holding the QB weakened. One man, hiding his face behind a mask, decided to take advantage of this and extract the Bayu from my mother. After which he subjugated him to his will and forced him to attack Konoha. My father, being the fourth Hokage, stopped that man, but, like Kushina, was seriously injured. In order to save the village, he had to seal the light half of the Nine Tails into me and take the dark half with him to the afterlife. Thus, I was left alone, deprived of parental care. And because I was a Jinchuriki, everyone hated and despised me. Do you think this is fair? Namikaze was silent. Naruto Sr. even began to doubt that he was now capable of adequately absorbing information. Hey, the Jinchuriki waved his hand in front of the boy's face, after which he raised his gaze to him, in which fear and contempt splashed. And also some resentment and disappointment. I hear you, Namikaze responded after a while. His voice became cold and distant, completely different from what it had been before. As if something had broken in the child's soul, and the body's defense mechanism had kicked in, blocking most of his emotions. Did you think that your words made me feel better? Or do you think I'll rush to apologize? Do you really think I'm behaving like this for no reason? The boy didn't shout, he simply spoke. It seemed as if all the emotions in his voice had been burned out. But Uzumaki really had never even thought of anything like that. You didn't explain, he muttered absent-mindedly. Did I have to? Despite his words, the boy's gaze was not insolent. He had the eyes of a man who was completely disappointed in everything. A man who saw no meaning in life, but at the same time did not want to dance to someone else's tune. No, but, the guy didn't know what to answer. No need for any buts, Namikaze interrupted him. I don't want to see you or know you at all. And your story, the veracity of which cannot be verified, does not touch me, forgive me. Sit with your biju in your subconscious and don't stick your head out. Otherwise, I'll tell my father so that he can sort this problem out. Maybe you'll find a way and get to your reality yourself. But I'm not going to participate in this anymore. And I ask you, don't interfere in my life anymore. Uzumaki didn't interrupt the boy, he just listened silently. Every word he said cut his soul like a knife. And then Namikaze simply disappeared. Ku, is this your paw's business? The Jinchuriki asked tiredly. Almost, the biju responded sadly. He wasn't happy with the current situation either. Perhaps because the chances of getting home had diminished even more. What do you mean? The Jinchuriki said this with some interest evident in his voice. I just made it so that he, like you, could enter the subconscious at will and leave it, just by thinking about it. I see, Uzumaki said, lying down on his back. You know, Kurama, for the first time in my life, I'm ready to admit out loud that I was wrong. Really? Naruto received a rather sarcastic response. Yes, I realized all my mistakes. But I just can't figure out how to fix everything. That's not what I mean. The biju's voice became more serious. I was confused by the first time. What's so strange about that? Uzumaki asked in amazement. Well, you just said something like that once to Uchiha Sasuke. This topic. Don't make me laugh, the guy snorted. Yes, that same theme. Who dragged you home dead drunk? For the first time in my life, I even felt sorry for him. You shouldn't have just walked away calmly. You pested everything that moved and didn't move. Are you out of your mind? I don't drink at all. The blonde protested. Who's arguing? You never knew how to drink and still don't know how. And you don't know when to stop. You got drunk right away to the point of unconsciousness. Stop kidding. I've never had a drop in my life. Even when I was accepted into Anbu. Everyone drank. But I didn't. I'm 17 after all. How much? The fox asked again in a voice full of incomprehension and some anxiety. Oh. Don't. Not now. The blonde waved his friend away, deciding that his furry buddy was pulling his leg. No way, Naruto. Now, Biju was as serious as ever. Once again, what's the last thing you remember? I'm back from the mission. What? The tailed one interrupted him. Kurama, stop making fun of me. As if you don't remember. I remember everything. But as for your memory, I can't scan it, so I have to ask. You and I were on our first solo S-rank mission. We got through it pretty quickly, with only a few scratches. But then it turned out the weapon had a powerful poison on it, which is why Granny had to treat me personally. We've arrived, Kurama said in a dead voice. What are you talking about? Oh, where to begin? He thought. Don't keep me in suspense. You're scaring me. Uzumaki became wary. It was rare to see his Bayu so tense. The last time something like this was observed was during the battle against Kaguya. You're almost 19 and you've probably forgotten the last year of your life. And that's the best case scenario. I'm not sure what other problems might come up. This isn't funny. The Jinchuriki muttered in confusion, unable to believe it. Of course, it's not funny. Personally, it makes me very wary. But there was no answer. Instead, Naruto just thought deeply. Anyway, tell me. Kyubi interrupted his thoughts. What? Uzumaki was surprised. Everything you remember. I'll test your memory. But that will take too much time. Naruto tried to object. Given the recent circumstances, we are in no hurry. The Jinchuriki sighed heavily, but did not argue and, having settled himself more comfortably, began his story. Chapter 8. The troubles are just beginning. Kushina carefully pushed the door to her son's room, but it was locked. This seriously alarmed the woman, and after thinking for a while, she decided to open the door with her key to check if everything was okay. She was very alarmed by the lights being off at such an early hour. Opening the door slightly, Kushina carefully looked inside. Naruto was sleeping peacefully, curled up in a defenseless ball on the bed. The woman watched her son with affection for a while, not daring to come closer, and then she hurried to close the door completely so as not to disturb the child's sleep. Namikaze woke up at about 5 o'clock, if not earlier. He didn't feel like sleeping at all. However, this was quite natural. Yesterday he fell asleep at about 6 o'clock. The boy looked around his bedroom with some apprehension, wanting to find even the slightest changes, but there were none. In front of him was the same spacious room in fairly bright colors. In the corner, near the window, there was a huge wooden table, at which the child usually did his homework. A dim light with copper-red reflections was already penetrating the room through the large window in a snow-white frame. In a large closet, there were sets of clothes of similar styles and colors. A pile of books was carelessly arranged next to the bed. Naruto sometimes read them before going to bed. These were both adventure stories and library books that he still hadn't returned. Among them were Enemy Psychology and Tactics of Behavior in Extreme Situations. Yesterday reminded him of itself only with a slight headache. The boy wanted to finish all his work as quickly as possible. Having had a quick breakfast, he ran out of the house, leaving a note on the kitchen table. Left early. Don't worry. NN. And as soon as the front door creaked shut, letting him out into the street, the child sighed with relief. Uzumaki was not heard, because the boy himself had ordered him not to stick his head out. And he, strangely enough, obeyed. Namikaze headed straight to the training ground, thinking about the conversation with his double and his last words along the way. Perhaps I went too far. After all, he didn't want to hurt me. Probably, the child thought. Now that the initial shock and resentment had subsided, he could think quite sensibly. The boy understood that, despite everything that had happened, the guy still cared about him. Strange, peculiar, sometimes cruel, but still, he did not wish him harm. Chatting with him sometimes irritated him with its importunity and moralizing. But now Namikaze lacked the interlocutor he had become accustomed to, ready to listen and help with problems. Even if awkwardly, but to help. Or, at least, to try. However, calling him now was not even on his mind. The resentment had not yet completely subsided, as had the fear of the Biju and Jinchuriki. After all, phobias cannot disappear so quickly, which is a pity. But something had changed. Now Namikaze was actually the demon's host, and for more than one day. And what had changed? Actually, nothing. He remained the same child as he had been. And if it were not for Uzumaki, the boy would continue to remain ignorant of this thorny moment. And if we add to everything else that this Kyubi Kurama, perhaps, like Uzumaki himself, is capable of taking control of his body. His head was starting to spin. What to do now? This question did not give the child peace. Of course, it would be necessary to talk to the adults. But it was not a fact that they would believe. And honestly, he simply did not want to. Just as he did not want to live recently. Communication with the double awakened long-forgotten feelings in Naruto, persistence, stubbornness and determination. Therefore, the option of committing suicide no longer seemed so attractive. But there was complete chaos in his head. Thinking about this, Naruto slowly walked towards the edge of the forest, near which the 43rd training ground was located. And the closer he got to his destination, the more worried he became about the upcoming test. He couldn't even imagine how he would cope without the help of a double. After all, Naruto couldn't even pass the exam at the academy on his own. Namikaze arrived at the training ground surprisingly quickly, and there was about an hour and a half left before the officially appointed time. The grass was covered with heavy dew, so the idea of lying down normally had to be abandoned. Therefore, Naruto settled down on a low branch of one of the trees. It was uncomfortable for the unaccustomed, but even in a relaxed state, the boy deftly managed to maintain balance, sitting on a branch and looking somewhere into the distance. Suddenly, someone's footsteps were heard nearby. The boy turned around in surprise and, a moment later, fell face down in the dewy grass. Naruto, a familiar voice asked in surprise. Cat-sensei. The child responded immediately and, standing up, began to examine the man, who this time was without a mask. May I ask what you are doing here at such an early hour? Well, it's... The blonde boy began to mumble, stumbling as usual, under the stern gaze of the sensei. I'm listening, he persisted. I couldn't sleep. I woke up at about 5 in the morning, had breakfast and came here. Nerves. The child shrugged. Well, that happens, the Anbu nodded, and was immediately interrupted by a girlish voice. Yamato-san. If you don't hurry, Hokage-sama will be angry. So you are Yamato-sensei, the child responded at the same moment. Although he looked absent-minded, he grasped everything on the fly. I think there's no point in denying it. I've been busted on all counts. I just ask you not to spread the information you've received for now. Don't even tell your partners anything. Deal. The voice was more stern than friendly. In response, Namikaze nodded slightly. That's great. Give the letter to your teammates. Tell them you found it here. But you yourself. Tell me what you found, the sensei repeated dryly and disappeared from sight. Sasuke and Sora were supposed to show up in about 20 minutes. And given the latest news, the genin would have to wait for sensei. An unpleasant prospect, however. Namikaze even wanted to leave, coming together with Yamato, but, unfortunately, instead of a specific time frame, the letter said, I'll be late for a while. Don't be bored. And what should I understand by that? As a result, Naruto had no choice but to wait for his teammates and endure their presence until sensei arrived. Sora was the first to arrive, about 10 minutes earlier than expected. But, strangely enough, he didn't immediately pester the blonde with questions. After greeting him, he sprawled out on the grass under a large, spreading tree. Naruto, the pseudo-Jinchuriki called out to his teammate, causing him to involuntarily shudder, can you wake me up when Kat-sensei gets here? Sora yawned and tiredly rubbed his eyes. I'm so sleepy that my eyelids are sticking together, the boy said, closing his eyes. Okay, Namikaze muttered in confusion, mentally noting that everything was going as well as possible so far. In truth, Sora was pretending, but Naruto couldn't notice it in his current state. And the fact that Sora is a good actor can't be discounted either. At exactly 7 o'clock Uchiha Sasuke appeared. And instead of greeting him, he asked sarcastically, did you come after all, Namikaze? The blonde turned away silently, not knowing how to answer. But suddenly Sora, lazily opening one eye, decided to intervene. Your eyesight is so bad that it was too much of a challenge to avoid such a stupid question. He chuckled. Sasuke was almost speechless from such rudeness and, instantly dissipating interest in Naruto, headed towards the impudent man. Now repeat what you said, he hissed angrily. Sora, rising from the ground, backed away from the Uchiha, whose face was covered in an evil grin that did not bode well. Oh, so you also have problems with your hearing, the pseudo-Jinchuriki chuckled in response, quickly dodging the fist. It seemed to Namikaze that Sasuke, who was not at all used to such an attitude, was greatly discouraged by such defiant behavior, which Sora took advantage of. After all, in an equal fight with the heir of a well-known clan, he would have a very hard time. Naruto, of course, did not know what Sora was capable of, but he understood perfectly well that the Uchiha was not an easy opponent to deal with. It was not for nothing that Sasuke's taijutsu was the best in the academy among his peers. Sorry, the pseudo-Jinchuriki suddenly raised his hands in a conciliatory manner, showing some semblance of a smile. I was just wondering how easy it is to get you mad. We are a team now, after all, and we should know more about each other. PFFT, Uchiha only snorted in response. Apology accepted for the first time. Sasuke's voice was very cold, as if made of steel. But Sora suddenly laughed. It was unusual to hear his laughter, in which there was not a drop of falsehood. Uchiha also smiled, which confused Naruto, who was already ready to watch the large-scale battle of his new comrade and Sasuke. After some time, it became clear that the guys played out a small unplanned scene, which Namikaze witnessed. You're cool, Sasuke suddenly said in a friendly tone, looking at his partner in a new way. Maybe we'll really work together. Quite, Sora nodded. But Naruto will join us too. Otherwise, what kind of team would a two-person team be? Sasuke glanced sideways at Namikaze, who was watching the proceedings intently. The smile disappeared from the Uchiha's face. I'm not sure that's a good idea. And I doubt he'll be able to pass the test anyway. Naruto barely passed his final exam at the academy, and that was probably pure chance. I studied with him and I know what kind of person he is. People change, Sora noted somewhat philosophically, and then changed the subject. Sensei is late. Don't you think so? He asked, looking around at his partners. Guys, Naruto timidly drew attention to himself. Here's the deal. Namikaze came closer and handed over a letter in an unsealed envelope. So, here it is. Sora took out a piece of paper folded in half and, after briefly running through the lines, handed the note to Uchiha. The latter, having read the message from Sensei, visibly frowned. Where did you get this? Sasuke asked, turning his gaze to the blonde. I found it, the child answered with a sigh, hiding his gaze. Why didn't you tell me right away? Sasuke continued his interrogation in a dissatisfied voice. I forgot, the boy muttered. Sora absolutely did not like the way Uchiha communicated with Naruto. However, the timid blonde boy with shaking knees did not please him either. Well, this Namikaze is strange. Sora thought now, remembering various moments with his participation. At the distribution of teams, he did not show himself particularly, but he was not timid either. During the conversation on the bench, he was somehow too mature and confident in himself and his words. Returning home, almost hysterically, for no reason, he ran to his room. And now, he stands there morally depressed and shaking like an aspen leaf. It is too strange to see such striking changes in the same person. Sora firmly decided to talk to Naruto, but alone and after the test. After all, the conversation, most likely, will not be pleasant. Sora was not happy to watch the conflict unfold. But he also did not want to get involved in separating the two idiots. Naruto somehow attracted people to him and at the same time repelled them. The pseudo-Jinchuriki knew only one thing for sure now: he needed to talk to Namikaze frankly, and after the conversation everything would fall into place. And now he preferred not to interfere in the showdown of this couple, but he was still incredibly happy when Sensei unexpectedly appeared. "What's all the noise, guys?" The voice of the infamous Anbu rang out. "Yes, this one." Sasuke nodded dismissively towards Naruto. "Found your letter, but forgot to give it to you." The cat sensei turned his gaze to the timid blonde and shook his head. "You need to be more collected, young man." Anbu reproached more for the sake of order than wanting to scold the boy. But he soon regretted what he said. Sorry, Yamato-sense." The child began and immediately covered his mouth, but still caught two surprised looks and one angry one. Naruto, you definitely can't go into reconnaissance." The Anbu shook his head in disappointment. "Oh. I didn't mean to. I mean, cat sensei. Honestly. Oh. Come on. Actually, it wasn't classified information. I just wanted to, but you'll have to explain it to your friends yourself. But not now. It's time to start the test," said Yamato, taking 3 small pieces of glass out of his pocket, each with a thin chain attached. It was a stretch, but still, this design could be called amulets or pendants. Having handed them to the children, the sensei continued, "They have a teleportation seal on them, which will help you return from the test site. It is activated only if you reach a certain place. However, if you break the glass, you will ruin the seal." Meanwhile, the newly minted genins were looking at the amulets with interest. The glass pieces were covered with strange symbols both on the outside and inside. Does anything capable of teleportation exist? And why is it then practically never used? Whether it exists or not, you'll find out soon enough, the Anbu said with a hint of mockery in his voice and immediately changed the subject. "Sit with your backs to each other. I'll blindfold you with a special ribbon that will fall off after a certain amount of time, which will serve as a signal to begin the test. I won't be there, but you'll receive all the necessary instructions on site." By the end of Yamato's speech, the children were already sitting blindfolded, but they clearly heard a slight rustling of the grass and realized that several more people had approached. "Now we will activate the equipment, and you will be transported to the dungeon. Be careful and attentive, because you will have to pay dearly for all the mistakes." Already at the last words, the sensei's voice began to merge with the rustling of leaves, and in the background one could hear a barely distinguishable flute. However, the latter was more like a joke of consciousness, as a side effect of the space-time technique. At least, that was the conclusion the genin came to. Flashback. Discussion of the test. "You want to conduct this test?" Itachi's voice was cold, but venomous. It seemed like he didn't like the idea at all, despite the fact that the risk was minimal. "That's the best option," Minato nodded. Although he didn't particularly like the plan either, it was much better than everything that had been proposed before. "I'm against it. I don't know about the others, but it's too cruel for Naruto. He won't be able to handle it," Kushina protested. "It's better for him to be on a regular genin team." The team's composition was approved by the Council of Elders and is no longer subject to discussion. The fourth hastened to close this topic. Meanwhile, the Hokage's eldest son decided to say a few words. "Itachi and I once went through a similar test. Yes, it is very cruel." Hikaru spoke very quietly and ingratiatingly, but with deep knowledge of the matter, so that his interlocutors took his every word very seriously. "At least, there is practically no risk to life and health." "Agree, this is a weighty argument," the guy finished coldly. However, sadness splashed in his eyes. End of flashback. Chapter 9. The test begins. Uchiha Sasuke. The complete silence came suddenly and lasted for about 2 minutes, which seemed like an eternity to Sasuke. Finally, the rough cloth bandage fell off, and the Uchiha saw that he was in an empty, dark room. The boy's attention was drawn to a glass table, on which lay a white sheet of paper, folded in 4. It immediately caught his eye, standing out like a bright spot in the gloomy room. Sasuke quickly guessed that it was a note instruction addressed to him. after which he immediately went to the table and immediately began to read. Your task is to reach the reverse teleportation room, keeping the pendant you received intact. Be careful, beware of traps. You can join up with the others if you find them and consider it necessary. Having put the note in his pocket, Sasuke walked with a firm step towards the only exit, but halfway there he suddenly stopped, froze for a moment, and turned around. Returning back, Uchiha cast a close look at the room where he had appeared. The room was in semi-darkness. Approximately in the center stood a glass table, which, depending on the angle, sometimes seemed translucent. There were no other interior items. The walls and floor were made of massive, roughly processed gray stones, and only in the far corner was some kind of bowl carved out, which was the only source of light. Coming closer, Sasuke was convinced that the device of the lamp was as simple as possible. 5 long burning wicks protruded from the bowl filled with oil. Having decided something for himself, he chuckled contentedly and returned to the table. Having knocked it over, the boy sharply pulled the leg towards himself, which, with a plaintive squeak, broke off at the very base. Then the resourceful child returned back to the bowl and began to make some kind of torch. Having extinguished 4 wicks, he wrapped them around the chipped end of the table leg. The oil-soaked strands were long enough and not too narrow, so such a torch could easily last for some time without contact with oil. Finally, having tied the final knot, Sasuke dipped the resulting structure in oil, shook off the excess and lit it on the remaining burning fuse. Having quickly cast a satisfied glance at the result of his labors, the boy, not wanting to waste a minute, again headed for the hospitably open door at the opposite end of the room. Approaching it, he became wary. Some strange powder, vaguely reminiscent of salt, was sprinkled on the floor near the doorway. Sasuke leaned lower, peering into the suspicious substance, and after a few moments he recoiled from the door. Just a few seconds later, the color of the scattered powder began to change. The white, or more accurately, light blue, shade turned into a dark blue. Following his intuition, Sasuke jumped away from the chakra-soaked trap, barely managing to escape the blast zone and squinting his eyes tightly to avoid being blinded. The loud roar made his ears slightly pop, and the shockwave made him stagger. The small trace that formed at the site of that substance indicated that the explosion was of low force. It was unlikely to kill a person, but it could very well injure, so one should not let down one's guard. After this incident, Sasuke became much more collected. Now he looked at his feet with double attention, lighting the way with a homemade torch. Only now did the genin fully understand the words of the sensei, for all the mistakes you will have to pay dearly. But still, if you are afraid of Nukanen, you should not go into the forest. So, without losing his composure, the boy went on. After all, I am an Uchiha, and not a coward. Namikaze flashed through his head. Sasuke left the room through the half-ruined door and looked around. A fork appeared before him. The path on the left was well lit by lamps located almost under the ceiling. A clean, spacious corridor with a floor made of flat stones looked quite well kept, as if someone had carefully maintained order there. The other path was lost in thick, impenetrable darkness. Without additional lighting, one would have to strain one's eyesight to even just see the road. Uchiha thought for a moment about where a mistake in choosing a direction could lead, but he discarded this, in his opinion, empty exercise. It was obvious that it was worth going the dark way. And there are several reasons. Firstly, the light way seems too harmless. And Anarchy has said more than once, everything that looks too simple can actually be much more confusing and dangerous. Secondly, Sasuke has a torch. And traps in the dark are most likely designed so that the victim will make his way practically by touch, deprived of normal lighting. Having decided on the road, the genin took a few steps in the chosen direction. The mud squelched disgustingly under his feet. The damp, dank air made it difficult to breathe deeply. The sections of the walls where water was running were covered in moss and mold. But even such a gloomy place was not lifeless. Spiders crawled along the walls. In places, flocks of strange large insects fluttered. In the darkest corners, bats hung from the ceiling, wrapped in leathery cloaks of their wings, and the floor beneath them was covered in a thick, slippery layer of droppings. Once, a black, flexible stream crossed the adjacent wall, forcing the Uchiha to jump sharply to the side. He, to put it mildly, did not like snakes. After some time, Sasuke noticed the first obstacle. 2 fishing lines stretched at different heights. Thanks to the torchlight, they were practically visible, so it would not be difficult to simply step over them. But the genin thought this solution was too simple. After racking his brains, he decided that it would be wiser to bypass the trap along the side wall, using chakra. The boy's father had taught him a similar trick when he was not yet 10 years old. After that, The youngest son of the Uchiha clan's head sometimes even showed up for classes at the academy through the window, pompously climbing the outside of the walls. He liked to catch the envious glances of his classmates, and the squeals of lovesick girls, although annoying, was still no less recognition of his coolness. However, as soon as Uchiha took a few steps along the dungeon wall, he felt it start to move. As if it weren't the stones under his feet, but the shell of a giant centipede, which by hook or by crook wanted to get rid of an unwanted passenger. Sharp movements up and down, hard stops, all this became an unpleasant surprise for the boy. He managed to hold on to the mad wall with great difficulty. But there was another problem, the torch, which the genin grabbed with both hands. It turned out to be too bulky, which significantly worsened the situation. In all this shaking, Sasuke only miraculously did not burn his hair and clothes before the former table leg finally slipped out of his hands. The mechanism reached a certain height and stopped. Uchiha, barely recovered from the shaking, looked around. And what he saw amazed him. At a height of 15 meters in the wall there was a small loophole, or, to put it simply, a hole, though too small in diameter. Sasuke, without thinking twice, climbed into it. For some inexplicable reason, he was sure that this passage was the right way. Inside the hole they found, it was too cramped and narrow even for a 12-year-old child. The walls pressed on the boy so much that he couldn't imagine how he would move here. But some ninja skills still helped Sasuke, and he managed to overcome a few centimeters. Uchiha crawled, scratching his skin and tearing his clothes. It was, of course, painful and extremely unpleasant to be in such a narrow space, but he was not going to give up. Especially since with every inch the passage gradually widened, and it became easier to breathe. But the genin was in no hurry, because he had not yet forgotten about the traps. About 3 meters later, the passage began to rapidly go up, and then dived down. Sasuke was quite happy with this. The boy thought that the sharper the transitions, the closer he was to the goal. Soon the child got used to this kind of movement and noticeably accelerated. Things went faster, and meanwhile the passage was getting wider and wider. Suddenly Sasuke heard a strange crack, but did not even have time to turn around. A flash, and a piercing sound of splitting stones hit his ears, echoing in the darkness. The explosion shook the ground under the Uchiha's feet, throwing him off balance. A second-long rapid flight face down to a damp-smelling stone. A bright flash of pain disoriented him for a while. Sharp fragments of stone flew after the genin, who was unable to defend himself in any way. The largest of them got deeply stuck in the shoulder area. For a few moments, Sasuke even lost consciousness. However, an unbearable pulsating pain, tearing through his body, quickly brought him to his senses. The acrid smell of blood and dust tickled the boy's nostrils. His head was splitting terribly, and there was an insistent ringing in his ears. Sasuke's throat was torn by stale air as if by sandpaper, giving colic to his lungs. The face pressed against the stone floor sank into something viscous and disgusting. The inhaled air brought in small salty drops, warm spots covering the dry palate. The metallic taste of blood and earth grew stronger. The chest ached unbearably from the strong blow, and perhaps the ribs were broken. Uchiha Sasuke never suffered from claustrophobia and tolerated confined spaces well, but absolute helplessness provoked real panic and an irresistible desire to get out into freedom. Overcoming the pain in his lungs and limbs, he tried to get up, but all was in vain. Sasuke's body was almost not obeying the wishes of the owner, his temples were throbbing unpleasantly, his eyes were swimming, and from his shoulder, which was bursting with pain, a scorching heat was spreading throughout his body. In addition, Sasuke's hands were sore from many small fragments, and his ribs seemed to threaten to tear the boy's lungs with every breath. But the worst thing was that there was nowhere to wait for help. What was happening was more like a nightmare. The brain refused to believe in the reality of what had happened. The young shinobi was terribly exhausted and wanted to give up. There was almost no strength left, his eyes were completely clouded. The boy had almost given up, when suddenly his gaze flashed with unwavering persistence and determination to go to the end. A second later, Sasuke felt a stinging sensation in his eyes. It was not strong and quite bearable, but the Uchiha could not understand the reason. Meanwhile, his vision slowly began to clear. Objects became clearer with each passing second. And after only a minute, it seemed to the genin that his vision had become even better than it had ever been. And a moment later, the full realization of what had happened came. The Sharingan had awakened. Any tiny detail could now be easily caught by the eye and clearly imprinted in the mind. Sasuke could even notice the burnt remains of the explosive tags that had caused him so much trouble. He looked at himself and was mentally horrified. In some places, fragments of stones, scattered in different directions during the explosion, had penetrated deeply into his skin. The boy tried to get up and pull them out, but his body still barely obeyed, responding to every movement with strong, but already fading pain. The wounds will definitely fester if I leave everything as is, Sasuke thought bitterly. Never before had he found himself in such a deplorable situation. Almost out of his mind and barely perceiving reality, Uchiha tried to assess the situation as soberly as possible, but a severe headache prevented him from collecting his thoughts. Gathering his strength, he slowly raised himself up and leaned against the wall in search of support. The genin was barely able to stand on his feet, he was unsteady, nauseous, and the pain was almost driving him crazy. In a painful delirium, limping, the boy carefully wandered away from the site of the explosion. Carefully, trying not to touch the sharp corners of the walls, Sasuke sank deeper and deeper into the cold dampness of the cave, whose bottom went down in a rough-ribbed slope, and the distance between the walls, generously studded with protruding stones, increased and soon allowed him to straighten up to his full height. Sasuke grew weaker with every step and, after some time, the Sharingan deactivated on its own. Uchiha continued to slowly move into the dark, crypt-smelling womb of the cave. He could barely feel his hand, which was stuck with many fragments. It had simply gone numb. In places, his clothes were soaked with viscous blood. The disgusting moisture was still squelching in his boots. The cave, gradually expanding the surrounding space, was getting deeper, wider and darker. His head was spinning due to the loss of blood. He had to walk by touch, holding onto the damp, rough wall with his weakened hand, a cold, slimy snake writhing under his sweaty palm. When the child's strength had almost left him, Sasuke saw a crack from which a light was timidly breaking through, which seemed like true salvation. Flashes of pain accompanied almost every movement. Breathing was not restored. Air barely had time to penetrate the lungs between short pauses in the attacks. From the lack of oxygen, the world spun at the speed of a maddened carousel. The distance between him and salvation was inexorably decreasing. Time froze. The nightmare held tightly in its cold shackles. Finally, the boy got out, but then his legs gave way, and his mind completely clouded. The last thing Sasuke clearly heard was the sound of several people approaching. 20 minutes earlier. Oto-san, I think this is too much, Itachi said, looking intently into his father's dark eyes, as if trying to find in him the answer to the unspoken question. Why? The tone of speech was calm, almost devoid of emotion. But Fugaku clearly sensed the indignation of the air. But Sasuke will finally awaken the Sharingan. That's the main thing, the man answered coldly. You forget, physically he is still a child. And what you just asked for is too cruel, the young man continued to insist on his own in an even voice, emphasizing some words. Ototo may not be able to withstand it and break. The shinobi world is generally very cruel. Only the strongest survive in it. You know that. If he breaks, then he is not worthy of bearing the Uchiha name, Fugaku said and turned away, showing that he did not intend to continue the discussion. Chapter 10. The test begins. Namikaze Naruto. Namikaze Jr. didn't immediately realize that his trial had begun. With great effort, he opened his eyes and realized that he was in a dark, gloomy room, vaguely reminiscent of a cave. He had been in a similar place once before, when he had tagged along with his father during another inspection of the mines. The bare walls, the low ceiling, through which cold water seeped in places. Everything reminded him of that day. The day when, due to an unfortunate misunderstanding, the people underground were almost buried alive. Naruto was still young, so he did not remember all the details of that fateful incident. Only the all-consuming fear and hopelessness that had gripped him at that moment sank into the fragile soul of a child. Although his father said that there was no reason to panic, the sudden collapse caused Namikaze Jr. too many previously unknown feelings. Since then, he did not like closed spaces and tried to avoid them, so as not to remember them again. The boy shook his head, driving away the obsessive thoughts, and approached the glass table on which lay a note. It was a kind of instruction for further actions. Naruto read it carefully, but did not find anything particularly important. There was catastrophically little information, only a few lines. At the beginning, the task was formulated, to find some teleportation room, known only for its purpose. And at the end, a warning about traps. That was where the useful information ended. Not much, Namikaze breathed. Only one thing was clear, to pass the test, it was necessary to move forward, into the unknown. However, strong anxiety and lack of confidence in his abilities prevented the boy from taking the first step. Taking a deep breath, Naruto finally decided to leave the starting room. He walked carefully, as if on fragile ice. The warning about the traps did not give the boy peace, pushing aside other worries. As a result, the way to the door took much longer than expected. Approaching the exit, Naruto noticed a very strange mound on the floor in front of the door, after which he immediately recoiled into the depths of the room, as a bad feeling incessantly repeated about imminent danger. It was difficult to see the unknown substance from a distance, but the child did not dare to approach it, because he intuitively felt that it was fraught with serious consequences. Suddenly, the color of the mound began to change, and after a while, a deafening explosion was heard. From the suddenness of what was happening, the genin lost his balance and fell on his fifth point, somewhat belatedly closing his eyes, from which they were cut by a bright flash. When the smoke cleared, the embankment was gone, it had evaporated. Having come to his senses, Namikaze stood up and, shaking off his dusty clothes, continued on his way. Now he decided to walk doubly carefully look around and listen to all sounds. Not even a minute had passed when the boy found himself at a fork in the road, but there was no doubt about the choice of path. The child did not want to walk in the semi-darkness at all, so Naruto, without hesitation, stepped into the corridor, lit by primitive lamps, similar to the one in the starting room. Soon the genin noticed the first trap. It was a fishing line stretched a quarter of a meter from the floor. Being translucent, it almost dissolved in the air, but the attentive Namikaze, accustomed since childhood to noticing the smallest details, easily recognized it and without thinking twice stepped over it. But the boy did not take into account the possibility of a double trap. The tile the child stepped on was slightly different from the others. It seemed newer and had no noticeable cracks. It was a pity that Naruto noticed this too late. A rash step triggered one of the dungeon's traps. The walls, ordinary at first glance, suddenly began to move. The passage slowly but inexorably began to narrow, trying to crush the boy. The child's heart sank in his chest, fear paralyzed his movements. But even a 10-second delay could cost him his life now. Therefore, the young Namikaze, sharply turning 180 degrees, jerked back with all his might and only at the last moment managed to leave the danger zone. Having caught his breath a little, Naruto began to think about his next steps, since he again found himself at a familiar fork in the road. Only there was no choice anymore, he had to turn onto the unlit path. It was completely inappropriate to recall passages from adventure stories about avalanches, people buried alive under rubble, and creepy creatures that live underground, in cracks and crevices. Namikaze took a few steps on wobbly legs and stopped to give his eyes a chance to get used to the darkness, and at the same time to calm his frantic heartbeat and even out his breathing. After a quarter of an hour, the set goals were achieved, fear no longer constrained movements, and the eyes, accustomed to the darkness, could already discern the path that lay ahead. Taking a deep breath, the boy reluctantly trudged towards the supposed exit, sinking deeper and deeper into the dark womb of the cave. Monstrous dampness, spiders and other flying and crawling nastiness, rotten water. Something was dripping non-stop, and at times even pouring onto Naruto's head, causing him to shudder, while his feet slowly sank into the viscous mud. After walking a few meters, he found himself in a wide cave, the bottom of which was very bumpy, and the wall went around in large waves. Suddenly Namikaze felt a bug get into his collar and bite him brazenly. He didn't have enough reaction to swat the bloodsucker, all he could do was hope that it wouldn't come back for more. Oh. If I had known in advance, I would have taken something from home to repel insects. I can't stand being their food, and then itching for a day or two. Naruto grumbled, slightly distracted from the gloomy test. He hadn't liked insects since childhood, especially blood-sucking ones. Busy with such thoughts, the genin slowly and carefully continued on his way, when suddenly he was covered by a wave of boundless, physically tangible horror. Following the unaccountable and inexplicable fear that squeezed his insides into one pulsating lump, a dry rustling sound was heard from the tunnel. It seemed as if a scaly giant snake, a relic of bygone eras, was now approaching the prisoner of the dungeon. But it was not a snake, but, contrary to expectations, something more terrible and disgusting. A huge black widow was moving along the tunnel. Of all the creatures the boy had read about in his books, it was she who aroused the greatest disgust in him. Run away as fast as I can. Anywhere, just to get away from here, from this nightmare. This thought obsessively stuck in the boy's head. However, with a titanic effort, Naruto still restrained himself. He did not turn into a frightened animal, he remained a man. Or maybe he was just temporarily paralyzed by fear. On the other hand, it was also obvious that it wasn't easy to run around in a dark dungeon filled with various traps. And it's unlikely that something would appear on the exam that would be completely unrealistic to deal with at their level, Naruto reassured himself. If Uzumaki suddenly appeared and offered his help, the boy would not refuse. But he did not want to ask the Jinchuriki for a favor himself. Moreover, it was quite a controversial question as to what was scarier, a giant overgrown spider, as if it had crawled out of a horror story, or the nine-tailed demon fox, the Bayu, which was now in his own body. Yesterday's unpleasant conversation with Uzumaki was clearly imprinted in the child's memory. He remembered that state when fear crosses a certain limit, when the psyche, unable to withstand the tension, independently blocks some of the emotions, thus giving the opportunity to think sensibly. Panic ceases to cloud the mind, and there is a chance to find the most acceptable result of further actions. Genin looked at his enemy again, and to his great surprise, he began to notice details he hadn't seen before. For example, the fact that its gigantic size would not have allowed this representative of the fauna to feed itself in such caves. With such dimensions, you can't feed yourself with insects and other small nasty things. Besides, even in books, the dwellings of spiders of this type are much more spacious. And here, it doesn't make sense at all. Something's fishy here, flashed through the child's mind. He can't be real. But Naruto was in no hurry to test his theory empirically. Continuing to examine the vile creature with 8 paws, the genin realized that the uncontrollable horror had melted away completely, giving way to tension. A few seconds later, Namikaze noticed another discrepancy. Having accidentally stepped into the mud with one paw, the Black Widow, although very dirty, still left no traces when moving further. An illusion, Naruto immediately realized. Kai, G, removal, he shouted, forming the Thor, Yin, tiger, seal. A moment later, the arthropod representative disappeared into thin air, and Naruto was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. A new wave of emotions washed over the tired boy, but there was no time to rest. He had to move on. Passing the previous place of the illusion, Namikaze noticed a strange spider about 2 centimeters long. The boy had never seen such a creature before, even in books. However, considering that he had never been deeply interested in entomology, it was not surprising. But there was still one oddity. Having disappeared from view in a hollow between the stones, it just disappeared. Genin even thought that he could see a strange light smoke. However, all this could only have been his imagination due to nerves. He continued his difficult journey with an unsteady step, when suddenly a terrible roar was heard somewhere in the distance. Explosion flashed through Naruto's mind. Judging by the sound, it hit hard. And considering that the walls don't shake, it was at a decent distance. I hope the boys are okay, Namikaze whispered. Worried about his teammates, he tried to speed up. Fortunately, the traps on the remaining section of the route were not carefully hidden, and, in Namikaze Jr.'s opinion, were actually quite obvious. Although one cannot overlook the fact that after the recent surge of adrenaline, the boy's senses were heightened to the limit. Eventually, Naruto saw a heavy rusty door made of dark metal. Opening it with great difficulty, he found himself in the next room, where another surprise was waiting for the child. Sora, he muttered in surprise, looking at the shabby but quite contented boy with some kind of bag in his hands. Chapter 11. The Test. Together again. Sora, Namikaze Jr. muttered in shock, looking at his shabby but pleased with himself peer with some kind of bag in his hands. The pseudo-Jinchuriki was no less surprised by the unexpected meeting, but tried to hide it. Naruto, you heard the explosion too, right? Sora asked with feigned indifference. Namikaze nodded in concentration. He had already figured out that since Sasuke was missing from him, it was most likely Uchiha who had gotten into trouble and could now be wounded. Namikaze did not consider Sasuke his friend. They were constantly arguing and could not stand each other. But now it was different. After all, when life was at stake, there was no time for petty squabbles. The sound came from somewhere around there. The blonde waved his hand towards the rusty door at the other end of the hall. Or from behind that arch. He added after a few seconds. Stop. It seems there really is someone there. Namikaze jumped up, forgetting his previous caution, but was immediately caught by the scruff of the neck by Sora, who had kept his cool. Are you a complete idiot? Have you forgotten about the traps already? Sora asked, hiding his surprise behind irritation. Again this sudden change in behavior. And again something unlike before. Contradicting himself. The boy shook his head mentally. You're right, Naruto quieted down. He himself didn't know what came over him, emotions suddenly prevailed over self-control. It's just, stop chatting and let's go already. Sora confidently took a step in the chosen direction. By the way, I know what kind of traps there are, he continued after a while, abruptly stopping in front of the entrance. This corridor is terribly similar to the path I took. The passage was of medium width, the ceiling low, the walls quite solid. The floor was covered with old dirty slabs of rough processing, which were mostly dark gray. Having given brief instructions on how to avoid certain obstacles, the pseudo-Jinchuriki, followed by Namikaze, stepped into the corridor, quickly passing by the holes in the wall, from which, judging by the shape and size, one should expect surprises, in the form of throwing iron like kunai and shuriken. But nothing jumped out, flew out, or spat out, since both genin stepped on the floor extremely carefully, passing all the brightening squares laid out in a bizarre mosaic. As Naruto advanced, it became harder and harder. And it wasn't because of the traps, which were easy to avoid thanks to Sora, but because of the younger Uchiha. He was lying on the floor, all wounded, showing no signs of life. If only he were alive. Naruto prayed silently. Worries about his comrade completely pushed aside other problems and fears. Even though he and Sasuke had never been friends, Namikaze still considered him not a stranger. Soon the genin were next to Uchiha. Namikaze quickly felt the pulse and, having calmed down a little, began to quickly examine the numerous wounds. Swollen, with numerous bruises, they eloquently told how much different the children's tests were. By the way, Sora suddenly said, remembering something. I found a first aid kit here. He added, holding out his bag. Where? Namikaze Jr. asked in surprise, not fully understanding what his comrade was talking about. Right now he was more concerned about the Uchiha's condition. A first aid kit. Oh yeah, I'll tell you now. Anyway, this is how it happened. I was walking down a corridor similar to this one. Only at first there were almost no traps. I even got bored, which is why I lost my concentration a little, and I paid for it. The walls around me started to narrow. The genin began his story. Maybe we should get down to business. This isn't the best time to chat, Namikaze said, while he was carefully examining the contents of the first aid kit. Since his head was filled with other problems, it was impossible to think about, was that a harsh answer? Or, how would the other person react to such words? And thanks to this, Naruto's speech was free and easy. In short, I was trapped. Sora continued to tell his story quickly. I didn't want to turn back, and going forward wasn't the best option either. I might not make it in time. And I also noticed that the ceiling in that place was higher than usual. And the hole at the top turned out to be the entrance to a cave. And it was so dark that not everyone would have noticed it. I climbed up the walls there. It was as dark as a crypt. And barely had my eyes time to get used to the darkness, when something plopped down on my back and grabbed my clothes with its sharp claws. I immediately spun around, jabbed my hand with a kunai behind my back. Something creaked disgustingly above my ear, scraped its paws along the wall. Turning around, I saw a slightly crumpled, but quite alive woodlouse of enormous size. It darted from the stone at me, sticking out its segmented antennae. The boy got into the swing of things. His speech became much more emotional. But I deftly shaved the woodlouse's belly with a couple of shurikens. The insect's front half plopped down in the mud and began to circle in silent agony. Disgust and revulsion flashed across Sora's face. It was creepy. Hey, are you listening to me? Naruto just waved it off, continuing to rummage around in search of the necessary medicines. And Sora suddenly realized that he was telling a completely different story from what he was asked about. And I found the first aid kit further on, in a hiding place on the wall. Along with a note. I see, Naruto muttered under his breath, opening some flask. He sniffed the contents and almost joyfully announced, phew, here it is. Sora didn't understand him. This medicine will help bring Sasuke back to his senses. And how are you going to get him drunk while he's unconscious? The pseudo-Jinchuriki whined skeptically. His teammates' words didn't bother Namikaze at all. It would be more correct to say that he is in a semi-conscious state. And perhaps he can take a few sips. At least it is worth a try, Naruto said and began to put his plan into action. Sasuke felt someone slightly lift his head and press a vessel to his lips, from which came a pleasant herbal smell. The genin obediently opened his mouth, absorbing the contents, despite the pain in his throat. Apparently, the drink gave him strength, because as soon as he drank it, all his sleepiness was blown away. The Uchiha tried to open his eyes again, and this time he succeeded. When he came to, he couldn't move for the first few seconds. His body refused to obey, as if it knew that movement would lead to nothing good. Are you awake? Namikaze asked, looking into his comrade's eyes to determine whether he was able to perceive what was happening around him sensibly. PHDTI. Ha-ka. Almost. Uchiha said only one word, but it seemed to take all his strength. His eyes darkened. You better keep quiet, Naruto advised. The medicine needs time to work. You should feel better in about 5 to 10 minutes. This time Sasuke didn't dare answer and limited himself to closing his eyelids in understanding. Namikaze was starting to feel sick, although he hadn't noticed any fear of blood before. Keeping calm was becoming an impossible task for him. After all, everything was much more complicated than Naruto had assumed. It was incredibly difficult to provide assistance when every action you took caused severe pain to your comrade, and theory alone was clearly not enough. The situation was made worse by the fact that his hands were shaking, and the rising panic was preventing him from thinking clearly. And he hadn't even started treating the injuries yet. I can't handle it myself, the boy concluded sadly. I need to tune in and remember what's what, Namikaze said, taking a deep breath and closing his eyes. There is no choice. I simply need Uzumaki's help. Without him, Sasuke might die. But Namikaze didn't know how to descend into the depths of the subconscious, and after the conflict, the mental connection with the double disappeared. However, not even a few seconds passed before he found himself in his inner world. There was no one nearby. Naruto, senpai, the boy called timidly. There was no answer. Namikaze went deeper into the peculiar labyrinth, looking around. Seeing a sleeping Bayu around the corner, he recoiled in horror. Only when the boy managed to overcome himself a few seconds later and looked closer, he noticed Uzumaki peacefully snoring on the tails of a huge fox. What should I do? Naruto Jr. thought in confusion. After all, any shout would rather wake up the demon than the boy. But there was no time to waste. Time was running out. Every second counted. Blood loss was no joke. And failure to treat wounds in a timely manner could cause serious complications. We'll have to get closer and wake up the double. There's no choice. Concern for Sasuke caused the boy to take drastic measures. On wobbly legs, young Namikaze approached the object of his greatest fear. Naruto, he said timidly, touching Uzumaki's shoulder. The only response was the boy's muttering, clearly not planning on waking up. Instead, he covered his head with one of the 9 tails. What should I do? I won't even be able to touch him now. The genin began to panic. It was clear that touching the Kyuubi's poisonous chakra might not be possible at all. Uzumaki was just an exception, right? Okay, what happened? Swallowing the lump in his throat and closing his eyes tightly, Namikaze shouted almost in one breath. Naruto-senpai, I need your help. Please. Tears began to well up in his eyes at the last words. Please. A quiet sob. Uzumaki began to toss and turn, and after a while he sat up. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he began to look in surprise at his younger copy, who was now standing in front of him, shaking in silent sobs. If the Jinchuriki had previously harbored some resentment towards Namikaze, there was no trace of it left now. What happened? Tell me, the boy immediately asked in a calm but firm voice. He wanted to ask the child a lot of things, but now he was in no condition to hold a conversation. Something serious had happened. It was obvious to the naked eye. I need your help, Naruto Jr. muttered, glancing warily at the Biju. His heart was pounding in his chest, and his voice was trembling treacherously. The Biju couldn't help but wake up from such a scream. However, taking a deep breath, the boy continued, See, can you temporarily take control of the body and help one person? He's badly injured. Let's go. I'll do everything in my power, Uzumaki answered briefly, wisely leaving the other questions for better times. Well, Uzumaki whistled. What kind of test is this? He asked, not believing his own eyes. After all, these were just academy graduates. They were still kids. What kind of idiot decided to conduct such a test? It was cruel and wrong. I don't know. There were no particular threats to my life along the way. The younger one muttered absent-mindedly. Naruto, how long are you going to tune in? Sora's nervous voice rang out. No, I'm ready, Uzumaki replied and added mentally. Leave it to me. How can I help? Sora asked, his voice almost calm now. Now that Naruto looked more confident, the boy felt a little better. Hold Sasuke. First, we need to remove the small fragments and treat the wounds. Uzumaki spoke briefly and strictly to the point. This is an anesthetic with some additives, he said, taking several tablets out of the first aid kit. Unfortunately, it is not strong, but it works quite quickly. And the additives should help keep consciousness on a thin thread and prevent it from breaking from pain shock. Swallow, the blonde said, bringing the pills to the Uchiha's mouth. And if you messed something up? He looked at the offered medicine with apprehension. It wasn't that he didn't trust Naruto at all, but he still had concerns. Drink, if you're not a masochist, Uzumaki said, looking intently into Sasuke's eyes. The look was confident and unyielding, there was no desire to argue, and the boy obediently swallowed what was offered. And then, not without Sora's help, he assumed a sitting position so that it would be easier for his teammate to treat the wounds. For now I'll take care of those small fragments that won't be difficult to pull out. However, it's still not pleasant, be patient. Uzumaki splashed alcohol into his palm and carefully wiped his hands. Then, having moistened a piece of cotton wool with another antiseptic, he got to work. He pulled out foreign objects from his body one by one and disinfected the wounds. During this time, Sasuke did not utter a sound. He only occasionally winced, clenched his teeth tightly and shuddered. And now comes the hardest part, Uzumaki said quietly, sitting down opposite Uchiha's left shoulder, who only swallowed nervously, fully aware of what awaited him next. The anesthetic should be working by now, but it will still hurt, Naruto said, be patient. He just nodded in response. Uzumaki grabbed the edge of the shard with his fingers and pulled it towards himself. Sasuke tried to hold back his groans with an effort of will, but the sharp pain still got the better of him. The shard was deep and didn't give in right away. I hope I don't hit the artery, Naruto Sr. thought, grabbing the blood-slick piece of stone tighter. It's somewhere nearby. Finally, the rock gave way, and a few seconds later Naruto was clutching the ill-fated fragment in one hand and pressing the medicine to the wound with the other. Sasuke hissed through his teeth. Uzumaki was about to tell him that the worst was over, but it was not to be. There was a hole in the center of the large blood stain on his t-shirt. There was no doubt about it. The wound was made up of torn pieces of clothing. Listen, Sasuke, Naruto said, squatting down opposite his friend. It's going to hurt again, even more than before. You need to get the tissue out of the wound, otherwise it'll fester. Can you bear it? He nodded resignedly and bit his lower lip. There was no other choice anyway. Uzumaki began to carefully pick at the wound, trying to pick up the flaps. Uchiha moaned and gnashed his teeth, but barely twitched. There was no way to get the small slippery piece of cloth out. Spitting to the side in frustration, Naruto took the kunai and, wiping it with alcohol, widened the wound a little. A minute later, the satisfied blonde had already pulled out the blood-soaked piece of cloth and, having bandaged the wound, straightened up with relief. Sasuke looked at the blonde with eyes clouded with pain. Nonsense, Uzumaki said, trying to cheer up the Uchiha. The bone isn't hurt, nor is the artery. You'll recover in a couple of days in the hospital. The main thing is for this crazy test to end quickly, the Jinchuriki added mentally, not hiding his bitterness. And where are the adults looking? However, remembering that Namikaze could hear everything too, he continued, but, one way or another, you'll be fine. I'll take care of it. Don't worry so much, Naruto. He addressed his double, who was still in shock. Namikaze Jr. was confused by such words and did not know what to answer. On the one hand, he was immensely grateful to the Jinchuriki. On the other hand, some fear of Uzumaki, as well as concerns that he, for example, could blurt out something unnecessary, did not disappear. Senpai, I was thinking. The child began to hesitate in choosing his words. After all, the test is designed to test our strength. And it will be better if we pass it without outside help. Especially since our team is together again. Are you still afraid of me? Uzumaki asked carefully, trying to figure out the true reason for such words, which were clearly an excuse. I don't know. I'm sorry. Forget it. The child decided to leave the conversation. Naruto, the Jinchuriki Genin addressed him warmly but firmly, tell the truth. I really don't know, the younger one said quietly. So much has happened today. I'm confused. I don't want to think about it now. And yes, I'm very grateful to you for Sasuke, and for your support. But from now on, I have to try to cope on my own. That's the right thing to do. I guess, the child sighed. He wanted Uzumaki to leave temporarily, and at the same time, he was terribly ashamed of such a desire. After all, he had helped a lot, and in general, he treated him very well, despite all his shortcomings. But Uzumaki also caused enough problems, since he and his double were too different and had not yet managed to fully get used to each other. There was an awkward pause in the air. If that's what you want, I'll leave you alone now. But if you suddenly change your mind or something unexpected happens, you can always count on my help. Hey, Naruto, came a voice right next to Namikaze's ear. Then came several finger snaps in front of his eyes. What's wrong with you? Look, your friends are already looking for you. They're worried, the Jinchuriki smiled kindly. Don't worry so much. See you at a more appropriate time, he said and, without waiting for an answer, returned to the subconscious. Yes, I'm fine, the Hokage's son waved it off. Well, maybe I was a little nervous, the boy shrugged uncertainly. For a few more seconds, Sora continued to look at his comrade with a skeptical gaze. You're a strange person, Naruto. But I think I even like that about you, the pseudo-Jinchuriki finally said and grinned. Thank you, Sasuke whispered under his breath. He felt terribly awkward in this situation. After all, he had said so much to Namikaze before the test began, and in the end, his teammates had to bail him out. And the most help came from the one Uchiha considered a coward, a lazy person, and an incompetent. Naruto smiled slightly, and Uzumaki's last words came to mind. Friends. Worried. It's true, flashed through the boy's mind. Before Namikaze knew it, they had all become friends. Sora and Sasuke may not realize it yet, but the ordeal had already brought the team members together. Okay, let's go. We shouldn't waste time. Sasuke is injured, so the journey will take longer, the blonde said. Don't compare me to yourself, the genin snorted with feigned displeasure. The pride of the heir to the Uchiha clan did not allow him to answer otherwise. However, Namikaze ignored these sharp words, and deep down Sasuke was even glad about it. Then, after a short introductory briefing for the owner of the Sharingan, this time 3 genin moved towards the large hall. The journey took twice as long, but the boys didn't pay attention to it. Especially since another surprise was waiting for Naruto and Sora soon. The boys' eyes opened to a spacious stone hall with vaulted ceilings. The floor was also stone, and in the very center on a dais there was something resembling a hybrid of a table and an altar. Although neither Naruto nor Sora had had a chance to examine this hall before, they were absolutely certain that there was no elevation here at all. They weren't here, were they? Sora asked, pointing to the steps. I think so too, Namikaze answered with a little doubt in his voice. Having climbed up, the boys saw that there were 14 identical depressions in the peculiar stone table. 7 of them were located on the left edge, one under the other. In them lay one ball of different colors, and a little to the right were the names of these colors signed in katakana. On the right side of the table, the remaining recesses were arranged in a specific order. There were no balls there, but in each of the holes a number was drawn, most of the numbers were repeated. In addition, all these small grooves were connected by 3 circles. There was a note nearby. 7 holes with numbers. 7 colored balls must be placed in different slots. That is, 5,040 possible combinations, from which you need to find the only correct one. The answer key is in the color of the balls and the numbers in the holes. And remember, you have no right to make a mistake. Blank, underscore underscore. The puzzle condition in graphic form. Read more in the comments below the chapter. Chapter 12. The test. The end of problems or just the beginning. On the surface of the stone table were 14 identical depressions. 7 of them were located on the left edge, one under the other. In them lay one ball of different colors, and a little to the right were the names of these colors written in katakana. On the right side of the table, the remaining recesses were arranged in a specific order. There were no balls in them, but each of the holes had a number drawn on it, most of the numbers were repeated. In addition, all these small grooves were connected by 3 circles. There was a note nearby. 7 holes with numbers. 7 colored balls must be placed in different slots. That is, 5,040 possible combinations, from which you need to find the only correct one. The answer key is in the color of the balls and the numbers in the holes. And remember, you have no right to make a mistake. What the hell? Sora asked, surprised, after finishing the note. His voice echoed throughout the room, accompanied by a strange rustling sound that the pseudo-Jinchuriki ignored. You mean the note? Or maybe about. Without finishing the sentence, Sasuke pointed to the corners of the room, where noisy streams of clear water instantly gushed into the hall through round holes. To the genin's great surprise, it also poured out of old cracks in the ceiling, along with very large leeches that, if you believe the textbooks, feed on chakra. What the? Was all Sora could mutter, impressed by what he saw. Namikaze simply froze without saying a word. Senpai, what should we do? He asked his elder, worried. There was nowhere to run. The genins found themselves in a closed room that was slowly but inexorably filling with water. It seems like the surest way to get out of here is to solve a riddle. Maybe you shouldn't waste your time. Uzumaki decided to give the child a task before he had time to panic. Naruto Jr. just nodded and began to examine the indentations with numbers along with the note he found. I don't like this at all, Sora whispered, looking around. In any case, we need to try to solve this puzzle. Maybe we'll get rid of the dampness at the same time. Sasuke grinned through force, hiding his true fear behind a semblance of a smile. However, it is worth noting that despite everything, the boy was surprisingly calm and reserved for his age. Uzumaki noticed this. What in my world? What here? I have no idea what this Uchiha has in mind. Apparently, such stealth comes with the Sharingan, the Jinchuriki grinned. Namikaze, absorbed in solving the problem, did not pay attention to Naruto's remark. Or he pretended to. Time will tell. The katakana in the note confuses me. What is she doing here? Uchiha voiced his thoughts. What difference does it make? Sora waved it off. Are we going to solve a puzzle or discuss the literacy of the writer? The pseudo-Jinchuriki was seriously scared. This was the first time he felt a direct threat to his life. After all, the water had almost risen to their level, and the genin still hadn't decided what to do. Guys, I think I understood something. Namikaze timidly shouted to his friends, finishing writing some letters on the dusty table with his finger. Sora was interested in such a statement, and Uchiha only chuckled skeptically. As Sasuke said, katakana immediately catches the eye. Note: foreign words are written in katakana. All the countries I know now speak different dialects of the same language. Previously, as you remember from your history course, there were many more languages, but only one was used by shinobi. An artificial language with a specific alphabet. I wrote the names of flowers in it, and this is what I got, look. Namikaze pointed to the neatly written letters on the table. Blue, blue. Purple, purple, red, red, yellow, yellow, black, black, green, green. Orange, orange, one word of 3 letters, one of 4. Naruto began to explain his thoughts. Uchiha quickly figured out what was going on, but was surprised that Naruto had managed to come up with something like that. He even involuntarily recalled the phrase that had been said during the team distribution. And if I always acted like a quiet loser, that doesn't mean that I really am like that. Didn't think that it could just be a mask. It seems Naruto really isn't as simple as he seems. But why all this show? Flashed through the mind of the owner of the great dojutsu. But then he quickly switched to solving pressing problems. So the number of letters corresponds to the numbers in the holes. Sounds reasonable, no doubt. But we still don't know what to do with 5 of the 7 balls, and time is running out, Sasuke said, taking the red and blue balls in his hands and putting them into the chosen holes. At the same time, the water gushed out with tripled force. Without saying a word, Sasuke and Naruto grabbed the remaining balls. Uchiha took the purple and black. The first one was instantly between the blue and red, and the second one in the center. Namikaze shoved the yellow ball into the outermost recess, then the orange and green into the only slots that would fit them. As soon as the last ball took its rightful place, the water began to quickly recede, giving the genin the opportunity to breathe a sigh of relief. Quickly, Sora said, catching his breath, and disgustedly kicked the leech that was a few centimeters from his leg. And someone said that you wouldn't work together, he added with a grin, looking at the Uchiha. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, then pointedly turned away from each other. They still felt uneasy working together, even though a lot had changed in the last few hours. What show-offs? Sora theatrically covered his face with his hand. Let's move on. Look, 2 paths have appeared, let's go. In the wall directly opposite them, 2 new passages actually opened. In front of each of them stood an impressive-sized tablet with inscriptions in a dead language. One of them said, "Welcome," and the other one said, "Go away." They're clearly making fun of us. Sora groaned pitifully, not understanding the meaning of the words written in these strange letters. Sasuke felt ashamed when he remembered his past indignation. Why should we study this dead, useless language? It's a waste of time. Uchiha grumbled at the time, but he still studied diligently so as not to be inferior to his older brother in anything. And thanks to this, the words on the tablets were not a set of strange symbols for him. Welcome, and go away, Namikaze said quietly, especially for Sora. It remains to understand what the catch is. Sasuke voiced his thoughts out loud. I think we should go where we are forbidden, Sora said, taking a few steps in the chosen direction, but was immediately caught by the scruff of the neck by a member of the Uchiha clan. Hey, what are you doing? Don't get worked up, Sasuke said without much emotion. I want to check something. Having said this, the boy picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into the passage. A moment later, the room behind the arch was filled with fire, which raged there for about 5 minutes. And when everything died down, the genin did not even notice traces of the stone thrown, only an empty, at first glance, room in soot and black carbon. Sora sat on the floor and looked ahead in fear. Gradually, the situation became clear. If he hadn't been stopped, there would have been nothing left of him now except for burnt bones. Although no, there probably weren't any left either. Meanwhile, Namikaze was also in a sitting position. Noise, flash, fire, surprise. All this merged into a terrible cocktail. All's well that ends well, Uzumaki tried to encourage him, his voice sounding too serene to the child after this kind of event. Why are you so calm? We could all have died. Shinobi often find themselves in dangerous situations, finding themselves on the brink of death. And panic will only make the situation worse. But, Namikaze couldn't calm down. His eyes became moist. Uzumaki was really absolutely calm. And it wasn't that he was a seasoned shinobi who had been through a lot of trouble. His intuition told him that there was some kind of trick behind everything that was happening. They wouldn't expose academy graduates to mortal danger. Perhaps they wanted to cure them of their overconfidence, instill some useful habits, but not kill them. And Sasuke had come to his senses too quickly. He was able to move normally too quickly. Besides, if you remember, the fragments were in many painful points, but there were no life-threatening wounds at all, as if everything had been set up and carefully monitored. But the Jinchuriki wasn't going to tell his namesake this. It had been a useful lesson, even if it wasn't childish at all. Only Sasuke remained standing and stared ahead with an absent gaze. The fact that the genin was deep in thought was obvious to the naked eye, but what exactly his mind was occupied with was anyone's guess. With you, everything will be good, the Jinchuriki said slowly, emphasizing each word. You already said that, but we could have died several times. I'm sorry, I can't explain why now. Just believe me, please. He continued in a slightly guilty but confident tone. Namikaze remained silent. Although he thought the elder's words were unfounded, on a subconscious level he still believed Uzumaki. Having put his emotions in order, Naruto Jr. began to examine the nearest sign again. And there was something to think about. The letter O looked too strange. It looked more like an inverted I, and only the general meaning of the phrase made it read differently. Meanwhile, Uchiha, tilting his head to the side, was also looking at the tablet. And after a while, a slight smile touched his lips, and he confidently approached the inscription and began to shake the stone plate on which it was depicted. Sasuke, what's wrong? Sora asked, watching the proceedings closely. He desperately wanted to solve a new puzzle with his comrades, but not knowing the ancient language made it virtually impossible. Sasuke didn't bother to answer the question and only asked, "Can you help me turn this thing over? It's too heavy." Hearing these words, Namikaze immediately understood what was going on and, smiling, replied, "Certainly. We're already on our way," Sora supported, without asking any unnecessary questions. Uzumaki, like the pseudo-Jinchuriki, didn't understand what was going on. He understood very little about history, much less ancient languages. The young man couldn't even answer the question of whether it was studied at the academy in his home world, since he brazenly skipped most of his classes. When the tablet, rotated 180 degrees, took its rightful place, a strange noise was heard from the hall. After waiting for silence to reign again, Sasuke threw several stones at it. This time, as expected, there were no fiery surprises. The trap was deactivated. It was no coincidence that the stone plate now bore the inscription, "Come in," which meant, enter. Uchiha, Namikaze, and Sora behind them carefully walked through the arch. The genin found themselves in a half-empty hall, where a slender girl with scarlet hair sat. She was wearing a long white blouse and black tight shorts. In her hands she held a flute. "I didn't think you'd make it here," the representative of the Uzumaki clan said with a grin in her voice. "Who are you?" was all Sora said, not expecting to meet his peer here at all. "Examiner," she grinned. "What? Doesn't look like her. Are you kidding me?" The pseudo-Jinchuriki snorted. "Not at all." The girl's sly smile never left her lips. "Maybe just a little bit." "That sounds logical," Sasuke interrupted the other person's dialogue. "You specialize in genjutsu, right?" he asked, earning his comrades' uncomprehending looks in his direction. The smile of the fair sex representative subsided slightly, and interest flashed in her eyes. "And how did you find out?" "You just told me," Uchiha replied carelessly. "I just don't get it. Why can't the Sharingan see through your illusion? I know your flute is a powerful thing, but I'm sure there's something else here. And where did you get such knowledge?" Pointed his finger at the sky. And hit the mark. As it turns out, Sasuke smiled mysteriously. The girl measured her interlocutor with an appraising glance, but did not say a word. Then she brought the flute to her lips, and an enchanting melody filled the room. Along with it, the symbols on the amulets became brighter and began to move. A second later, the genins felt dizzy and their vision suddenly darkened. However, this was only a short-term side effect. Soon the boys came to their senses and, to their surprise, found themselves sitting on the grass with their backs to each other. Not far away sat the girl holding the flute, and in front of her stood Yamato without his mask. Directly behind them was a table with 15 chairs hastily made with mokuton. The elders sat at the table with an important air, along with the Hokage. In addition to them, There were several members of the Leaf and Root Anbu, as well as support shinobi and medics. Sasuke needs help, Namikaze Jr. blurted out in an instant, barely coming to his senses. The answer was silence, and a slight smile touched the faces of some people. Naruto looked back at his comrade, who was sitting next to him in clean, intact clothes without even a hint of any injuries, in bewilderment. But how? Whispered the youngest son of the Hokage. What a dobio you are. We were in Genjutsu after all. The whole test is a strange, realistic, cruel, but still an illusion. That's true, Minato confirmed. His face was expressionless, but there was a subtle hint of sadness and worry in his eyes. Namikaze Jr. was the only one who noticed it. Then why are there so many doctors here? Sora muttered thoughtfully. They are not for you, the Hokage answered shortly, nodding towards the tired Uzumaki Tayuya. Next to her sat a young man dressed in the standard attire of the Konohagakure medic nin. It was not noticeable, but his right hand was on the girl's shoulder and radiated a greenish light. No one can pull off such a technique alone. And Tayuya is your age. So all these medics are not insurance, but a necessity, Hikaru continued for his father. After all, it is not proper for the Hokage to explain such nuances to the genin. And now about the test. Itachi took over the baton. You all successfully completed the task, although, naturally, there were some mistakes on your part. However, it was decided to leave the analysis of the mistakes until tomorrow. And now you are free. Rest, gain strength and do not forget to think about your actions today. We'll meet tomorrow at noon at the same place, Yamato added. After which all the adults went about their business. Most of them disappeared in an instant, the rest soon followed suit, taking the girl with them. And only after another 5 minutes did the genins deign to rise from the ground. In their current state, it was not so easy. The terrible weakness in their entire body, a side effect of that technique, interfered. I think I'll go to bed earlier than usual tonight, Sasuke muttered tiredly, getting to his feet. He swayed from side to side for the first few seconds, but soon everything returned to normal. Only the weakness remained. You're lucky. For example, I still need to find Sensei Iruka, Sora complained. Minato-san told me to definitely brush up on my knowledge in some subjects. Well, bye. Uchiha waved his hand. See you soon, Sora agreed. Bye, Naruto said quietly and walked home at a leisurely pace. Namikaze carefully stepped over the threshold of his own home. For the first time, he was in a hurry to get here. The boy wanted to be the first to tell his mother about his successes. The phrase, I'm home, which was uncharacteristic for him, was about to burst from his lips, when suddenly he felt that the air in the room was too dry and its temperature was clearly higher than usual. In addition, the child felt a painfully familiar and carefully hidden evil aura and froze in his tracks. I forgot something at the training ground. He lied to his senior and, instantly slipping out into the street, ran as fast as he could in an unknown direction. Naruto, Uzumaki called him quietly a minute later. The training ground is on the other side. Maybe you could explain yourself. Naruto Jr. stopped, but hesitated before answering. He couldn't bring himself to tell the truth, but he didn't want to lie either. Finally mustering up his courage, he whispered in a trembling voice, It happened again. Chapter 13. Don't confuse the illogical with the impossible. Don't look into the past, because that's where fears live. Don't look into the future, because that's where illusions live. Look into the present, because you live in it. And this is where you can be yourself. The training ground is on the other side. Maybe you can explain. Naruto Jr. stopped, but was in no hurry to answer. He couldn't bring himself to tell the truth, but he didn't want to lie either. Finally mustering up his courage, he whispered in a trembling voice, It happened again. What exactly? Uzumaki asked again. Now he was trying to remember what could have scared the double so much. The atmosphere in the house, if you think about it, was indeed a little strange and tense, but the guy definitely did not feel the presence of strangers. It's a long story, the younger one answered evasively. But we have no hurry, do we? The Jinchuriki did not want to retreat. The child was silent. He was not ready for a frank conversation on this topic, but at the same time he desperately wanted to get answers to the questions that had tormented him since childhood. Questions that he had never dared to ask his family. Tell me, maybe I can help with something. Uzumaki said quietly and began to wait for an answer. He didn't intend to pressure the younger one, but he didn't want to let things slide either. Okay, the youngest son of the Hokage decided after 5 minutes of agonizing doubts. He overcame his fear to clarify the situation, to find out what books would not tell. And in return, Naruto Jr. was going to answer the questions that interested Uzumaki. This will be fair, the boy decided, diving into the depths of his subconscious. Namikaze sat down, leaning his back against the elders. He managed to force himself to talk about the sensitive topic with both the Jinchuriki and the nine-tailed itself, but the child was unable to look at the demon. Nevertheless, Naruto Jr. wanted to ask Kyubi a few questions that few could answer. This will be better, Namikaze convinced himself. Ask away, senpai, he said quietly. It'll be easier for me if you start the conversation first. Okay, he nodded. It was unusual for him to talk without eye contact. But this was the desire of the double, and the Jinchuriki took it into account. Can you explain your attitude towards your mother? He asked the question that had been tormenting him. After all, she loves you very much, and you practically shy away from her. I don't think she could ever raise a hand to you. Or maybe, the guy didn't have time to finish before he was interrupted. No. What are you saying? The interlocutor shuddered. It wasn't her. That is, she, but not in her right mind. Or rather, her body, but it wasn't her mother who controlled it, he chatted nervously. Naruto Jr. had hoped that the conversation would start differently, but alas. It all started with the most painful part. Those weren't her eyes, but the eyes of a demon. Namikaze closed his eyes and began shaking his head, driving away the memories that had flooded in. Quiet, calm down. Tell me, everything is fine. No, it's not good. The younger one said sadly. Kushina doesn't remember anything about those days. Not at all. And that's scary. Naruto the younger one continued in a trembling voice. That's why I wanted to know. To know from a reliable source. Under what conditions is a Bayu capable of forcibly taking over the body of its host? It's probably the Jinchuriki's intense anger and malice. Or the depletion of his own chakra. Uzumaki began, scratching his head thoughtfully. And also the use of the Bijuu's chakra in large quantities while you still have a strained relationship. Am I right, Ku? A moment later, the subconscious was shaken by the muffled laughter of the nine-tailed fox. Namikaze shuddered and pressed himself even more tightly against his double's back, but didn't utter a sound. He tried to control himself, mentally preparing himself for the fact that he might have to speak directly to the Bayu himself. But fortunately, Uzumaki's slightly offended voice diffused the tense situation. What are you laughing at? I said everything correctly. I tested it on my own skin. The laughter only got louder. Ha ha, and the fact that you have a very rare seal of 8 trigrams on you, you are not going to take into account. I'm not good at fuinjutsu, I'm sorry. Uzumaki's voice was quiet, but still dissatisfied. If you're so smart, you could have answered yourself. It's long and irrational to go through all the possible options, snorted the nine-tailed one. What seal is on it? Well, the Uzumaki clan seal. I don't know which one exactly, the child became despondent. Although, he perked up after a few seconds, some symbols start glowing on Kushina's stomach when she's in this state. It's noticeable even through her clothes. Very interesting. Ku, you've realized something, I see. Maybe you won't be a grump and share it with us? Asked Uzumaki, who even after coming of age still had problems with patience, although he had acquired the endurance necessary for Anbu, and only with Kurama and his closest friends did he behave like in the good old days. Yako no Fuin Shoheki, the Bayu answered briefly and to the point. This seal is also sometimes called a barrier that glows in the dark. And, he hinted at the expectation of a detailed answer from the Jinchuriki. What do you think? Am I a walking library? Kyubi started to be indignant, but fell silent, anticipating some unflattering words from his host. He, of all people, loved to be rude in response, and now his insolent look testified to his readiness to support a heated verbal duel. Okay, you've convinced me. The tailed one suddenly changed his anger to mercy. He liked to quarrel and argue with his Jinchuriki a little, but not in front of witnesses. Namikaze watched the conversation in surprise, which was strikingly different from what he expected to hear. Even fear remained somewhere in the background. It seemed as if two old friends were having a conversation behind his back. Except that one of them sounded like he had a sore throat. Can a demon really have such an emotional and relaxed conversation? Namikaze was perplexed. In his perception, the Biju was a concentrate of hatred and malice mixed with cunning, self-interest and a number of other base feelings. There was no talk of any trust, much less friendship. And here, Kyubi and Uzumaki were talking like bosom friends. We're listening, Naruto Sr. said after a few seconds, as Kurama hesitated to answer and looked at him with a strange glint in his eyes. This seal is not weak. So, it seems. The fox paused, but, not noticing the understanding in Uzumaki's eyes, continued. Kushina flew in again. Ku, there are children here. Naruto Sr. hissed at him. Especially if she is expecting a child, it will only be from her legal husband. Okay, you got pregnant. Are you happy? The biju waved him off, changing his interlocutor. Hey, little one, are you expecting a new addition to your family? N no. Sure, P probably. And when did the strange things connected with your mother begin? When I turned 7. Before that, there were only nightmares. The fox thought, it looks like the situation is really bad. What do you mean? The Jinchuriki asked excitedly. Kurama spoke thoughtfully and seriously. This was not a good sign at all. We're all screwed, that's what I mean. The Bayu didn't have time to finish before the annoyed Jinchuriki threw something at him. Namikaze even turned around. What are you teaching the younger generation? He's still a small, cultured boy, and you. Uzumaki tried to shame his furry friend. Let's get to the point. Facts, devoid of emotional characterization on your part. Okay, Kyubi agreed without much pleasure. He was in a bad mood. Especially now, when another, no less significant problem was added to the return home problem. The seal is damaged, no doubt about it. Can you explain your conclusions? The seal that stands on Kushina is slightly weaker than yours. They even look similar. And the seal of the barrier glowing in the darkness has an interesting feature. If a gap appears and a demon tries to intercept control over the body, filling the soul of the carrier with darkness, then the seal begins to emit a golden glow. This is a kind of signal to others. A signal that the Jinchuriki's body is no longer under the control of the owner. Was all Uzumaki could squeeze out. Is there any way to fix the seal? Naruto Jr. timidly asked the tailed beast. Because of all this, I've been having a hard time being around my mother for the past few years, and these breakdowns are happening more and more often. I don't know what to do anymore. And when I look at her, I don't see my mother, but a demon who has taken over her body. I understand that it's not good to think about my own mother like that, but I can't help myself, the child sobbed, wiping away the tears with his fist. Flashback. 5 years ago. Mum, Ni-san gave me a real kunai. A combat one that has been in real battles. Can you imagine? The blonde child boasted about his gift with a smile on his lips. He was too shy among his peers, which cannot be said about his behavior in the family circle. I see, the woman answered somewhat distantly. Mom, what's wrong with you? Naruto worried. Kushina had never shown indifference to her son. It was as if she had been replaced. I'm fine, you imagined it. The eyes of the gentle, loving mother were devoid of any emotion. As if it wasn't a person sitting at the table, clutching a large wooden tray to his chest, but a doll. The boy's intuition told him that something very bad had happened. Even the atmosphere in the house seemed strange and ominous. Everything will be fine. I'll run for Dad, and he'll figure everything out. The child didn't have time to finish speaking before Kushina suddenly rose from her seat, grabbed her son by the shirt on his chest and, lifting him up to her eye level, pressed him against the wall. And through her thin dress, in the area of her stomach, until now hidden behind the tray, one could discern the golden glowing symbols. Don't meddle, none of your business, she said, enunciating each word. If you even hint to anyone about what you saw, you will bitterly regret it. And you will never see your mother again, I'm not joking. A sinister grin touched the woman's lips. Namikaze didn't remember what happened next. He seemed to be in a daze for a long time after these words and only woke up half an hour later from his mother's words. I didn't even notice you came home. You must have dozed off. Are you okay? The woman asked her beloved son affectionately. Why are you sitting right on the kitchen floor? Are you feeling okay? She carefully touched Naruto's forehead with her palm, but he jerked as if scalded, looking at her with eyes full of horror. When asked, what happened? Namikaze Jr. did not answer. He only repeated, everything is fine, shaking his head slightly. A typical gesture of a man who does not believe his own words. End of flashback. A lot can be fixed. The main thing is to thoroughly understand the situation, Uzumaki answered seriously. By the way, how does Hikaru's father react to Kushina's behavior like this? They don't know anything. What? Uzumaki was genuinely surprised. This has been happening for so many years, and they don't know. It can't be. After all, even if they didn't witness such incidents, why didn't you tell them? Firstly, it's not a fact that they would believe me. The boy was all on edge. Secondly, it was said directly. If someone finds out, it will only get worse. I know demons lie, but my mother's body sometimes doesn't obey her. Therefore, making a missing nin out of her is not that difficult. She is a strong kunoiki, and if you add the chakra of the nine-tailed, the consequences can be catastrophic, both for our family and for those around us. Of course, I am a child, and my words may seem like empty chatter, but I have read a lot of books on psychology, tactics, espionage. I also collected any information on the biju. An unusual hobby for your age, Uzumaki said without any irony and, turning to his double, looked into his eyes, where a strange cocktail of sadness, helplessness, and disappointment was splashing. Namikaze remained silent and only nervously bit his lower lip. You have taken on too much. You can't do this, you can't. You need to be able to trust others. Do you hear me? Uzumaki said, looking closely into the child's eyes. He tried to understand the behavior and motives of his double. He tried, but he couldn't. There were too many conflicting feelings in the boy's eyes. He was confused in himself. He had driven himself into a situation from which he saw no way out. And now he was afraid to aggravate an already precarious situation. However, there was another problem. A lack of trust in others. Namikaze, to put it mildly, avoided people. Uzumaki even noticed carefully hidden echoes of anthropophobia. He had never seen such a hybrid of feelings and emotions. In fact, a combination of the incompatible. I don't regret anything, Naruto Jr. said, forcing himself to do so. But it didn't sound very convincing, as if he was assuring himself of this, and not Uzumaki. Naru, listen, I won't teach you how to live, I just want to tell you. The elder's voice was full of sadness. I knew one very good man who didn't trust those around him. He believed only in his own strength, didn't want to drag other people into problems. The guy hid the truth even from his closest ones, and in the end he himself got lost in lies. He realized his mistake when it was too late. Uzumaki paused for a minute and then added, but he also wanted the best. Chapter 14. Birds of a Feather. The conversation suddenly stopped. Everything started to swim before the blonde's eyes, and an excited voice began to reach their consciousness. Ruto. Naruto. Naruto. Some person was gently shaking the child by the shoulders. The fair-haired boy opened his eyes with difficulty. Itachi. Is that you? He muttered, either sleepily or tiredly. What happened? I wanted to ask you what happened. I was coming home and suddenly saw you lying on the ground unconscious. What are you even doing here? The excitement in his voice gradually began to subside. I'm sleeping. Or rather, I was sleeping until I was brazenly woken up. Uzumaki offered an excuse. Namikaze Jr. yawned deeply and continued. Just fell asleep. Don't worry. You're in your element, with a grin. There was slight surprise in the blue eyes. Do you really think that I am so easy to fool? You know me, I will not dig for the truth. You also know that I will always listen to you. And I will repeat to you what I have already told you many times. It is useless to lie to me. No matter how good you are at this, you are far from me. I am an Anbu captain and the heir of one of the founding clans of Konoha. I have years of practice. The Uchiha ruffled the hair of his little friend. Now go home. Today was a hard day. I don't want to go home, Naruto muttered, looking away. I'd rather walk around here. Why? Well, Namikaze carefully chose his words so as not to blurt out too much, but at the same time avoid lying. Today has been quite a day. I'm terribly tired, and I have a lot to think about. On top of that, I have neither the strength nor the desire to answer questions like, well, how are you? How did it go? Or to talk about anything myself. I understand. Today's test is a colossal burden on the psyche. It's no wonder you don't want to remember it now. Of course. The child snorted to himself. He can't even imagine what I've been through in the last 24 hours. And it's not over yet. The only thing I need to be completely happy now is more questions. Naruto chuckled bitterly. He was on the verge of a nervous breakdown after everything he'd been through, and it was only by a miracle that he was able to keep himself under control. Don't be afraid, we'll get through this. The Jinchuriki decided to support the boy. There is no choice. We are in this together, and we will get out together. Teamwork. That's right. I hope, thought the younger one and, not wanting to continue this conversation, changed his interlocutor. Can I stay the night at your place, Itachi? Uchiha's right eyebrow rose in surprise. Problems at home? The guy asked, looking closely into his friend's eyes. I wouldn't like to talk about it. Namikaze looked away. He never could stand a close look. Can I or can't I? Of course, he nodded. I'll send a clone right away so your parents don't worry, the guy said and made the necessary seal. Thank you. Beautiful sunset, isn't it? Uchiha decided to change the subject. He wasn't used to being thanked. Especially when there was nothing to thank him for. Yeah. The sun was slowly sinking toward the horizon. It was no longer as blinding as during the day, but softly warmed with its warm evening rays. A couple of minutes later, The lower edge of the sun touched the horizon. The evening twilight was beginning. The sky was full of clouds, now colored with all sorts of sunset colors, from bright yellow to muted violet. Meanwhile, on the other side of the sky, a pale crescent moon was appearing. Naruto, I would like to talk to you about Sasuke. Do you mind? I don't think it will do any good. The boy shrugged his shoulders in confusion, not looking up from his contemplation of nature. He liked to admire the beauty under the quiet rustle of leaves. It was calming. After all, we haven't communicated normally for several years. I know, but you are very attentive, so you could still notice some oddities. Are you talking about something specific? Itachi nodded briefly and continued. Sasuke has changed over the past year. Out of nowhere, he became more silent. He stopped begging for my attention and started actively training on his own. He even managed to master a couple of techniques that no one had clearly shown him. My brother became more stubborn and reconsidered his priorities. Of course, all this can be attributed to adolescence, but... The guy did not finish the sentence and only shook his head slightly. I don't even know. I guess I didn't pay attention to it, Naruto answered honestly, absent-mindedly shrugging his shoulders. But you know better. So you don't know. Huh. I was just considering the possibility that all these oddities could have been caused by a bet or argument. In particular, with you. One way or another, I definitely have nothing to do with this. Well, a negative result is still a result, Itachi summed up calmly. He leaned against the trunk of a nearby tree and continued to admire the sunset in silence. Soon the big orange sun slowly disappeared from view. At first it moved very slowly, running its rays along the branches and treetops, but then it abruptly dove behind the horizon. The earth instantly plunged into twilight, although a pale glow remained for some time in the sky in the place where the sun had hidden. The first stars began to light up in the sky. Night had come. It's already so late. Namikaze muttered in confusion. Won't you get into trouble because of me? He asked naively. Don't worry. Mikoto, of course, is not thrilled when I return home at night, but she has long since gotten used to it. I see. The boy smiled slightly guiltily. Get in, Uchiha said briefly, turning his back. We don't need to waste time walking at this hour. Naruto didn't argue and obediently wrapped his arms around his neck, and a second later the shinobi were already moving at a decent speed towards the Uchiha quarter. Early in the morning, instead of an alarm clock, a soft female voice rang out, Sony, it's time to get up. Breakfast is coming soon. Itachi hadn't slept for a long time. He had managed to take a shower and tidy up his hair, so now he was calmly studying some scrolls. Namikaze had just woken up and looked around the room with a surprised look, remembering the last events of the previous day. His cheeks were flushed scarlet. Are you okay, Naruto? Itachi asked, looking up from his work. Yes. The boy nodded. I just realized that I'm in someone else's house, and the owners don't even know. In response, Itachi grinned and said, I'm old enough to bring friends home without asking permission. I'm 18, after all, if you remember. So don't worry. Boys, come down for breakfast. Itachi, are you home? Mikoto's ringing voice filled the house again. Yes, Mom, and I'm not alone. Decided to settle down and brought a girlfriend with you. Will I really become a grandmother soon? The woman asked cheerfully in response. She could hardly contain her laughter, imagining her eldest son's face after such a phrase. Itachi choked on these words and blushed slightly, which was very noticeable on his pale skin. Mikoto was the only person who could make the imperturbable heir of the Uchiha clan blush. Mom, you again? The guy asked with reproach in his voice. Now in front of strangers. He exhaled heavily. Not again, but once again, the woman retorted in a satisfied voice. Hey, I have to have breakfast in an all-male company again. She feigned despondency. Namikaze sat quietly to the side, embarrassed. It was the first time he had seen Mikoto from this side. However, the last time Namikaze Jr. had briefly spoken to her was on the eve of his 7th birthday and he remembered little about her character. Anyway, come on down, breakfast is getting cold, said the woman, who had already had her fill of fun, in a faintly stern voice. Yes, Mom, we're on our way, Itachi answered right from the stairs. And 5 seconds later he was in the kitchen, where the meal had already begun, and now only a guest was missing from the table. Naruto, stop being shy and come down already, Itachi shouted, not wanting to make his mother wait. Naruto, Sasuke even choked on such unexpected news. Mikoto was no less surprised. Chapter 15. How to look into the water. Last evening at the Namikaze family. I'm back, Hikaru shouted as usual right from the doorway. Is Naruto with you? Kushina asked excitedly, coming out to meet him. And no, the guy was confused when he saw his mother in such a tense state. He left earlier. Naruto never came home. I'm worried. Everything is fine with him, don't worry, Hikaru tried to cheer up his mother. He's probably somewhere in a quiet place enjoying the beauty of nature and solitude. I'll have a serious talk with him and bring him home. Don't worry, Hikaru shouted, already running out of the house. He himself didn't really believe his own words, but he sincerely hoped that everything would end well. Too bad I'm not a censor. Turning the corner with such thoughts, the heir of the Namikaze clan almost knocked down his best friend Itachi. Or, to be more precise, his shadow clone. Lightning-fast reflexes, which all Anbu members possess to one degree or another, came to the rescue. Hikaru, Uchiha began, but was interrupted. Sorry, Itachi, I'm in a hurry, Hikaru shouted as he ran, and was about to disappear from sight when he suddenly heard something unexpected. I have Naruto, if anything. Good luck. What? Good luck to you in this urgent matter, he repeated calmly. And I still need to drop in on Kushina. That's not what I'm talking about, Namikaze waved it off. Is Naruto really with you? The brunette nodded. Hikaru looked at his friend in bewilderment. After all, his little brother always spent the night at home, and now, out of the blue. A little confused, Namikaze went back home after the Uchiha. Hello, Kushina-san. Naruto will be staying with us tonight, Itachi said briefly and, noticing the confusion in the woman's eyes, added, we got a little carried away chatting and forgot to tell him in advance. We apologize, the clone bowed and wanted to relax, but the woman grabbed his hand. Wait, we haven't seen each other for so long. Come stay with us for a while. Kushina looked at him with a pleading look, and Itachi simply couldn't refuse. Now. Breakfast passed relatively calmly. At first, Mikoto began to cuddle her best friend's son, whom she hadn't seen for so long. And he grumbled in response that he was already an adult. Itachi found this picture touching and amusing. Sasuke giggled meanly and was quietly glad that he was not in Naruto's place. Of all people, he knew both Mikoto and Kushina very well. In their joy, these women would squeeze anyone, and it didn't matter that the children had grown up and were now 18. And how much this didn't matter was Itachi and Hikaru often experienced on their own skin. Making a mental note to himself not to go near Kushina, Sasuke continued to devour his tomato omelette. After breakfast, the genin headed to the training ground, where Sora was already waiting for them. Naruto, why didn't you come home yesterday? He asked. He just missed my mother, Sasuke answered, hiding a sly smile. Naruto shuddered a little at the memories, but he did not refute Uchiha's words. After all, such a theory would be better than the truth. Fortunately, Sora did not continue to pester him with questions. The cat sensei appeared exactly at the appointed time and almost immediately got down to business. My name is Yamato, if anyone doesn't know. Once again, congratulations on successfully passing the test. You are truly unique guys with clearly defined strengths. Some of you are better at strategy, some are naturally gifted with instant reactions, and some are even young inventors. What do you mean? Naruto and Sora asked almost simultaneously. You should ask your comrade about that. For example, ask how you can make a practical torch using the materials at hand in that starting room. Even we, the observers, were new to such technology, Yamato chuckled. The boys turned their surprised gaze to their satisfied comrade. It seems that Sensei wasn't joking. They thought in unison. Based on the results of the test, we also drew up a plan for your individual training. The general base will not bypass you either. However, first I wanted to know, did you guess the true purpose of that introductory test? It seems to me that they wanted to test us in conditions as close to reality as possible, to find out how we would behave in the event of an immediate threat to life, whether we would be able to work together on the fly and act together, whether we would be able to recognize and avoid traps. Should I continue? Sasuke asked with feigned laziness in his voice. It's not worth it. Better tell me who suggested it to you. You formulated everything too clearly. No one. I figured it out myself, the genin shrugged. Otherwise, there's no point in bothering with such an unusual and expensive genjutsu. Do you understand this? The sensei was surprised. Where from? I am an Uchiha, after all, the genin retorted. Our clan has a large library. Finding the necessary books is not particularly difficult, Sasuke continued, flattered by the sensei's attention. The dojutsu would have awakened in me sooner or later anyway, so I decided to master useful information in advance. Perhaps, with time, I will become the greatest master of genjutsu in the history of shinobi. It doesn't hurt to dream, chuckled Sora, who had been silent until then. What? I didn't hear you. Sasuke threw an angry look at his neighbor and, for greater persuasiveness, activated his Sharingan for a moment. No, nothing. The interlocutor immediately became embarrassed. He didn't know that Uchiha didn't yet have any genjutsu. So, all the conclusions are yours. Yamato clarified and, having received an affirmative nod, continued, commendable. You really have great potential. Come on, lie more, Naruto Sr. quietly whispered in Uchiha's ear. The brunette looked at his comrade with a stunned look, but after a few seconds he regained his former composure. What kind of nonsense are you talking, Namikaze? Sasuke tried to wriggle out of it. But Uzumaki had already received the necessary reaction, and such a statement had no effect. For the sake of conspiracy, the Anbu man returned control of the body to the double without any warning. The result was a puzzled look from Namikaze, who did not even have time to realize what had happened. What are you so surprised about, Dobe? Sasuke asked, still not waiting for an answer. Well, that's it. Uzumaki decided to draw out his words a little, so as not to give away his knowledge. I blurted out nonsense to irritate you. And judging by your look, it turned out to be the truth. Who told you? I'm sure it wasn't Itachi. It's all just your imagination. Uchiha responded a little nervously and turned away, showing that he did not intend to continue the conversation. I knew. Uzumaki laughed. Quiet down. Namikaze even winced from the loud scream in his head. Sorry, I'm just more than sure. My old friend is here too. This little thing is clearly obscuring. And having compared all the facts, we can safely assume that behind all the oddities there is a theme from my world. Are you sure? Will you tell him? No. He sometimes made me look like an idiot. Now let him end up in that place himself. I have one thought about that. Uzumaki smiled mysteriously. Next came the boring material, namely an introductory lecture on the standard equipment and weapons of the Anbu squad. After which they smoothly moved on to the basic encryption and decryption system of Konoha, conventional signs and signals used for silent communication during missions. As it turned out, the alphabet of gestures was studied in passing at the academy, so the guys had to learn everything from scratch. After all, even the most elementary task, show numbers from 0 to 10, becomes not so simple when it needs to be done with just one hand. After an intense 3-hour lecture, the boys were finally released. But before that, Yamato asked a strange question. What is a shuriken? Throwing weapons, Sora answered immediately. But that's a simple question. What's the catch, sensei? There is no catch. I just want to hear a detailed answer before I give you something. The word shuriken is made up of the characters shu, ri, and ken, and literally translates to a blade hidden in the hand. Naruto began. There are two main types of shuriken. Bow shuriken, which are long rods of varying shapes and thicknesses, and seiken, which are made of flat metal discs. Since the first type is more sensitive to wind gusts and difficult to use, they don't work with it at the academy. Even experienced shinobi mostly use the second type and kunai. True, nodded Yamato. But since you are a special experimental team, it was decided to teach you how to use various weapons, at least the basics. And to start with, here, Yamato handed the students a case with bow shurikens. Learn to hit a target with them from 10 meters. And don't forget about the theory. You have 2 days for everything, said Kat Sensei and disappeared. As it turned out, his clone was conducting the entire briefing. Maybe we should go somewhere together, Sora suggested. We are a team after all, but we know each other catastrophically poorly. Especially me. Sorry, but I'm busy, alas. By the way, if you see my people, tell them I'll be there in the evening, Sasuke said and ran off to do his business. When there was not a soul around him, he climbed a spreading tree and, settling himself comfortably on one of its branches, closed his eyes. Not even a second passed before the boy found himself in his subconscious. Why did you call me a fool? He began straight away. I didn't call anyone names, the guy lying on the floor answered, not even opening his eyes. I was just stating a fact, nothing more, nothing less. And why on earth is this a fact? The child could not calm down. Even Sensei appreciated my potential and intelligence. Only a fool would expose himself like that, the Anbu officer replied in an indifferent voice. I haven't been caught in anything, the little one said confidently. The double asked sarcastically, opening one eye. Well, Namikaze himself doesn't know what kind of nonsense he's talking. And even if he did, no one would believe him. And anyway, it's my life. I'll behave the way I want, muttered the child, who absolutely couldn't stand criticism of him over trifles. Especially since you said that you can't interfere in what's happening yet. So you should have kept your opinion to yourself. PFFT, you're still too young to shut my mouth, the elder one snorted. After all, he believed that getting angry at every little thing was not respecting himself. And I'm forbidden to directly influence events. I can say what I want and when I want. A slight smirk touched his lips. It was funny to irritate the double, although his reaction was nowhere near Uzumaki's. Without realizing it, Sasuke began to miss the ever hot-tempered and cheerful nature of his partner, with whom he often carried out joint missions after joining the Anbu. A year has passed since Sasuke's soul entered the body of this young man. At first it was even funny. The first meeting, getting to know each other, communicating, gathering information about this world. But then, the days passed slowly, boringly, monotonously. The brat's behavior was sometimes infuriating, but, according to the agreement, the last of the Uchiha clan did not interfere with what was happening. Watching through the eyes of a double also quickly became boring, so the guy spent most of the time in a light doze. Now he was already beginning to regret that he had agreed to all this. But the offer was too tempting. Chapter 16. It's getting worse by the hour. So, Uzumaki began, pacing from side to side with an important air. We need to urgently come up with a way to put this upstart in his place. Oh, I wanted to say, come up with an innocent prank for one, Mr. Unperturbable. The Jinchuriki decided to correct his initial phrase after he caught a suspicious look from his double. So that's what it's called now. Fox couldn't help but make a caustic remark. I wonder if Sasuke will agree with you. The Biju continued with a satisfied grin, periodically glancing curiously at Namikaze, who was now trying to figure out how Uzumaki's plans would backfire on him. Naruto Jr. himself insisted on his presence in the subconscious during the discussions, justifying this by the fact that virtually any decision made would concern him as well, so he wanted to know in advance in order to properly prepare, as well as to reject particularly extreme ideas. The boy had almost come to terms with Kurama's presence. Although he shuddered at his voice, his reaction was still relatively calm. The fact that he himself was now practically a Jinchuriki also did not cause the same panic. Naruto could not change anything. He did not want to tell adults about what had happened, so he tried to simply accept everything as a given. Well, at least don't start, you-tailed misunderstanding. 2 against 1 is not fair. Uzumaki, in order to express his displeasure, demonstratively folded his arms across his chest and turned away. But the expected reaction did not follow. Namikaze continued to look at the elder with suspicion and waited for further developments. The Jinchuriki saw this perfectly well with his peripheral vision in one of the mirrors. Therefore, he decided to change tactics. And anyway, what did I do to make people trust me less than? Here Uzumaki stopped short. It dawned on him that such a phrase was clearly out of place. But it was too late. Confusion was now visible on the child's face. After all, in the last dialogue he was more inclined to trust the Bayu than the double. And not just any Bayu, but the 9-tailed demon fox, whose cunning and malice he himself knew firsthand. I'm sorry. I said something stupid, Uzumaki muttered in confusion, scratching the back of his head. Forget it. But Namikaze didn't react to such words. Now the boy was struggling with his internal contradictions, getting confused in his own judgments. Realizing what was happening to the double, the Jinchuriki decided to try to help in another way. People call Biju demons, but that's wrong. Of course, they're not people. But they're not demons either. They're intelligent tailed beasts, with their own soul, emotions, experiences. And they're also many times more powerful than humans. Just don't forget, people are afraid of enormous power, just as they're afraid of what they don't understand. As for hatred and malice, here, the proverb probably applies. As you are, so it is to you. Do you really think so? Namikaze asked after half a minute. For him, such words were unexpected and illogical, but on a subconscious level he wanted them to contain at least a grain of truth. I'm sure of it. And by the way, the Anbu guy abruptly changed the subject. We've completely strayed from the original topic. Well then, speak, I'm listening, the tired child responded almost phlegmatically. Just be a little more gentle with your wishes, please. What are your immediate plans? Have some tea with friends at night and... I mean something else. The boy responded a little nervously. What surprises should I be wary of in the near future? He asked, folding his arms across his chest. Uzumaki smiled faintly. Still, the boy, without even suspecting it, is actually bolder and more impudent than he seems at first glance, he noted with pleasure. And out loud he said in an indifferent voice, swim. What? Forgetting his previous displeasure, Namikaze stared at his double in amazement. Are you out of your mind? Go with the flow. Naruto continued serenely. Friendship and joint missions with the last of the Uchiha had not been in vain. Now Naruto himself had learned to irritate those around him with his feigned impenetrable calm. He did this rarely, but, as they say, to the point. And such behavior always turned out to be completely justified. Ruto, Naruto, was heard somewhere in the distance. At the same time, the boy's eyes began to cloud over a little. What's going on? It's just time for you to go. The radiant smile returned to the Anbu member's face. Naruto, damn it, I'm talking to you, Sora shouted, shaking his teammate's shoulders especially hard. Namikaze blinked his eyes in surprise. Listening, he muttered confusedly, trying to come to his senses a little. His brain didn't want to correctly accept the abrupt change of environment and interlocutor. How long have you been sleeping with your eyes open? Sora chuckled, not without mockery, but, not waiting for an answer, he continued. Kushina-san asked me to find you and bring you. She has some kind of errand for us. Let's go, Namikaze shrugged. His head was currently filled with something completely different. Already on the threshold, the boys noticed that the house was too noisy. The reason was discovered quite quickly. Or rather, the reasons, which turned out to be two scarlet-haired twins of about 5 years old with their cats. The girls' names were Ima and Henna. They were Kushina's nieces and, like true Uzumaki, they couldn't sit still. At the moment, for example, they decided to train their pets. They wisely tried not to anger their owners unnecessarily, knowing what kind of torment it could lead to. Walking into the kitchen, the genin found Kushina setting the table. She was being helped by another woman with a similar hairstyle. It was Naruto's aunt, Kumiko-san. As it turned out, they were going shopping, deciding to leave the two girls with Naruto and Sora, and, having filled the table with all sorts of sweets, they left the children for several hours. Ima and Henna were touched by such a warm welcome, but they were a little ashamed that they hadn't even thought to make a gift before the visit. So at their emergency meeting, they unanimously decided to repay the hosts for their hospitality and goodies, namely, to clean up the house themselves. And to do it as a big, pleasant surprise. Having decided not to let their elders in on their plans, the enterprising girls ran away from the table saying, "We'll be back soon, don't be bored." The boys just chuckled in response. Unfortunately, it never occurred to them that such indifference to the plans of the mischievous representatives of the fair sex would come back to haunt them. Meanwhile, the girls had already begun to put their plan into action. With the bedrooms, everything went relatively smoothly. What was lying on the beds, floor, tables, or simply did not fit into the interior, in their opinion, now lay in a large pile in the middle of the hall. Not many would agree to call this cleaning, but to the children, such actions in this situation seemed quite logical. We'll clean the hall later, but at least the rooms are in order, they decided unanimously. From the author, as is well known, children's and women's logic are ironclad and cannot be disputed. And when they merge into one explosive mixture, all that remains is to pity those around them. The first difficulties began in the kitchen, where two genins were now calmly finishing their tea. Naruto-senpai, Ima asked, is this soup on the stove edible? Of course, he shrugged his shoulders, confused. Are you hungry? Namikaze wanted to ask, but didn't have time. And pour it out. Why? Then I will have a saucepan, and I will wash it. Then Hannah's voice was heard from the hall. Better put it in the refrigerator, then you don't have to eat it or wash it. No. Naruto tried to intervene, sensing something was wrong. Don't touch it. And a moment later there was a crash and a clink from overturned dishes. No, thought everyone, except for the curious cats, who at first jumped up half a meter screaming, but soon, as if nothing had happened, were examining the contents of the iron 7-liter thing. Boys, don't worry, we'll wash the floor now. Henna, who had come running to the scream, decided to calm everyone down. And while Naruto and Sora were trying to figure out how to politely ask them to stop damaging property, the caring little Uzumaki plopped half a bottle of liquid soap in a beautiful yellow bubbly wave on top of the soup, which, as you probably guessed, was spreading across the kitchen parquet like an uninvited still life of vegetables, noodles, and meatballs. Ima, sensing the approaching thunder and lightning and other troubles, picked up the ill-fated saucepan and decided to quietly desert. But it was not to be. The soapy remains of the soup decided that it would be a shame to disappear into oblivion without leaving a lasting memory. You need to leave beautifully, so that you will remember. As a result, the little girl, not used to such extreme, immediately slipped and, having made several semi-acrobatic movements, spectacularly stretched out on the dirty floor. Everyone, stand still and don't move. Sora barked, wisely realizing that the quiet Namikaze was no more use than a baby in a war. Then, Picking up the unfortunate hostesses, he carried them to the bathroom. But the guy relaxed too early. While he and Naruto were tidying up the flowers of life, the two fluffies were not wasting any time. After all, being in the center of events is the most cherished dream of inquisitive cats. Disgustedly shaking their paws after each step, they crossed the soapy, greasy puddle with vermicelli and meat islands and were already making their second circle, in order to emerge onto dry land as unconditional winners over their own curiosity. Only Sora's angry cry, returning to the kitchen, destroyed the idyll. "Let's go go." The boy shouted recklessly and immediately realized what a mistake he had made. The thing is that the animals that were lucky enough to live in Uzumaki families were partially trained. After all, the instinct of self-preservation is a powerful thing, no matter how you look at it. They developed reflexes to a bad mood and shouting of their owners over the years. Therefore, no one was able to prevent sliding runs over rough terrain with obstacles, including sofas, carpets and a bunch of various things brought from the bedrooms. There was no way to help Kushina's favorite vase, made by the best craftsman of the whirlpool as a wedding gift. Many small fragments remained from it, beyond restoration. The documents brought into the hall from Minato's desk were not in much better shape. Now they were crumpled, completely covered with greasy stains and with a number of small holes from cat claws. And it was completely unclear how to remove greasy paw prints from upholstered furniture. And the kitchen is a whole other story. Or rather, a skating rink. If you take a small run from the window in the hall, you'll just fly to the stove. And it's not clear when everyone will be able to walk normally without discrimination, without fear for their health and the property that's still intact in the neighborhood. If you think that the worst is already behind the boys, you are deeply mistaken. After all, the mistress of the house will be back soon. And she is a lady, temperamental. And her hand is heavy. And her nerves are frayed. In general, the boys did not want to check how lenient Kushina would be with them. After all, they were left in charge, and they were unable to keep an eye on the twins and allowed the house to fall into disrepair. It was shameful, offensive and scary. After racking their brains and following the instinct of self-preservation, the boys made a unanimous decision to take the girls to their father and seek temporary, political, asylum in the Uchiha family. In other words, to desert while there was still a chance to avoid major and inevitable troubles. Aunt Mikoto won't refuse us, I'm sure of it. Namikaze encouraged Sora already before entering the house of the head of the notorious clan. Itachi opened the door. "And what are you doing here at this hour of the night?" the guy asked, raising one eyebrow slightly. "Call Mom and I'll tell you everything," Naruto asked tiredly. Itachi, without asking any unnecessary questions, gestured for the boys to enter, and followed his mother. After listening to the story of the latest events, Mikoto sighed. "Yes, guys, your evening was a great success." The boys simply lowered their heads in response. "Don't worry so much. You can stay with us as long as you like. I'll be only too happy. Just make sure you apologize tomorrow, okay?" "Certainly. Of course, Mikoto-san," the genin answered almost in unison. "Naruto, pour the tea into the cups and bring it, please. In the meantime, I'll set the table." The hospitable woman got down to business. "Okay," he answered, trying not to show his tiredness, heading to the kitchen. "I'm so sleepy," Namikaze said sadly, not at all accustomed to such a frantic pace of life and stress. "Do you want a submenu?" Uzumaki perked up. "Can you do it without attracting attention?" The boy suddenly simply agreed. "You're insulting me. Bringing tea and playing a sleepy person is elementary, Databio. Then I'm counting on you," Namikaze muttered before passing out. He was really too tired for the day. It had been raining all night, so it was cold and damp outside. In just a few hours the sun would surely come out and it would be not just warm, but hot. But that would be later. It was already chilly, so chilly that Sasuke's teeth were chattering. Looking around the room with a sleepy gaze, he discovered the cause of his misfortune, a large window wide open. "Did I forget to close it?" the boy muttered under his breath, reluctantly getting up from the futon, and, wrapping himself in his thin blanket, went to correct the misunderstanding. Unfortunately, the room didn't get any warmer, so Sasuke decided to warm up under a hot shower. Carefully slipping down the corridor so as not to wake anyone, Sasuke soon found himself in the treasured room. And less than a minute later, he was already basking under the warm streams of water. Having finished with the water procedures only after half an hour, Uchiha wrapped himself in a large fluffy towel and wanted to return to his room, when his gaze accidentally touched the mirror, where on the now foggy glass the inscription clearly appeared. "Good luck. Toby." Hello again, Toby. At first, It did not cause any emotion in the child. But after a few seconds, the young Uchiha's eyes widened in surprise, bordering on shock. He turned around abruptly and, making sure that there was no one behind him, backed away from the inscription as if from something terrible. But this simply can't be. The boy whispered with just his lips. Commentary on Chapter 16. Getting worse with each passing hour. I'm a F. Gift. Hannah. F. Flower Kumiko. F. Forever beautiful, blank. P. S. Part of the chapter was written under the inspiration of the following poem by Tamara Krukova. On Mother's Day, on Women's Day, we are not too lazy to work hard. As soon as Mom steps outside the door, my brother and I started baking a pie. Yeast, eggs, milk, the dough was easy to make. And they put it in the warmth, so that the dough rises. The cat was sleeping sweetly nearby. From dough to order we chased the cat together, but they miscalculated a little and accidentally a saucepan they turned it over on her. The result was a cat in dough, and, having rushed, together with the saucepan she ran away from fear. Circle after circle around the living room, on the carpet, on the sofa. We chased her into the bathroom. But we tried in vain. Washing cats is dangerous work. My brother and I soon realized, this is the stuntman's business. We started baking a pie again. We'd like to collect some dough. I can barely move around the apartment. They managed to scrape it together and put it in the oven. They tackled the cleaning with skill. But while the sofas were being washed, they completely forgot about the pie. The apartment is filled with fumes and smoke. We got scared. We're burning. Then Mom came home. It was just in time for the pie. We said, don't be angry. This is a surprise for the holiday. She sighed heavily, and then she waved her hand. The house wasn't blown up. You're healthy. They're always ready to help me. What else does a mother need? Children are the best reward. Chapter 17. And Iron Nerves Rust. Sasuke came down to breakfast a little twitchy and nervous, which could not be hidden from his mother's sensitive gaze. Are you okay? She asked, placing her hand on her son's forehead. Yeah. The boy responded absent-mindedly, which only increased the woman's worries, whose child, for the first time, looked somehow distant and slow. Naruto, can you take Sasuke to the doctor? Mikoto decided to take drastic action. Mom, don't make things up. I'm fine. Uchiha Jr. finally deigned to break away from his thoughts and spend time with those around him. I just didn't get enough sleep. And insomnia too, at your age. Hey, I should have said I was thinking about it, Sasuke chuckled sourly. I'm okay, really. I just had a nightmare last night, and then I couldn't sleep anymore. The child began to wriggle out of it. He didn't like to lie and he didn't know how, so his lies were perceived by others as nothing more than an excuse. Really, have you even seen yourself in the mirror? Pale as chalk. I wish I hadn't seen it, the boy muttered under his breath, remembering his morning shower, and then, louder, parodied his aunt's words. Then I'll go for a walk in the fresh air and come back with a healthy blush. Oh. This teenage age. Mikoto shook her head too exaggeratedly. Naruto will go with you. No objections accepted. The main thing is that he doesn't get in the way, Sasuke responded phlegmatically and, grabbing a few tomatoes from the table and some onigiri, left the house. Namikaze followed the younger Uchiha without any objections, except that he grabbed a double amount of various sweets from the table. Everything is going so well, Databio. Uzumaki couldn't help but comment. What do you mean? The younger one was genuinely surprised. Yeah, don't pay attention. The Jinchuriki waved it off. I'll explain everything later. So there's a connection between you and Sasuke's strange behavior. Tell me what happened yesterday. An innocent prank, nothing more. And not your friends, but mine. The Anbu began to wriggle out of it. Namikaze suddenly asked, trying to piece together what was happening. He had never been a naive simpleton before, but now, living side by side with a Jinchuriki and a Beiyu, he had become even more attentive and wary. And on top of that, much bolder than before. Not without him, Uzumaki answered evasively, but please be patient. I really need to talk to Sasuke from my world now, and I can't do it without your help. Okay, I'll give you my body for a while, Naruto Jr. said, to which the doppelganger just shook his head. You have to convince Sasuke to show you the Sharingan. Why? I want the conversation to take place in the subconscious. Namikaze wanted to say that he didn't like the idea too much, but the conversation between the namesakes was brazenly interrupted. Aren't you tired of following me around, Dobio? Sasuke snorted. You can go about your business in peace. Your mother won't get you in trouble. There's something else keeping me here. Namikaze decided to play along with the double. I was thinking. Anyway, show me the Sharingan. What? Such a question simply threw Uchiha off track. Well, I just want to see the Sharingan in person. Naruto looked away, embarrassed. It's awkward to ask Itachi, although he'll probably agree. What's the point of me following your lead? What's the point of hiding the Sharingan if you've actually awakened it? Uzumaki intervened in the conversation, trying to challenge Uchiha. Or do you not manage to activate it as often as you'd like? The Jinchuriki asked, not without mockery. What are you allowing yourself to do? The boy seethed with righteous anger and, glaring at his comrade with his scarlet eyes, grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. Sasuke's POV. Who does he think he is? He's making fun of me. This loser. How could he even say such a thing? At that moment, I simply lost control of myself. No, I almost didn't shout. My brother taught me well to watch my speech. We worked on my mental stability, and I even made progress. But this time, I was unable to completely suppress the outburst of indignation. I wasn't even alarmed by the fact that such behavior for Naruto is, to put it mildly, not typical, which means there is a catch somewhere. Come to think of it, Naruto's reaction was also more than a little strange. He covered my hands with his own, pressing them tighter to himself, and also established strong eye contact. But what's even stranger is that I didn't notice a hint of curiosity in his gaze, only calm calculation. And a moment later, I realized that I couldn't turn away. In addition, my head was starting to spin a little, and everything was swimming before my eyes. I don't know how long the slight clouding of consciousness lasted, but when I came to, I didn't recognize the surroundings. There were strange glasses and mirrors all around. A dream, a hallucination. What's going on here? Looking around carefully, I finally noticed Naruto, who was standing with his back to me and talking to someone, his head raised. Looking closer, I saw the interlocutor, and immediately regretted it. To tell the truth, I never complained about weak nerves, but now my knees were frankly shaking. Perhaps not so much from fear, but from shock, but that didn't make it any easier for me. End of Sasuke's POV. Not a subconscious, but some kind of a thoroughfare, snorted the fox and measured the guest with a piercing gaze, after which he added with growling notes, couldn't you have dragged someone more appetizing, Naruto-kun? Sasuke almost sat down at that statement. Namikaze understood perfectly well that Kurama was having fun, but he didn't know how to act. Ku. Shut up and find me someone bigger. The fox growled with an evil grin. Ah, so you mean? Shut up and do it. The rest can wait, the tailed one interrupted him. Okay, I'll go look. Namikaze shrugged as indifferently as possible, watching his comrade with his peripheral vision. Now he was even grateful to the Biju for the opportunity to play Mr. Conceited, that's how Naruto mentally called Sasuke. Therefore, the boy calmly turned right to do his business, not forgetting to discreetly watch the emotions of his Sharingan friend through the mirrors. Meanwhile, the unnaturally pale Uchiha could not come to his senses. Even during the test after a serious injury, he was not so scared. And the uncertainty was especially tense. After all, not only did the boy find himself in the middle of nowhere for some unknown reason, but the nine-tailed beast itself was right there. Wait, and where is this? Here. And why is Naruto acting so strangely? And what did Kyuubi mean by talking about someone bigger? And he mentioned his appetite. I think I'm getting heat stroke. Or maybe I'm just crazy. The guy chuckled sourly at his unhappy conclusions. In any case, he didn't want to be alone with the demon, even if he was the same kind of glitch as the blonde. Hey, Naruto, I'm with you. Sasuke called, closing the distance. Namikaze didn't turn around, but he did slow down, so soon the two genin were walking shoulder to shoulder. They had a lot to say and a lot to ask, but the boys didn't know how best to start the conversation. Sorry, Namikaze muttered after about a minute, it's all my fault. And instead of supporting you and explaining everything, I acted like a complete bastard. He continued, not raising his eyes to his interlocutor. The desire to teach his teammate with an inflated self-esteem a lesson had passed, and now Naruto was ashamed of his childishness. However, as they say, you can't fight nature. No matter how hard a 12-year-old boy tried to behave like an adult, it was stupid to expect 100% result. I don't understand you, Sasuke decided to admit honestly. Are you saying that you are to blame for what happened? He asked, slightly raising his right eyebrow. Not really, but, the boy hesitated, trying to find the right words. Tell it like it is. Good, Namikaze nodded, you are now in my subconscious thanks to your own Sharingan. And I knew in advance that this would happen. Even though you haven't had time to get used to your new eyes, some of the tricks will happen automatically. You just need to help a little. He said what Kurama advised him, You will learn the rest of the details a little later and not entirely from me. From that nine-tailed resemblance. He's real, Naruto sighed tiredly, ignoring the question itself. What do you mean? It's not you, but your mother who is the Jinchuriki. But I didn't say that he was from our world, the Hokage's son shrugged phlegmatically. And don't look at me with such surprise. You yourself also have a double from another world, if, of course, Uzumaki didn't mess anything up. Where from? Who else knows? Uchiha Jr. bombarded his comrade with questions. And how long have you been interested in my words? Namikaze interrupted his friend. Despite the harsh context, there was no irritation in his voice. Naruto just wanted the Uchiha to stop throwing barbs so that they could become friends. Uzumaki had already managed to hammer into the younger man's head that excessive modesty and delicacy sometimes leads to the opposite result. And now Namikaze looked expectantly at Sasuke, forcing himself not to look away. Sorry, Uchiha said, unexpectedly even for himself. It was a laconic thing, but for him, simply admitting that he was wrong was already a huge step forward. Yes, it's nothing. A slight smile touched the boy's lips. Let's go find the doubles. They are the bigger ones that the fox mentioned, Naruto said cheerfully, unable to hold back a chuckle. Meanwhile, in another corner of the subconscious, Sasuke's POV. I found myself in a vaguely familiar place. There were no concrete walls or water, but the intricate paths of the labyrinth were definitely reminiscent of Uzumaki's subconscious. We need to urgently find the unreasonable trifle and explain how to return everything to its place. Otherwise, questions may arise, I decided wisely. Also, I think it would not be superfluous to have a clear conversation about the fact that the Sharingan is not a toy, and its thoughtless use can cause a lot of trouble. As I wandered through the glass-mirrored corridors, I reflected on the last months of my life. Having come to the conclusion that I had finally sunk almost to the level of a nanny, I swore quietly under my breath. Is it worth it? This is not the first time I have asked myself this question. At first, the answer seemed clear. But will that person be able to keep his promise? Will I be able to faithfully fulfill my part of the agreement? Will it all turn out to be a pointless pursuit of unrealistic dreams? I was distracted from my thoughts by a strangely distorted voice. Bah, what kind of people? The speech vaguely reminded me of someone, but I did not try to remember. The voice was not at all childish, and therefore, it was clearly not a small one who decided to play with Namikaze. There was no place for any other personality here. And to be honest, I blamed Toby. After recent events, I managed to find out. Obito of this world went missing about a year and a half ago. A little suspicious, considering some facts. My body moved automatically. I turned sharply towards the sound. Simultaneously with the swing I unsheathed my katana. I thought that I was mentally prepared for anything, but apparently I was wrong. I definitely didn't plan on seeing a blonde man excitedly waving his arms at me and shouting, "Hair, hair." Tima, when will you learn to think with your head and not your butt? The blonde, something, asked with active gesticulation. I couldn't find any other words, at least not the ones that were polite. The guy with ramen for brains told me. I parried his attack with my usual ease, simultaneously returning the katana to its sheath. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I've missed this weirdo a lot. Life isn't as bright without his eccentricities. An adult child with a nut in one place, and also an Anbu captain, damn it. But I don't want him to change. He is who he is. After my brother's death, I lost most of my emotions. The war and subsequent service in Anbu helped me part with the remaining crumbs. And only this blockhead could shake me up. Only with him I was able to relive some almost forgotten feelings. We had long been friends and rivals, and now we were more like brothers. What did you say? The Jinchuriki naturally seethed with righteous anger. Say it again. I wanted to answer him in the usual manner, but something happened that I had not foreseen. Oh. I'm losing my grip, though. The absent-minded and clumsy Naruto, standing on a thin mirror wall, lost his balance and flew straight at me. I, having lost my chakra, was unable to react with the proper speed and was soon lying on the floor, crushed by the Uzumaki's body, which had fallen from above. I even blushed slightly from annoyance, preparing to tell my former partner everything I thought about him. But, alas, I did not have time. By the way, did I say recently that I was glad Naruto had appeared? Well, I take that back. Let that walking disaster keep his distance. End of Sasuke's POV. Meanwhile, two genin appeared from around the next turn and immediately froze, completely forgetting what they had been talking about. The following picture appeared before their eyes, wide with surprise, or rather even shock. On the floor lay a slightly flushed Uchiha with his shirt open, and on top of him, half sitting, half lying, stood Uzumaki, whose cheeks were also actively acquiring a scarlet blush. The boys' faces were separated by a few centimeters, and only a blind person could call their breathing even and calm. Suddenly Uzumaki turned to the rustle and instantly became the color of a tomato. I'll explain everything now, he tried to justify himself under the children's dumbfounded glances, not even thinking about getting off his friend first. Sasuke just rolled his eyes in resignation and, closing his eyelids, tried to cope with the wave of anger that had washed over him. The children muttered something unintelligible, vaguely reminiscent of, "Let's not disturb you," and quickly retreated. The last of the Uchiha clan, his world, of course, finally taking control of his emotions, threw off the mistake of nature, with a sharp movement and, without even giving him time to come to his senses, angrily hissed in an icy voice, "Better run." Chapter 18. Tricks of Fate. I didn't know that Senpai was one of these. Naruto muttered, hanging his head dejectedly. I still can't get my head around the idea that my adult copy is gay. Sasuke supported his friend in a dejected voice. Bruh, the blonde shook his head, driving away unpleasant thoughts. You can find something good in everything. He tried to smile, but all that came out was a sour expression. Oh really? Uchiha asked sarcastically. What's so good about our doubles being perverts? Nothing, the boy stated calmly and immediately continued. But still, in our case, gays are better than faggots. Faggots. Pedophiles. Namikaze blurted out, blushing slightly. PFFT, Sasuke snorted, but he had nothing to say in response. At this time, in another corner of the subconscious. Coward, Uchiha said contemptuously towards the blonde man. But he's alive, he retorted, continuing to keep a decent distance. PFFT. The boys walked on in silence. Sasuke thought that playing tag imposed by the blonde was above his dignity, and he had already managed to cool down a bit. Cool down, but still not forgive this brainless idiot. Naruto wanted to continue the conversation in Kurama's presence. As they say, 2 heads are good, but 3 are better. And after the recent events, he didn't want to be alone with Sasuke. He won't kill him, but he can and most likely will maim him. As soon as Uchiha and Uzumaki stepped into the main hall where they planned to cross paths with the Beiyu, golden sparks began to appear on the floor, which after a few moments turned into intricate symbols, and then suddenly became the words of 2 strange quatrains. Here you met the one who I was not expecting at all, and that will become a push towards the beginning of change. To explain anything, to open or not to open. Keep silent or lie. You're the one to answer for. What is this? Databio. The blonde freaked out. Sasuke, the appearance of this crap. Naruto pointed his finger at the strange message, and you are somehow connected. Do you want to tell me anything? No, Uchiha answered dryly, staring at the inscription, which clearly told him much more than it did the others. You obviously know something, Hawk. The Jinchuriki did not let up. This is an appeal to you, isn't it? Decided to keep quiet, you bastard. Grabbing his friend by the chest, he growled angrily. On our last joint mission, you already kept quiet about supposedly unimportant details. And how did it all end? Almost in failure. Wait, Sasuke decided to interrupt his friend's monologue. Did you just say, last? He asked, emphasizing one of the words with his voice. Are you kidding me? Although, I don't remember the last year of my life at all. The Jinchuriki suddenly remembered. Completely. The guy couldn't hide his surprise. Deep down, he was now glad that he had managed to change the subject so successfully. Part of his memory is blocked, or rather, sealed, to be precise. And so professionally that I can't even weaken the effect of the technique, said Kyubi, who until then resembled part of the interior. Sasuke said thoughtfully, but was immediately interrupted by little Naruto, who did not fail to take advantage of the pause and draw attention to himself. Why Hawk? He asked timidly. Sasuke Sr. quickly glanced at the children standing on the other side of the demon, reproaching himself for his inattention. Only now did he notice the younger copies, who, apparently, had been silently observing what was happening around them for a long time. It's a call sign. I told you we served in Anbu. So, our call signs are Fox and Hawk, Naruto replied. Suddenly, something went wrong. The Uchiha clan doubles began to become transparent until they disappeared completely. A minute later, Uzumaki and Namikaze were pulled out of the subconscious. As it turned out, it was none other than Hikaru who interrupted such an important meeting. As a result, both sides had many more questions and omissions than before. And given certain circumstances, it did not seem possible to resolve this problem in the near future. Wake up, you little hooligan, the guy grinned. You and Sora got into trouble and ran away, huh? It's all the girls, Naruto muttered, looking away in shame. I know, don't worry, Hikaru gently patted his brother on the head. Kushina has calmed down a bit and moved in with her friend for a while. In the meantime, you should find Sora and together with him restore the house to perfect order. You have time, until the first official mission. And don't even think about shirking if you don't want to see Kushina angry. And this is not a sight for the faint of heart, believe me. At the last words, the eldest son of the Hokage grimaced slightly, obviously remembering the worst moments of his life. There was nothing to be done. With silent consent, the boys were forced to postpone important conversations in the depths of their subconscious for an indefinite period. With Sora's appearance, there was no talk of continuing their conversation together. But they wanted to continue, especially Uzumaki, who had already been terrorized by his own Bijuu's mockery. Now it was finally clear that they had ended up here together with Uchiha for a reason. Cleaning was never Uzumaki's favorite activity, but the boys coped with it relatively quickly. But the joy was premature. After cleaning, they had to run around a bunch of stores in search of a worthy replacement for their mother's favorite vase, rewrite a bunch of spoiled sheets of paper from their father's desk, and also carry out a number of other small errands. But even after all this, Naruto was unable to get rid of Sora and run to Sasuke, and all the subsequent time was spent waiting. Fortunately, Sensei was supposed to show up soon with a mission, after which the boys would find an excuse to run away together. But this, soon, today was unusually drawn out. A tall, ash-haired man appeared on the horizon only when everyone had grown tired of waiting for him. The man's face was almost completely hidden under a mask, and his only unclosed eye was running along the lines of some book of very dubious content. It was dubious because on the cover of the book a girl dressed in a miniature dress and some amorous macho chasing after her were shining brightly. Now it's clear why we waited in vain for so long. The boy with wheat-colored hair sighed heavily. Words like these made Hatake stop reading. He was still unfamiliar with these genin. He only knew his teacher's son by sight, nothing more. Yes, agreed the boy with the typical appearance of a representative of the Uchiha clan. Legends will soon begin to be made about his love for cats and old ladies on the roads. Sasuke finished his sentence with a grin and leaned against the trunk of the nearest tree. Both he and Namikaze knew this man well, albeit in absentia, so they couldn't resist a little tease. At the moment, Sora could only look in surprise at his friends and then at the stranger. Quickly getting a grip on his emotions, Kakashi continued. Since you are so well informed, there is no point in introducing myself. I will get straight to the point. Yamato-san was unexpectedly sent on an important mission, because of which, by order of the Hokage, I will temporarily be your mentor. Anyway, he took a small stack of sheets of paper from his bag. Here. These missions will be more than enough for you for now. But if anything happens, I think you will be able to find me. Goodbye, said Hatake and, without waiting for questions or objections, hurried away. When a small cloud of dust dispersed, the sheets he had brought were neatly lying on the ground. The boys bent down to look and shouted in unison in a voice rich with emotion. What? In the upper right corner of the sheets of paper there was a stamp, rank D. I just don't understand Kakashi-san. He brought us a stack of lousy missions of the lowest rank and ran away. That's not how things are done. Sora began to complain. I'm too lazy to do this even out of boredom. The benefit is zero and the pay is pennies. Does he at least know that we are a special team and should have skipped these stupid missions? Sasuke was in complete agreement with Sora, but the manners instilled in him by his brother did not allow him to express himself in such a way. So he quite calmly picked up the sheets of paper and began to read. Catching a cat. Cleaning. Finding a rare cactus. Walking dogs. PFFT, he snorted, stopping his review of the recordings and handing them to Namikaze. Naruto read the missions from cover to cover with genuine curiosity. He even noticed that the last leaflet was somehow thicker than the others. Looking closer, he found the reason. Static electricity had firmly bonded two thin sheets of paper together. And, most interestingly, the last mission could not be called worthless or elementary. Mission. Urgent. Rank C. Yesterday evening, a group of children with the academy counselors went on a hike. They decided to collect medicinal herbs, but unexpectedly came across unusual rabbits. The group of children are in a panic, and they need help immediately. The beasts have considerable power, as well as speed. But, what is most frightening, they can use the element of earth. It seems that Orochimaru was involved. Chapter 19. C Rank Mission. Big-Eared Ninja. Part 1. Mission. Urgent. Rank C. Yesterday evening, a group of children with the academy counselors went on a hike. They decided to collect healing herbs, but unexpectedly came across unusual rabbits. The group of children are in a panic, and they need help immediately. The beasts have considerable power, as well as speed. But, what is most terrible, they can use the element of earth. Below was a diagram showing the route of the expedition and the approximate location of the trapped Konoha residents. Guys, are you sure we can do missions like this without our elders? Are you sure Kakashi-san didn't take that leaflet by mistake? Sora asked, then muttered quietly to himself, it's just so different from the others. Yes, Naruto and Sasuke answered in unison and exchanged glances. They both, of course, realized that Hatake had simply collected sheets of paper with the D rank stamp without even bothering to read them, but they decided not to show it. They both wanted to do something truly useful, and a pair of adult S+ rank shinobi inspired confidence in the successful completion of the mission. And it didn't matter that these Anbu were now in the bodies of children without the ability to use even a fraction of their former strength. The mission was only C rank after all. Then let's come up with a plan, Sora said with no small amount of enthusiasm, desperate to prove himself by completing a task worthy of a true shinobi. I suggest we split up. We'll meet at this same place in an hour. Bring everything we might need. We'll discuss the plan and head out, Sasuke said. I agree, Naruto responded. Okay, Sora shrugged, simultaneously figuring out what things he should stock up on before heading into the ill-fated forest, from a strong net to juicy carrots. Sasuke decided to first stop by the drugstore, where he bought a horse's share of sleeping pills and sedatives. Of course, he wanted to stock up on paralyzing poison, but they don't sell that to children. Asking his brother wasn't an option either. Itachi would immediately figure out what was going on, and this mission would be closed for the genin. After that, Uchiha went to the market, where he bought several bags labeled rabbit treats. Then he bought 24 kunai and was about to head to the designated meeting place, when Hawk suddenly made him turn around and run to buy wires and batteries, arguing that electricity could serve as a good alternative to lightning chakra, which is stronger than earth. Sasuke Jr. grumbled a little, but did not argue. Also, at the insistent request of the elder, he had to buy a katana, which was almost an exact copy of the real weapon, but had no sharpening. As a last resort, Hawk briefly answered the copy's questions in the category, why such complications, since Sasuke Sr. did not like to chew things over unless there was a special need. Namikaze took a different approach. He returned home and stole all the explosive tags he could find, as well as his birthday present from his brother, a small bracelet with a FUNN that had some chakra sealed in it. The hard part was getting out of the house without attracting attention. Grabbing rubber gloves and a bottle of caustic detergent to throw off attention, Naruto slipped past his family, making a sour face, the typical expression of a boy before cleaning. The first thing Sora did was buy a large backpack, half filled with vegetables, mostly carrots and cabbage, but for the big-eared gourmets, he also gradually picked up other vegetables and grains. Then the pseudo-Jinchuriki went to choose nets. Having found a specialized store, he even opened his mouth in surprise. He did not expect such a rich assortment. After many minutes of doubt, the boy stopped his choice on two models, from a strong translucent fishing line and a strong wire that an ordinary kunai would not be able to cut. This modest arsenal cost almost all his money, so Sora with a sense of accomplishment went to the meeting place. The further gatherings were more like a secret meeting, where something equivalent to a global conspiracy was discussed. The boys cared so much about secrecy. Naruto and Sasuke, naturally, understood that the adults should not find out about the C-rank mission that accidentally fell into the greedy paws ahead of time, otherwise, all the fun would go down the drain. However, they did not devote their comrade to such details, justifying the secrecy of all actions by the desire to practice working undercover. And for starters, the genin decided to fool the guards at the gate. After discussing the general plan of action and leaving the rest to improvisation, the boys moved towards the main entrance and exit of Konohagakure. Why are genin given such idiotic assignments? Sora began to complain loudly, finding himself within earshot of the guards. Pulling household gloves from his partner's bag, so conveniently grabbed from home, and shaking them in the air, he continued, we are shinobi or cleaners, after all. PFF, Sasuke snorted. The loudest indignant ones are usually the ones who are nothing. Yes, you. Yes, I will. Sora choked with indignation, not expecting such a statement from his partner. Thanks to Uchiha's improvisation, he didn't even have to pretend to be annoyed or angry. Quiet up, they're already looking at us askance, Naruto hissed, inserting himself between his peers. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Kotetsu-san and Izumo-san were trying to suppress the giggles. And since Namikaze still felt uneasy about being looked at by strangers, the scene that had been played out looked more than realistic. When the genin approached the gate almost point blank, one of the shinobi greeted them and asked, "Why don't you have a mentor?" "It's simple, Kotetsu-san. Yamato-sensei left for an urgent mission, and our temporary mentor Kakashi-san gave us leaflets with tasks and returned to his team," Sasuke answered, casually shrugging his shoulders. You see, it is not customary to let children your age go outside the village without elders." "What about the mission?" Sora was genuinely surprised and, not giving the man time to come to his senses, continued, "So, you're freeing us from cleaning." "Really? That's great. I don't even know how to thank you, Kotetsu-san. The customer told us to hurry, which means you'll have to take it on instead of us." You misunderstood." Izumo, slightly confused by such impudence, tried to interrupt the boy's enthusiastic speech, but it was no use. As soon as Sora fell silent, Naruto joined the conversation. "I can even give you a very high-quality detergent," Namikaze offered, not too decisively. "It was brought straight from Suna, specially ordered by my mother." "Powerful stuff. Stop. Guys, stop." Kotetsu waved his hands, having managed to recover from the initial shock. "You will go on the mission yourself. There are exceptions to every rule. And you are quite old enough to complete a simple task on your own. So good luck, guys, don't disgrace the honor of the village." "PFFT, Sasuke snorted, turning his head to the side so that the gatekeepers wouldn't notice his satisfied grin. For the same reason, Sora and Naruto, sadly, lowered their heads. "Don't be so sad." Izumo decided to support the guys. "Everyone starts with something like this." But the children ignored him. Without saying a word, they dejectedly set off. But the children were silent not because of annoyance or dashed hopes, as Kotetsu and Izumo decided. The genins simply would not have been able to extinguish the happy notes in their voices. They did not have the same endurance and self-control. And only when Konoha was left behind, the comrades raised their heads and smiled at each other. The first stage was passed simply superbly. After making sure that the Leaf Village was far behind them, the young adventurers picked up speed, trying to reach the desired destination as quickly as possible. The child's rich imagination was already in full swing, drawing images of future opponents in his head. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sora all imagined them in their own way. Sasuke's mutant rabbit turned out to be the most realistic, since he took as a prototype a real animal of unnaturally large size, about half a meter at the withers. Then the imagination changed the poor little animal's teeth to long, gnarled fangs, and its modestly covered mouth to a fierce, grinning maw. The overall picture was completed by Mad, Blue Eyes. See the picture in the first review of the chapter. According to Sora, the long-eared opponents should resemble plush toys. After all, the task clearly stated that they possessed the element of earth, and seals were needed for jutsu. Therefore, a large plush hare on its hind legs appeared in the boy's imagination, folding intricate figures with its front legs, serving as an alternative to seals. But Namikaze stood out the most. He was sure that normal control of the elements could not be controlled by some animal, therefore, the opponents would most likely be chimeras. For example, a hybrid of a human, a shinobi using Doton, and the rabbits declared in the mission. The Anbu guys also had their own ideas about the appearance of the upcoming opponents, but they preferred to keep them to themselves. After all, the guys couldn't be absolutely sure of their theories, so they didn't see any point in getting into the kids' fantasies. Or maybe they'll be right. In reality, these very rabbits looked like the most ordinary cute fluffy creatures of the most natural sizes. They did not possess any special strength and did not possess any murderous or destructive techniques, but, nevertheless, they were not as simple as it might seem at first glance. These animals were indeed a very difficult opponent for some. The long-eared ones were completely immune to the basic Sutan techniques, and their skin, reinforced with chakra, could not be pierced by throwing iron. In addition to all this, they freely used several earth elemental jutsu. It became clear that things were bad 10 minutes after the start of the fight. The genins had absolutely nothing to counter the long-eared ones with. Even if we forget about their enhanced defense, there was still one insurmountable barrier: speed. The beast could move so fast that normal eyes were unable to track their movements. The rabbit simply blurred and disappeared, only to suddenly appear in a completely different place. All the guys' plans ended in complete fiasco, without even really getting started. Flashback. Fire release. Fireball technique, Sasuke shouted, instantly making the necessary seals. Then a large clot of flame burst out of his mouth, quite capable of turning an entire forest into one solid ashes and starting a large fire. Luckily, there were no dry branches or trees on his way and the grass was thickly saturated with moisture after the recent rains. However, It was not difficult for the sneaky rodents to jump aside, without even singeing their tails. As a result, the Uchiha only irritated the stubborn long-eared ones, which is why they immediately decided to switch from defense tactics to attack. But Sasuke was not at all confused after the unsuccessful attempt. Instantly activating the Sharingan, he took out 2 huge shurikens from his bag, to which a special rope was already attached. Despite their large size and weight, Sasuke deftly and quickly manipulated his weapons. After all, training with his brother, combined with the practical advice of his double, was worth a lot. However, the boy still significantly lacked the experience to hit such nimble and smart targets. The trajectories of the big-eared ones were simply amazing. Sharingan, of course, made it possible to track all movements, but the boy simply could not adjust his attack so quickly. Suddenly one of the furry creatures hesitated, and both shurikens hit their target, but immediately bounced off the skin with a ringing sound. The surprise that Sasuke experienced at that moment defied description. His hands involuntarily weakened, and the ropes easily slipped out of them. The Uchiha only had a few seconds to gather himself, but it was too late. His feet were firmly stuck ankle-deep in the now rock-hard ground. Apparently, the rabbit stopped, exposing himself to a blow, in order to use an earth-release technique similar to Hellraiser, a Doton ninjutsu in which the ground beneath the opponent turns into quicksand and sucks him into the center, firmly immobilizing him. The other guys weren't doing any better. The first thing Namikaze did was attach explosive tags to his kunai and throw them towards his long-eared opponents. He didn't rely on accuracy, his goal was only to deliver the explosive sheets of paper to a certain area. 3 seconds later, they were supposed to explode, and the rabbits, unfamiliar with such a technique, were supposed to become an easy target for the mist weapon. And the idea would have worked if Naruto had enough skill. But, as they say, history knows no subjunctive mood. The pulley-attached tags could not withstand the sharp gusts of wind and, slipping off the kunai, flew back to the genin, catching fire as they went. He miraculously managed to avoid the explosion, getting away with only torn clothes and abrasions all over his body. The boy received similar injuries when he fell into a deep rocky ravine while trying to get away from the flames and sharp pieces of wood. Meanwhile, Sora decided to hang his nets and run electricity through them using a battery and wires borrowed from the Uchiha. The current was strong enough to paralyze the animals, but too weak to kill or seriously injure them. Having securely set up the first trap and immediately sent electrical impulses through it, the boy tied one end of the translucent net nearby and was going to do the same with the other, but no such luck. A small flock of rabbits crashed into him at a tremendous speed, forcing him to fly 5 meters in the opposite direction by inertia. And everything would have been fine if a recently erected trap under voltage had not been waiting for Sora on the way. Fortunately, nothing threatened the genin's life, but he will not be able to forget the thrill he had experienced for a long time. End of flashback. They're incredibly fast. How is that even possible? Namikaze struggled to stand, trying unsuccessfully to dodge the small but incredibly fast rocks. They were not life-threatening, but they left impressive bruises. As stupid as it may sound, the little rabbit seems to be using a technique that I saw from the cage of the stone village. The lightweight rock technique, if I'm not mistaken. It can reduce the weight and increase the speed of a creature or object by several times. Uzumaki expressed his assumptions. So we are powerless. I have an idea, of course. But you must trust me completely. I guess I have no choice. Disgusting. Sasuke hissed through his teeth, spitting blood from his broken lip. He tried with all his might to deflect the stones flying from the opponents, but sometimes, due to their huge number, there were misfires. But the worst thing was that now the Uchiha could only defend himself, unable even to free his own legs, stuck in the trap. You're just too weak, Hawk responded without much emotion, having until now silently watched the progress of the battle. That's not true. I just lack a little experience. And a katana is useless here, even if you run electricity through it. I can't defend myself from all the stones, so there's no point in even dreaming about a counterattack. The genin began to justify himself. And the too fast and keep the distance well. And they have numerical superiority. PFFT, snorted the elder Uchiha, and then, after half a minute, added in an indifferent voice, should I show you how to handle a real weapon? Hawk didn't ask, rather, he was simply voicing his thoughts. What about the ban? The boy was surprised and almost missed several stones flying straight into his face. After all, maintaining maximum protection and conducting a dialogue was new to him. It's been a year since I've been here. The taboo is in the past, the guy answered without going into details. Commentary on Chapter 19. C-Rank Mission. Big-Eared Ninja. Part 1 at the gate. N minutes later, after the GENINS left. Kotetsu, I was just thinking, is it normal that the Genins went to clean up the village outskirts with huge bags and expensive polish for varnished furniture, which they even called a cleaning agent? Izumo asked his friend. Having recovered a little from the initial shock, he could now calmly analyze the details that he had automatically noticed earlier. Maybe we should catch up with them and look at the luggage. He thought for a moment, and then waved his hand carelessly. Oh. You like to complicate things. What's done is done. The situation is calm now, nothing will happen to them. And about the bags, they probably picked up all sorts of junk from the category. Maybe it will come in handy. And do you want to run after them and sort them out? By the way, we are forbidden to leave the post without force majeure. Izumo just sighed heavily, and then, nodding to his thoughts, said, I hope you're right. Chapter 20. C-Rank Mission. Big-Eared Ninja. Part 2. Uzumaki took a deep breath and closed his eyes. It took him a few moments to relax a little, so that the nervous tension would no longer hinder his movements, and then he was able to deal with pressing problems, relying on hearing, touch and intuition. His senses were heightened to the limit. In this state, the guy sensed danger, getting the opportunity to dodge flying stones at the very last moment or at least reduce the damage to a minimum. Nostalgia washed over the Anbu captain. After all, not so long ago he had already fought side by side with Uchiha against Madara, relying only on his intuition, greatly enhanced by the gift of old man Hagoromo. Memories of those days evoked mixed feelings in the war hero, joy from victory and bitterness from the loss of friends. Namikaze panicked. He had a hard time with his eyes open, and now the double suddenly decided to give up the feeling through which more than 80% of information comes. Are you crazy? This is suicide. Without sight, the boy began to erase. You should keep quiet, the Jinchuriki hissed, trying to simultaneously blindly dodge the shelling. I know what I'm doing. But the child could not calm down. Of course, he had read in several scientific articles that the brain spends much more time processing visual information than analyzing data obtained through hearing and other senses, but books are books, but the boy still did not want to test the veracity of the scientist's words on his own skin. And the elder's idea itself seemed like a pure adventure. Stop twitching, Uzumaki said through his teeth, you're getting in the way. Please, just trust. Unfortunately, Namikaze was unable to fulfill such a request. Realizing this, the guy decided to help his double. Listen to your feelings. What do you feel? Having given the little one something to think about, the Jinchuriki continued his battle. It was terribly unusual to fight in the untrained body of a child. Only the rich experience of real battles and the increased sensitivity of the body saved him. And what did the boy really feel? Firstly, the stone hits became minimal, and if they happened, they were glancing. Secondly, all the body movements were surprisingly simple and natural, but at the same time terribly effective. And finally, the calm and confidence radiating from Uzumaki. The guy, continuing his simple movements, put his hand in the pouch, took out the rubber gloves that he had grabbed so conveniently, and then a kunai and a battery. Having sent a current through the metal weapon, Naruto prepared to counterattack. The surrounding environment contributed to this. The rabbits, dissatisfied with the constant misses, decided to change tactics and went for a closer approach. The Uchiha's behavior also changed dramatically. Even his posture improved, and all his movements instantly became smooth and graceful, but at the same time they were precise and stingy, not a single unnecessary gesture. It seemed as if even the little animals had quieted down, sensing something was wrong. And Sasuke slowly pulled the imitation katana out of its sheath and immediately ran electricity through it. After that, concentrating a small amount of chakra in his limbs, the guy began to move quickly across the clearing. Periodically, he rushed past many groups of eared ones, leaving them lying paralyzed on the ground. And thanks to the Sharingan and rich life experience, avoiding traps and counterattacks of rabbits was almost child's play for the Uchiha. The number of defeated enemies grew larger and larger, but the furry reinforcements arrived quickly, instantly taking the place of the disabled comrades. However, the outcome of the battle was predetermined the moment the Anbu guy decided to personally deal with the problem, and the animals coming to help their own only delayed the inevitable. That was a good warm-up, Sasuke Sr. said, returning his sword to its sheath. Yes, the double agreed almost automatically, still not having recovered from the slight shock and feeling of euphoria. It was a little scary to realize that his own body had stopped obeying him, but this was an insignificant price for the opportunity to feel so strong, agile and skillful. Sora's POV. My partners seem to have been replaced. Seriously, all the oddities that I used to notice don't compare to today's. Of course, I'm not good at kendo. They tried to teach me kenjutsu at the temple, but it didn't work, but even I can see that all his actions with the sword have been honed by many years of training. This is not just the cool fencing of a gifted teenager, no. Each of his gestures clearly fulfilled the task, and Uchiha could change the trajectory of movement and the plane of rotation of the blade from any position. His movements were precise, easily flowing into each other. It seems to me that now Sasuke's skill is perhaps even stronger than that of my previous teacher. And Namika's. He fought with his eyes closed, even without being a censor. Remaining surprisingly calm, moving casually, as if there was no battle around, but an unusual game or training. Naruto dodged, almost without moving from the spot, and in the counterattack his movements were fast, even though he is far from the Uchiha, and unpredictable. Or am I just hallucinating after a strong electric shock? My head hurts so much. End of Sora's POV. Meanwhile, Iruka-sensei, while the bunnies are gone, let's go back to the village. A girl asked, sobbing, tugging at the teacher's sleeve. The other children silently looked at Yumino with pleading eyes. They had only entered the academy this year and were not at all prepared for such difficulties and dangers. I believe that our backup from Konoha is behind the disappearance of the long-eared ones. They will sort everything out now, and we will all return home in peace. Don't be sad, you a future shinobi. The academy teacher had barely finished his instructions when 3 genin in shabby clothes appeared nearby. Hello, Iruka-sensei. Naruto waved his hand, noticing a familiar face. For the first time, he was genuinely happy to see his former teacher, because it meant that the task was almost completed and all the bad things were behind him. I didn't think that you would be our first customer, Sasuke chuckled instead of greeting. Hello, Iruka-san, nice to meet you, Sora said enthusiastically, looking at the man who was watching him approach in surprise. The academy teacher was in shock and a bit of a daze. He was expecting a chunin who could use lightning, but not the boys who had been his students just last month. And judging by their appearance, they hadn't been standing aside while their mentor dealt with the problem that had arisen, but were in the very epicenter of it. What are you doing here? The shinobi finally asked, especially alone. We're carrying out the mission assigned to us. Uchiha shrugged mechanically and looked reproachfully at his former teacher. PFFT. Is it really that hard to guess? And your mentor? On another mission, Sora answered shortly. But how did you? Iruka-sensei, Sasuke interrupted his former teacher. It's a long story, and I don't have the strength to explain it all. Let's get back to Konoha as soon as possible, and then, after a rest, we'll answer your questions. Okay, Yumino nodded reluctantly, realizing that the guys clearly had no time for talking now. Less than an hour had passed before the Konoha group headed home. By this time, the kids had already recovered from the previous fright and were now enthusiastically putting forward various theories about how the rabbits had acquired such unusual abilities for animals. There were many ideas, but each one was more absurd than the other. It even got to the point that these long-eared creatures, outwardly resembling local wild rabbits, were allegedly brought to the outskirts of Leaf straight from space. A supporter of this theory also stated his confidence that all the inhabitants of that mysterious planet look something like this. Unfortunately, he had not yet been able to imagine their hidden villages of carrot, or, for example, cabbage stalk. The teamwork of this group of academy students was excellent, so they managed to quickly come up with and even think through all the subtleties of a certain mysterious homeland of fluffies in several variations. Sometimes the guys even consulted with Iruka-sensei. He answered kindly, but still tried to reduce his participation in the conversation to a minimum. Now he was worried about something completely different. The brave genin who had completed the difficult task were also not inclined to fantasize or chatter. The level of adrenaline in the blood had long since dropped to normal, and instead of it came colossal fatigue, overshadowing even the fact of successfully completing a C-rank task. The only desire of the guys was to quickly get to the village, hand in a report and rest, if not on a bed, then on the grass or even bare ground. Every cell of mine hurts, complained Namika's, you could jump there a little easier. I could, the Jinchuriki agreed, but the effect would be zero. And anyway, it's not my fault you're in such bad shape. Don't judge me by yourself, the boy snorted. I'll improve, he added after a while. Namikaze's behavior really changed dramatically. If before he was often afraid to even object, now he could relatively calmly defend his own opinion, act decisively and step over his fears. From the outside, one might think that the child had simply been replaced. Well, a person can't change so much in a matter of days, can he? Or can he? However, everything falls into place if you guess that the youngest son of the Hokage initially had a lively and decisive character, which, by an unfortunate coincidence, was forced to hide deep inside the child, biding its time. And finally, that time came. The catalyst for the metamorphosis was Uzumaki, who, on the one hand, forced Namikaze to come face to face with his weaknesses and fears, on the other hand, provided the moral support that the boy needed so much. By the way, Naruto, maybe you haven't noticed, but Sasuke isn't doing any better right now, the Jinchuriki said, so that the double would stop feeling sorry for himself or reproaching himself for being weak. Yes, the boy was surprised and glanced at his friend. He was walking quite briskly, but was looking somewhere under his feet, which is why half of his face was hidden by his hair. At first glance, Sasuke seemed completely normal, but if you looked closely, you could see that he was shaking a little. His hands were shaking especially badly, which the Uchiha tried to hide in the wide pockets of his shorts. He had to hold the sword in his hands for too long, and that, you know, is not as easy as it might seem. And not only hold it, but almost without stopping draw various complex figures in the air with it, Uzumaki explained. I somehow didn't think about that. Namikaze muttered in confusion. The rest of the journey passed in silence, broken only by the various remarks of the academy students, who were actively discussing the unexpected adventure and related topics. Hokage-sama, some genin have come to see you. They say they have a report on a mission they've completed. The mentor is absent. The man in the Anbu mask reported clearly and froze, awaiting further instructions. Okay, let them come in, Minato sighed, mentally noting to himself that Kakashi apparently hadn't bothered to explain to the guys that they shouldn't bother the Hokage after every D-rank assignment. Only a minute later he had already forgotten about almost everything in the world. Sasuke, Naruto and Sora really did enter the office, but their appearance was terrible. Uchiha constantly squinted and periodically rubbed his eyes with slightly trembling hands. Sora's clothes were all dirty with dirt, and the boy himself had abrasions and, in some places, light burns. But what caught the eye most was his electrified hair, which now resembled an unsuccessful parody of Hitaki Kakashi's hairstyle. Naruto was no less disheveled than the others. He trudged along, barely moving his legs, and many holes appeared in his clothes for additional ventilation. The Hokage had to work hard to hide his surprise, bordering on shock. After all, such an appearance of genin returning from their first mission was nonsense. And when Minato met his son's gaze, he experienced cognitive dissonance. Naruto looked tired, exhausted, but there was a barely noticeable, but satisfied and sincere smile on his lips. Hokage-sama, Sasuke began his report in an adult manner. The mission has been successfully completed. Everyone is alive and well. Almost. He stumbled slightly on the last phrase. Uchiha had been dreaming about this moment for a long time. The moment when he would go into the Hokage's office to report on a successfully completed mission, just like Nisan does. Only Sasuke had planned to look proud and impressive, but in the end. Perhaps you could first tell us what the mission is, Minato asked as neutrally as possible. Yes, of course, Uchiha nodded, handing over the leaflet that started it all. Very interesting, the Hokage muttered, quickly getting acquainted with the essence of the task. And who gave you such a mission? Hitaki-san, Sora replied. He brought us about a dozen leaflets, including this one. Naruto and Sasuke nodded in agreement. Well then, Minato replied after a few minutes of thought, congratulations on your first completed mission. You've worked hard and can rest today. Just don't forget to go get your reward. Kage smiled, handing back the leaflet, which now had his signature on it. As soon as the satisfied boys left the village head's office, Minato gave several instructions in an icy voice. Hitaki Kakashi should be in my office in 3 minutes. Then I want to talk to the academy teacher who led that expedition. It will be done, Hokage-sama, came from the shadows, after which two blurry silhouettes instantly disappeared behind the window opening. Chapter 21. Truth, Lies and Suspicion. Part 1. When people lie, no one believes them afterwards, and they themselves stop believing in anything. See, Magi Labyrinth of Magic. After leaving the Cage residence, Team 12 headed to Ichiraku, where they agreed to meet Iruka-sensei. In exchange for satisfying his own curiosity, he promised to treat the boys to noodles. Naruto and Sora were delighted by this news, but Sasuke wisely decided to keep his opinion on ramen to himself. He didn't want to stir up a conflict out of thin air, and he didn't have any extra energy. It was only about 10 minutes after the meeting that a man in an Anbu mask suddenly appeared right behind the academy teacher and started whispering something in his ear. The genin were quite curious to know what the adults were talking about, but it was almost impossible to make out the Anbu man's words. Only Namikaze, who was sitting closest to Iruka, managed to understand a couple of abrupt phrases. He's tearing himself apart, I hope you survive, and, good luck, brother. With the last words, the man in a stylized animal mask patted Yumino on the shoulder and disappeared. He immediately became more serious, apologized to the guys, and left money on the table. A moment later, only a small cloud of dust remained in his place. What happened? Wasn't that Dad's Anbu? But Dad is calm and a good boss. It's almost impossible to get him mad. Naruto began to reason, not even paying attention to the tension and oppressive silence around him. Or is it just their specific sense of humor? Or maybe. However, his teammate did not allow the boy to continue his thoughts. Can I ask you something? Sora said, gathering his courage. Sasuke became slightly wary, and Naruto just shrugged his shoulders in bewilderment and replied, Ask. You're weird. The boy began from afar, thinking about how to formulate his question better, and you're obviously hiding something. As he spoke, the pseudo-Jinchuriki picked at his uneaten ramen and looked anywhere but at his comrades. He felt terribly awkward raising this topic, but he couldn't keep quiet. Namikaze and Uchiha immediately understood what Sora was getting at. But what to answer? You can't tell the whole truth. But lying is not an option either. Firstly, it's vile. Secondly, any deception can significantly worsen the situation in the future, because without mutual trust, the team is doomed to failure. Despite the young age, the boys understood this perfectly well. The only option is to tell the truth, omitting or even replacing the slippery moments with something close in meaning, but less fantastic. But Sasuke had no idea how to do this. But Naruto, who has devoted most of his time to reading since early childhood, had an idea. It looks like I'll have to tell you everything, Namikaze said, for which he immediately received a slap on the back of the head from the Uchiha standing behind him. What part of your body are you thinking with, idiot? He hissed angrily, grabbing the blonde who had turned around by the collar. Trust me, Naruto whispered almost with his lips and then added out loud for Sora to hear, as if we have a choice. We are a team after all. And it's better for us to tell you everything ourselves than for him to collect distorted information bit by bit through third parties. PFF, Uchiha snorted, showing with his whole appearance that he didn't like this idea at all, but he still let his friend go and didn't interfere with him. Namikaze sighed heavily, realizing that all responsibility now rested solely on him, and began to implement his idea. He decided to start from afar. Have you heard of dissociative identity disorder? He asked Sora. Ha, Uzumaki asked, dumbfounded, guessing the meaning of the phrase mainly due to the context. However, he was completely ignored by the double. Namikaze had other concerns right now, and he did not want to be distracted. Are you talking about split personality? Sora decided to clarify, as he had heard these abstruse words from the monks, but usually filtered out such information as obviously unnecessary. Naruto nodded. Yes, usually, with dissociative disorder, at certain moments there is a switch, and one personality replaces another. These personalities can have different ages, temperaments, mental abilities, and also react differently to the same situations. After the switch, the personality that is active at the moment cannot remember what happened while the other was active. But Sasuke and I managed to establish relationships with our second selves. This statement seemed unexpected and somewhat fantastic, but it perfectly explained all the strangeness and radical changes that had happened to his partners at a critical moment during the mission. Therefore, Sora was still inclined to believe these words, although the suspicions that his friends were keeping something silent did not go away. However, Namikaze's answer also gave rise to a bunch of new questions. It's not pleasant to be on a mission with mentally ill people. On the other hand, Sora had already had the opportunity to make sure that they wouldn't let him down in difficult times. This helped him take the unexpected news a little more calmly. But the pseudo-Jinchuriki still couldn't resist asking, isn't it dangerous? To keep it a secret from the mentor. You never know what could happen on a mission. Everything is fine, we have the situation under control. A restrained laugh, disguised as a cough, was heard behind the speaker. Besides, our second personality's a skilled shinobi. Naruto continued speaking calmly, his imagination already running wild. A well-read person will never get lost. For example, his second eye, Namikaze nodded towards the Uchiha, who was following the conversation with some curiosity, is a fan of swords. He is very good at kenjutsu, has a lot of experience, but his character is rather difficult. As for my double, he likes to sleep. Who? Me? Uzumaki was surprised. That's why he learned to deftly dodge objects flying at him, because sometimes people around him simply can't stand such ignoring. And he doesn't even have to open his eyes. How much new I learned about you today. He, something between a growl and a laugh sounded in my head. Namikaze shuddered a little at the Bijuu's voice, but he still managed to maintain his outward calm and continue his speech, ignoring the other people's words in his own mind. Well, yeah, the Jinchuriki answered his furry friend. He is very strong and skilled, he has a good-natured character, but his manners are simply disgusting. What? The Anbu exclaimed indignantly. That, the boy couldn't help but answer, but suddenly from Sora's surprised eyes he realized that he had said it out loud. Sorry, he looked away in embarrassment. It's just that someone doesn't agree with his characterization. Gyyyy, Kurama amused himself with all his might. Stop laughing. It's not funny. Sora, you're, bruh. Namikaze shook his head, but such a gesture, alas, could not get rid of the verbal skirmish in his head. Let's leave this topic for a while. Okay. The interlocutor remained silent, only nodded in bewilderment, shifting his gaze from the strangely acting blonde to the brunette calmly standing to the side. Uchiha was not going to argue with Naruto, which meant that he most likely was not lying. So now Sora had a lot to rethink. Meanwhile at the cage residence, Hataki-san, Minato, who seemed calm on the outside but was clearly on edge, addressed his student formally and unusually coldly. I've turned a blind eye to many things, but such irresponsibility goes beyond any bounds. Steely notes could be heard in his quiet voice. It was the first time Kakashi had seen his teacher in such a bad mood, and he couldn't figure out what exactly had made him so angry. After a moment's hesitation, the copy ninja said, Sorry, sensei, but I don't quite understand what you mean. You don't understand, so you think it's okay to hand over a special C-rank mission to academy graduates and let things slide? Hataki froze and most likely even changed his expression, although it was still not visible behind the mask, then answered in a somewhat uncertain voice. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding. The ash-haired man still didn't fully understand what had happened, but with each phrase the teacher said, Kakashi had a premonition that he had seriously screwed up and was now in deep trouble. However, since they were talking to me with restraint and in an official setting, there probably weren't any serious consequences, the Jonin reassured himself. A misunderstanding? Cage asked, smiling gently. He had a smile in his arsenal that spoke to those in the know about his anger more eloquently than a scream or a kunai at his throat. Then you probably won't mind if I ask you to explain to the parents of the genin from Team 12 why their children will return home in such a battered state. The feigned goodwill clashed fiercely with the leaking key, and the hint of possible explanations with the bloody habanero would have certainly made one shudder if not for the endurance inherent in a shinobi. As you command, Hokage-sama, Kakashi answered, swallowing the lump in his throat. You are no longer replacing Yamato. You are free, Minato said in the same cold voice. Now he did not want to continue the conversation with his negligent student. Moreover, there were still a lot of problems to deal with. Meanwhile in ICHIRAKU. Let's go, Shino said, touching his comrade. Team 8 ended up here by accident. Kurenai-sensei sent the boys home after training and the mission that followed, on the condition that they spend at least a few hours getting to know each other better. However, passing by Ichiraku, Inuzuka suddenly slowed down, silently staring at his former classmate's back. Lost in thought, and came to his senses only when Shino touched him. In response, Kiba merely shrugged his shoulder, pushing his friend's hand away. Guys, you go. I just want to talk to Namikaze for a bit. This is personal. Hinata, Shino, go without me. I'll catch up with you later. I'll owe you. I'm counting on you. Inuzuka rattled off, pushing the confused girl towards Aburame. We can do that. However, don't cause any trouble here. The guy answered for himself and Hyuga in the manner usual to his clan, who could only nod confusedly in agreement. Kiba did have a score to settle with Naruto. It seemed like a small thing, but the dog owner could never forget that incident. The incident when he showed weakness in front of his peer for the first time. Kiba, if only for a moment, was afraid of the weakest student of the academy. This shame, which the boy decided to wash away by humiliating Naruto in front of his teammates. Get up, loser, Inuzuka shouted when his comrades were out of sight. Tired. Bedtime. Of course, shinobi missions are too tiring for a weakling like you. This isn't like reading books. The boy continued to taunt. However, there was no response. Namikaze didn't even bother to look at Kiba or mumble anything in response. He continued to lie quietly on the table with his eyes closed. He doesn't have time for you now. Come back later. Uchiha waved his hand arrogantly, watching with some interest as his former classmate began to blush with anger and annoyance. Inuzuka threw an angry glance in Sasuke's direction, but kept quiet because he understood perfectly well that in the event of an open conflict with the best student of the stream, things would take a bad turn. Don't you dare ignore me. The dog handler shouted at the blonde, letting out his pent-up anger. Then he picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at the impudent fellow. But what happened next was a major surprise for everyone present. Without even raising his head, Naruto deftly caught the object flying at the back of his head and, without turning around, threw it to the sender. Shocked by what had happened, Kiba was unable to dodge and received his own projectile in the forehead. How? I learned it on the mission, Sora grinned, clearly pleased with the performance. However, his joy was soon replaced by disappointment. Kakashi, who appeared out of nowhere, spoiled the whole thing. Kiba was forced to run to catch up with his comrades, and the ash-haired man forced his company and conversation on the 12th team. However, before leaving, Inuzuka managed to shout, "We will meet again, Namikaze." Flashback. Hatake Kakashi left the cage residence in a gloomy mood. His current state was greatly aggravated by the uncertainty. Minato was reserved, but the copy ninja would have preferred to be yelled at rather than like this. He valued his good relationship with his teacher too much and was now ready to do anything to somehow rectify the situation. But what can I do now? The ash-haired man asked himself over and over again. Finally, having decided something for himself, he called his main assistant in many matters. Pakken looked phlegmatically at his master, listened to the order and, having grumbled a little, went to the 7th team instead of Kakashi-sensei. Hatake himself decided to find Naruto, Sasuke and Sora in the hope that he would be able to learn more about what happened, and if he was lucky, to avoid Kushina's wrath, having worked on the children's appearance in advance. The 12th team was quickly found. Ichiraku. Uchiha was picking at his almost untouched noodles. Naruto was sleeping, stretched out on the table next to 2 empty plates, and Sora was mechanically finishing his portion. It seemed as if the latter's thoughts were far from food, as if the boy had just learned some information that was very difficult to digest and comprehend. The quiet and calm atmosphere was broken only by an overly excited boy with a puppy on his head. He was yelling, angry. He even threw a stone at the seemingly peacefully sleeping son of the Hokage. What did the kids fight about? And how could Naruto? Bruh, I'm not thinking about that right now. Not about that. The Jonin pulled himself up. End of flashback. How was the mission? Kakashi asked, jumping off the roof next to him. He had already managed to put on a calm, friendly mask and was now smiling as usual, which could be understood from his voice and the narrowed eye, the only open part of his face. Quite successfully, Uchiha responded. Yeah, Sora agreed, running his hand through his hair, which had almost returned to its original hairstyle. Namikaze turned around tiredly. Oh, it's you, Kakashi-san. Everything is fine. I'm just afraid I'll get into trouble at home for ruining my clothes, the boy sadly stated, picking at one of the many holes in his jumpsuit with his finger. Yeah, guys, you look like something. Hatake nodded understandingly, but I'm partly to blame for that. He continued a little sadly, so I suggest you go shopping and pick out some change of clothes so as not to anger your family with your appearance. I'm paying. The copy ninja winked conspiratorially. The Genins looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Who would refuse a freebie? Sora thought. This will cost him a pretty penny. Sasuke chuckled to himself. Phew, that's a relief. Naruto sighed with relief. I don't want to be seen by my mother or brother like this. Chapter 22. Truth, Lies and Suspicion. Part 2. You mean you can at any moment treat me like a child? No, it's just that I'm your father and sometimes I can be overprotective and paranoid. Copyright lie to me. Less than 15 minutes had passed when the guys, led by Kakashi, found themselves in one of the largest clothing stores in the Hidden Leaf. No, the Jonin wasn't worried about the abundance of choice. It was just that this establishment was the closest to the starting point. Hatake, in order to save time, was about to ask the seller to pick out clothes for the Genin, but suddenly realized that he was standing in proud solitude, and the 12th team had scattered throughout the entire considerable area of the store. He wanted to be indignant, but didn't. His beloved book was with him, and therefore there was no need to waste time. A couple of chapters, and I can start picking out suits, Kakashi decided for himself. Or maybe we shouldn't be so drab, Uzumaki asked, slightly resigned. Your entire wardrobe is already filled with stuff like that. Maybe we won't, the little one said thoughtfully, stopping by the dark-colored turtlenecks out of habit. The Jinchuriki immediately perked up and decided to use his gift of persuasion to make a small copy of himself out of the double. I think red will suit you. I can even recommend a model. Uzumaki began knowingly, but... No, I don't want to. It's the color of Kyubi, the child snorted. But if you take black, add gold and scarlet to it, it will be both beautiful and symbolic. Symbolic. Well, yes, The boy nodded, slightly surprised. I'm not only Namika's, but also half Uzumaki, if not more. Grandpa says that, unlike Hikaru, I'm not their appearance, but my genes. Although, maybe he's not serious, I don't know. However, the conversation was soon interrupted by an indignant remark from a teammate. No, that won't do. You, Hitaki-san, promised us clothes, not junk. At the very least, the base should be chakra-conducting fabric. This one will turn into shreds during training with the elements, Sasuke snorted. Indeed, Kakashi-san, Naruto decided to support his friend, having arrived in time for the nascent polemic. We need good and durable clothes. But don't worry, you won't have to overpay for special FUNN. My grandpa will help us with that. He decided to calm his father's student down a little. But something like this still isn't cheap. The Jonin tried to object. But you wanted to give us a present yourself. Naruto answered as naively as possible. By the way, I can also organize a return present for you, Namika's junior immediately whispered conspiratorially. He knew Kakashi's weakness from his double and decided to try to play on it. Kakashi raised an eyebrow in surprise, and Naruto continued, You like the Godfather's books, right? So, he gave my father a collection of stories from the main character's point of view, which were not included in the main line. An exclusive copy, handwritten. I can ask Kushina to give it to you. The copy ninja was stunned and muttered with difficulty. Kushina. Well, yes, the boy grinned. There was so much noise back then. Both dad and godfather got into trouble. The book was confiscated and safely hidden. And that, secret, place still emits such a chakra that even representatives of the animal world avoid it. Ah really? The Jinchuriki asked, still under the impression of what he heard. Yeah, Namikaze agreed. I just added a little color to the story, he added. The destroyers, the Jonin sighed, resigned to his fate. The Hokage's son's offer brightened up the sad prospect a little, but it also raised a lot of questions. For example, how did the child know about his hobby for adults? Or why did it seem that in him, childish spontaneity was intricately intertwined with unexpected knowledge and considerable experience? Kakashi had no explanation for this, no proof that this was not the delirium of an inflamed imagination. Just a strange feeling, something akin to intuition, nothing more. Sora, why are you standing on the sidelines? Have you really not noticed anything at all? Naruto asked, looking at himself in his new outfit. I am quite satisfied with mine. I think he's just embarrassed to undress, Sasuke stated. Should I help him? Uchiha shrugged, casting a questioning glance at Namikaze with a slight grin. Or maybe it's not worth it. The blonde answered, correctly interpreting his friend's thoughts. We are in a store after all. I'll be careful, assured Uchiha, who, apparently, became too bored. Just don't tell me that you. Sora took a couple of steps back. Okay, Sasuke replied, slowly advancing, I'll keep quiet from now on, he whispered, deciding to drop the mask of the ideal son of the head of a great clan for a while and be a mischievous child for once. It wasn't that he couldn't hold back from such a prank, rather he just wanted to look at his comrades in an atypical situation, and have a little fun in between. After all, the double had said more than once that a person's true character can only be learned in stressful situations. Suddenly, the incipient madness was interrupted by Naruto's surprised cry. Father! The seal on Namikaze's shoulder became warm and slightly pricked the skin, as if with static electricity. And such sensations were interpreted unambiguously. I see you're not wasting your time here, the fourth chuckled, looking at Sasuke and Sora, who were frozen in not quite natural poses. They seemed to be actively fooling around before his appearance, which threw them off their stride a little. Hitaki stood to the side, his shoulders hunched slightly. We're just trying on new clothes, Minato-san, Sora said, a little confused. PFF, Uchiha snorted meaningfully, glancing at his friend, but still refrained from commenting. I see. Well, good luck to you, the Hokage smiled. In the meantime, remember your schedule for the next few days. Since, as far as I understand, you are too bored with simple missions, and Kakashi does not have enough time to carefully keep an eye on your hyperactive team, I had to find another person. Her name is Mitarashi Anko, and she will be able to direct your energy in the right direction. As for the development of individual skills, pay special attention to this. You can ask for help or advice from volunteers in the person of Itachi or Hikaru, said the fourth, and then added, turning to his son, will you spare me half an hour? Did something happen? Naruto asked worriedly. He hadn't talked to his father for a long time. He was busy at work, and there were many topics he simply didn't want to bring up. Both of them. Why did it have to happen? Minato chuckled kindly. Can't I just miss my own son? he asked in theatrical surprise, doing everything possible so that Naruto wouldn't have to answer his teammates' awkward questions later. You're right, the boy accepted the terms of the game. Forgive me, father. Okay, we have to go. Sasuke, when you finish shopping, take Sora with you and look for Itachi. He will think of something to keep you busy, said Kage and, without waiting for an answer, moved with his son to the river bank. Today was a wonderful day. The water surface, not yet clouded by the flood, flowed with majestic leisure, reflecting the emerald green of the wooded banks and the shining colors of the horizon. Birds, resting from the daytime hunt in the surrounding gardens, meadows and lowlands, timidly tried out the voices before the evening concert. Here, on the outskirts of Konoha, it was often deserted. Perhaps that was why the scarlet-haired youth in the Anbu uniform chose this place for some important conversation, the topic of which he could only guess. A few meters away from him lay his father's gift, a kunai with an intricate ligature of seals. Naruto. Hikaru was surprised when he noticed his younger brother. What does this mean, father? He asked, guessing where this was going. It's time for us to talk. Seriously. Or maybe we shouldn't. The Hokage's sons answered in unison and looked at each other. The elder one thought that he and his brother weren't ready for such a conversation, and the younger one simply had a bad feeling. It is necessary. That is why I did not tell you anything before. This topic is unpleasant for all of us, but it is necessary. Minato looked long and hard into the eyes of his youngest son. The latter could not resist the heavy gaze and turned away, but still nodded quietly and whispered, okay. After such a reaction, Namikaze Sr. sighed with relief. Naruto, I'm glad you finally realized that this can't go on. The past should remain the past. But since you're so drawn to it, you should find out the truth, and then calmly turn over these pages of your biography. So I'll start, if you don't mind. He just nodded again, because he essentially had no choice. We all know that the nine-tailed demon fox did something to your body before you were born. But our overprotection seems to have been detrimental to you. Only in the last few days have you managed to mature a little. I won't ask why this is, you can tell me yourself if you want. I just want to give you enough support so that you don't slide back. Do you remember the time when you trained with your brother? Let's not talk about this, please, asked the boy, who again felt bitter and hurt by the flood of memories. No, be patient and listen, please, Minato said, gently hugging Naruto by the shoulders. The Kage's voice was firm, but at the same time sadness could be heard in it. Hikaru, tell me. I can't, father, I'm sorry, the Anbu captain shook his head after a minute's pause. If you want, speak yourself, remembering that incident was perhaps even more painful for him than for the younger one. Minato sighed heavily, not knowing where to start. Naruto, your brother loves you very much, that's why. Called me a worthless person, whose training is just a waste of time, Naruto suddenly interrupted his father. After hearing these words, Hikaru bit his lower lip and turned away, but Namikaze Jr., who was quite familiar with body language, did not notice this. Yes, that's why, the fourth agreed calmly. He simply couldn't watch you suffer any longer, he added a little more quietly. For the boy, such a statement was a real shock. He expected either an excuse or a reprimand for such a rude interruption of his father, but not this. And Minato, taking advantage of his son's confusion, continued. It was very hard not only for your brother, but also for me to see you suffer, which, as luck would have it, almost did not contribute to your progress. That is why, when you came to me with a request for training, I practically repeated Hikaru's words. I thought it would be better this way. Perhaps we made a mistake, that cannot be changed. The main thing to know is that neither I nor your brother were ever disappointed in you, although our behavior could not be interpreted otherwise. We simply wanted you to be happy, we wanted you to find your own place in life, and not try to live up to the son of Kage, said Namikaze Sr., deliberately shifting most of the blame onto himself. Flashback. A few years ago. Father, I told my brother that he was no good and refused to train him. Being a shinobi is suicide for him. It's better for him to be angry with me than to senselessly risk his life by passing the exam somehow. Minato listened silently, hiding his emotions well. As soon as Hikaru stopped, he asked. Do you think that giving up on his dream is the smartest thing for him to do? Alas, I've been training him for over a year now and I know what I'm talking about. I've seen enough of his tears. Naruto's body can't even handle physical exertion, he quickly runs out of breath, and that only leads to pain and health problems. He could, of course, handle Fuinjutsu, but in this form, he'll be too easy a target and could die on his first more or less serious mission. How about just gently explaining that a career as a shinobi isn't right for him, but there are many other interesting activities. Yes, I tried several times, but he is too stubborn. He decided to imitate me in everything. A heavy sigh. Father, let me see my plan through to the end, please. And I promise to keep an eye on the little one, and with time I will switch his interest to something else. Of course, he is very upset and offended now, but it will pass, I am sure. I would like to believe that you are not mistaken. The head of the family and the village said, looking somewhere into the distance. It is embarrassing to admit, but you probably know Naruto better than me. After all, I am forced to devote too much time to work. Okay, let it be your way. End of flashback. Naruto didn't know how to react to such a speech. He wasn't even sure if it was all true. After all, his family had abandoned him when he needed support more than anything else in the world. He said that they wanted the best. But for whom? The boy smiled bitterly to himself. This, it seemed to him, bordered on betrayal. Well, they didn't mean any harm. Uzumaki decided to try to intercede. Clumsy and inept care is still an expression of love. PFFT, snorted Kyubi, who suddenly decided to intervene in the discussion. Only people are prone to mix love with selfishness. Everyone can make mistakes, the Jinchuriki stubbornly insisted. A convenient excuse, the Beiyu replied. Guys, can you be quieter? My head hurts without you. Naruto Jr. asked, noting with some surprise that he had become much more calm in reacting to the squabbles in his head. And sometimes he was even grateful to them, because they easily displaced unpleasant thoughts. Naruto, why are you so quiet? Hikaru asked worriedly, watching his beloved brother stare blankly at one point for almost a minute now. Anika's words brought the boy back to reality. Blinking his eyes quickly, Namikaze Jr. quietly said, I just don't know what to say. Honestly, if before the mini-dialogue of some personalities he really wanted to just throw a tantrum, now Naruto felt the need to think it all over first. No, the childish resentment had not gone away, the boy just had a clear premonition that his violent reaction would only make things worse. Chapter 23. Mirror of Trust. Once you decide to watch, don't look away until the end. If you decide to listen, don't cover your ears. Copyright 6th Zone, number 6. I'll leave you boys, Minato finally said, getting up from the ground. I have a meeting soon, and you'll probably feel more comfortable talking in private, he added and disappeared. Ototo, No need, Naruto interrupted his brother. Better help me with training, he changed the topic that was so unpleasant for him. Okay, Hikaru nodded at him. Are you interested in anything specific? First, help me increase my chakra reserves, the boy asked, which surprised not only his brother, but also his double. Would you recommend some suitable exercises? The scarlet-haired boy asked carefully after a while. He already guessed where his brother was going with this, but he didn't like the idea at all. No, you understood everything, don't be silly, the genin said, looking his brother in the eyes. There was fear in his gaze, but there was definitely more stubbornness. From these emotions, Hikaru was convinced that his Ototo knew perfectly well what he was asking for. Why do you think the method has not received the necessary distribution? The eldest of the Hokage's sons decided to try to dissuade Naruto from such an undertaking. After all, the process itself was unpleasant, and what the boy with his hypersensitivity would feel was completely impossible to predict. Firstly, not everyone has close relatives with the necessary skills and chakra control. Secondly, the method is most effective only on an underdeveloped chakra system, while by the time she graduates from the academy, she usually manages to. The boy began to list the arguments from the books he had recently read, but was interrupted. It's all clear with you, Hikaru sighed. But have you taken into account your own peculiarities? There are no medical contraindications, and I'll manage with the rest somehow. Naruto tried to speak as firmly, calmly and serenely as possible, and he partially succeeded. Okay, the Anbu finally gave in, we can try. Spend your chakra and sit down more comfortably. The boy did not use ninjutsu, but simply began releasing chakra through the skin of his palms. It took longer, but with his reserves, it was quite acceptable. Especially since he really needed to talk to his double, because he had just signed up for something he was not yet ready for on his own. Will you help? Naruto Jr. asked mentally. Of course, Uzumaki immediately agreed. Just explain what is required of me. Replace me. I'm afraid to pass. Right now, the Jinchuriki asked. Yeah, but I'll answer to my brother myself. Are you finished? Hikaru asked. Yes. Now relax, otherwise I won't be able to help you. The chills and weakness that had appeared began to subside when the Anarchy chakra flowed into the body in a steady stream. At first, it carried only warmth and strength, but over time it became hotter and hotter. Soon, The boy felt as if his body temperature had increased by several degrees. The heat appeared on his skin as sweat, it became difficult to breathe, and a little later, a burning sensation and relatively mild pain were added throughout the body. Hikaru saw that it was not easy for his brother, but he held on, and therefore it was worth continuing. But how not to overdo it and not harm such a stubborn child? Is everything okay? The guy asked after a few minutes. Naruto nodded, but for some reason his brother didn't really believe such an encouraging gesture, especially since the younger one was starting to shake slightly. That's enough for now, Hikaru said firmly. It's best for the chakra to circulate in such a volume for a while, he added a little later. But you decide based on how you feel. I'll probably go. You probably don't feel very comfortable around me right now. The guy felt guilty and didn't want to impose his company. Besides, he knew that his brother was a touchy person by nature. In order to establish a relationship with him, one needs to have both patience and time. Naruto remained silent, thinking about something of his own, and Hikaru, in response to his brother's silent consent, left the boy alone. POV Namikaze Hikaru. What is the difference between a shameful flight and a strategic retreat? What are the consequences of good intentions? Did I do the right thing, or did I take the easy way out again? These and many other questions haunted me. Maybe I should have stayed with Ototo, been persistent, calmed him down. Or, on the contrary, would it have only made things worse? EXO, why is everything so complicated? I even considered turning back, but I decided that in my current state I was no help to my brother anyway. What a shame. I can't even cope with my own emotions, and I'm called an Anbu captain. Some people believe that if you wear a mask for a long time, it will grow on you. But in practice, it's not that simple. Suppressed emotions often strive to come out. You can, for example, learn to maintain a neutral voice or facial expression in any situation, but this does not guarantee inner calm, composure, and confidence in your actions. On missions and in everyday life, I've long been accustomed to making serious decisions and then acting without hesitation or regret. But when it comes to my brother, everything inevitably turns upside down, and there's nothing I can do about it. I guess I'm pathetic. End of Namikaze Hikaru's POV. Hey, are you okay? Uzumaki asked when the scarlet-haired boy disappeared from sight. It's bearable, the boy answered. There was pain, but not sharp, more like aching. And some sad thoughts partially dampened the physical sensations. What prompted you to make such a request? Asked Naruto Sr. You don't have to answer, of course, but I'm very interested. I don't know, the boy answered honestly. Perhaps, at the moment of conversation, I realized that I wanted to be like you. And Hikaru was in such a state today that he wouldn't argue with me as usual. And, finally, I just wanted to usefully interrupt such an unpleasant conversation for me. I don't know, and in my opinion, you gave an exhaustive answer, the Jinchuriki grinned and, trying to help pass the time and distract the younger from the unpleasant, said, let's chat, since we've got a free minute. POV Namikaze Naruto. I thought for a moment, and then decided to let things slide. The day had been, to put it mildly, eventful, and now I had absolutely no strength left for any arguments. So I tiredly leaned back on the grass and, closing my eyes, descended into the subconscious. There was anxiety in my soul, but, trying to drive this feeling away, I asked in an indifferent tone, about what, for example? I don't know, about something, the elder answered without guile. Maybe you want to know what? What's the point? The less you know, the better you sleep, I said the first thing that came to mind. Although in reality I didn't care at all. I'd like to sleep now. You still don't trust me? Uzumaki suddenly asked and added a little later, are you planning to tell about us? To be honest, his first question stumped me. I hadn't even trusted myself for years, so what can I say about others? It was all too complicated. I shook my head, deciding to answer only the second question. You know, I said after a minute of silence, there were moments when I really wanted to tell you about what happened, but I was afraid. Afraid that they wouldn't believe me. Afraid of your reaction. Now I've gotten used to you and have even almost come to terms with the presence of the Bayou. No, the fear of it hasn't gone away, but it has dulled enough to avoid panic and think more or less soberly. I spoke and couldn't stop. Why did I feel the urge to reveal things? I don't know. I was probably just too tired to filter my speech well. And now it seems to me that if my father or brother find out about what's happening, we could all have a lot of problems. They're convinced that they're smarter than everyone else, they know what's best for me, and they don't take my opinion into account at all. I snorted with a fair amount of resentment, involuntarily recalling our recent conversation. Do you want to make everyone take you seriously? Uzumaki asked, almost correctly interpreting my state. Not really. I'm not such a naive maximalist, I smiled sourly, partially quoting a line from my favorite book. Then will you let me in on your plans? Uzumaki asked, ignoring the second part of my answer. Nothing concrete yet, I admitted. I'd like my brother to pay attention to me. To show him that I can do something and that my training isn't a waste of time. But how can I do that? That's not so difficult, the elder smiled mysteriously. I have an idea. Another adventure? I asked, looking thoughtfully at my interlocutor. His words intrigued me quite a bit. Or rather, not so much the words as the expression with which they were pronounced. Who knows, the double shrugged. But I guarantee you attention and interest from your brother. At least if you decide to explain one prank to your brother. Oh. How I wouldn't regret this later. I muttered, realizing that genuine interest had prevailed over common sense. One thing consoled me. Hikaru would definitely not get off easy now that Uzumaki would take on the matter, simply inflamed with enthusiasm. The choice was made. End of Namika's Naruto POV. The sun began to set, but the lively conversation between the two guys showed no signs of slowing down. The guys were as alike in appearance as two peas in a pod, but their personalities. We've certainly made progress, one of them grumbled, casting an appraising glance at the copy, but it's not enough. Too little. They'll figure you out right away. You're asking the impossible of me, snorted the second, making an offended face. In what place? Databio. The interlocutor could not resist. Careless movements, a little impudence. Is that too much to ask? Well, Sasuke, parody, after all. The main thing is not to be yourself. Okay. PFF. Okay. Well, at least it's something. Uzumaki smiled. Now let's go to Henge and continue according to plan. Flashback. So what's your idea? Namika's finally asked. And why are you so sure your brother will fall for it? Why? The elder asked carelessly and immediately began to answer this question. Firstly, we will go against all the patterns. Secondly, I will use what I have a clear advantage in. And finally, together we are strong. By combining your knowledge and my skills, He spoke emotionally. I'm already scared. Naruto interrupted his double. Although in reality, there was much more curiosity than fear right now. No one risks anything. Everything is simple and at the same time. Uzumaki smiled mysteriously. Look, you have your brother's chakra now, and in good quantities. And then there is me, a master of shadow cloning. The Jinchuriki declared smugly. You are modesty itself. He wanted to comment on his Biju bearer, but he held back. After all, he apparently had something epic planned. And, therefore, to interfere now would deprive himself of possible entertainment in the future. But this is a B rank technique. Oh. Don't worry about it. The Anbu captain waved him off. With your brother's chakra, I can easily whip up a clone without any side effects, he said and, without waiting for an answer, moved from words to action. Having left the subconscious after his double, Naruto immediately felt a familiar weakness. His vision was swimming. Only after a few seconds did he manage to focus his gaze and saw his exact copy standing in front of him, shifting from foot to foot. Hello, I guess, the clone said, catching the original's searching gaze. End of flashback. Chapter 24. An evening of shocks. A small room without windows or doors was filled with various shelves along its entire perimeter. In each of them, all the shelves were filled with either scrolls mixed with unusual FUNN seals, or vessels with embalmed organs of people and animals. Due to this, the room resembled a storage basement rather than a laboratory. Only traces of soot on the ceiling and clots of acrid greenish smoke above the liquid bubbling in flasks gave away yet another experiment of a mad scientist who usually preferred to work in professional and creative disorder. Suddenly, two uninvited guests materialized in the room in addition to the owner. The elder was a man of about 30 years old, dressed in a standard shinobi suit with a chunin vest, over which was thrown a white cloak with a pattern of red fire along the bottom edge and a high collar. On the cloak was the inscription Si Dai Mu Huo Ying, shadow of the will of fire in the fourth generation. Next to the head of the village stood a scarlet-haired youth in an Anbu uniform and a mask vaguely resembling a tiger. Against their background, the owner of the apartment did not look so impressive. His main clothing was a shabby white robe, stained with some fresh nastiness. It seemed like nothing special, but this man always knew how to attract attention. And it was not even about his unnaturally pale, almost marble skin or amber eyes with a vertical pupil. No, it was just that next to Orochimaru, many people, for no apparent reason, felt like rabbits in front of a boa constrictor. The hero of the Third Shinobi War pretended not to notice the guests, immersed in calculations. In parallel, checking several ancient scrolls, he either bit a chemical pencil or made various notes and marks. A little later, he annoyedly threw the folder with the description of the latest experiments into a large, waste paper box, where information about failed experiments accumulated. Hikaru's POV. The father, who had long been accustomed to such a dismissive attitude, calmly approached the scientist closely and thrust into his hands the reports of an eyewitness and direct participant in the recent events, Yumino Aruka. Is this your doing? Minato started the conversation without further greetings. Orochimaru glanced at the report, threw the papers back into the same drawer, and then returned to his work. Demonstrative ignoring and disrespect. Why does Oto-san tolerate all this? And not only does he refrain from making comments, but he also sometimes stands up for him. Once, the fourth Hokage covered for Orochimaru, who was up to his ears in his dirty deeds. If it weren't for the patronage, the Sannin would most likely have become a missing nin, losing all his laboratories and privileges. And even after that, the ungrateful pig, he behaves like that. I don't argue that as a scientist, Orochimaru is useful to Konoha. But still, yeah, sometimes I really don't understand my father and his politics. I'm waiting, Minato reminded himself. Yes, it was a prank. Orochimaru waved him away like an annoying fly. Sannin skillfully feigned indifference. However, if you looked closely, you could see how his lips were slightly distorted by a satisfied, I would even say maniacal, smile. Father, I think, noticed it too, but did not react in any way. He silently waited for an answer. I knew it. I knew my calculations were right. The snake spoke rhetorically a couple of minutes later, and then turned to his father standing next to him in a sickeningly sweet voice, grinning. I look forward to continuing my research. That's why you're here, isn't it, Hokage-sama? I shuddered again. Years go by, and I still haven't learned to remain completely calm and unperturbed in conversations with Orochimaru. His facial expressions, voice and gaze sometimes pierce to the bone. How happy I am that my face is reliably hidden by a mask. I really wouldn't want to interact with the Sannin without the help of this small attribute of the Anbu uniform. Not exactly, the fourth said calmly and added a little later. However, since the suspicions have been confirmed, it's up to you to deal with the problem that has arisen. I hope that only hares participated in that experiment. Orochimaru didn't answer. He silently rose from his seat, walked over to a large box in the opposite corner of the room and started rummaging around in it, raising a pile of dust into the air. I began to slowly boil over from his latest quirk, barely maintaining an outward composure and hiding my involuntarily clenching fingers in my pockets. However, as it turned out, this time Orochimaru's actions were not mockery. A few minutes later, he handed my father an old folder with the number 404, having first opened it to a certain page. Oto-san frowned a little at first, but quickly regained his calm expression. Now it's clear why poaching at sea has decreased so much over the last 10 years, Minato chuckled, returning the papers to the scientist. Well, there you go, the Sannin became noticeably despondent, and I was counting on a more violent reaction. I looked from Minato to Orochimaru in confusion. Back and forth. The pause that followed was somehow depressing. I felt terribly uneasy. My gut instinct was insistently whispering that this scientist was probably the most dangerous person I knew. But the worst thing was that it was almost impossible to calculate his desires, motives, and ultimate goals. What would be the next step? Why this whole show? And why did his gaze make me shudder? How I hated this uncertainty. I don't see a problem, the fourth said almost indifferently, diffusing the situation. You must admit that few people, other than poachers, would think of disturbing a killer whale with her cub. I was briefly stunned by this statement. As soon as I imagined what an angry mother with the ability to elemental jutsu could do with the irritants, I completely lost my appetite. It turns out that a good imagination can also cause problems. After traveling to the hole of this crazy scientist, I came to my senses only in the residence. After talking with my father and completing a few errands, I was finally free. It's been a tough day today, hot. Too bad I can't relax. I still have some things to discuss with my brother. But first I need to change my clothes, I thought, jumping from one roof to another. The way home didn't take even 5 minutes, but there was another surprise waiting for me. But I'll start from the beginning. As I approached my room, I felt a strange presence, a very distinct one, striking. Whoever it was, they were clearly not hiding. Why then did the special FUNN seals not react? After all, only my father could enter here without my accompaniment. Otherwise the complex alarm system would go off. A break-in. Sabotage. But everything seemed to be in place and in working order. I carefully opened the door and froze. There was a man sitting on my bed in the lotus position. The senses reacted, the light turned on, and I could finally see the visitor. He was the spitting image of me, even the chakra. My hands automatically formed the necessary sign, and my lips whispered, Kai. However, nothing happened. I stopped the chakra flow in my body, also zero effect. What the hell is going on here? In a split second I was next to the stranger and put the kunai to his throat. He only phlegmatically opened one eye, and then, smiling, said, "It took you a long time." This reaction was disconcerting, but my Anbu training allowed me to hide my inner state. Without changing my position, I asked the first question that came to mind. Who are you? A clone, the stranger responded indifferently. Whose? What? A lot of options. He snorted and looked me straight in the eyes. It was as if I was looking in a mirror. You can't be my clone, I stated flatly, fully aware of how comical that must sound in a situation like this. My answer was his ironic look, in which mockery was clearly visible. Agree, Minato has no need to send a clone to you. Then who do you think I am? Asked the false Hikaru, casually glancing at the guard FUNN. I felt there was a catch, but I didn't understand what it was. I couldn't find any reasonable explanation, so I decided to change tactics. Okay, I said, let's say you're my clone. Why did I forget about you then? PFF. And how am I supposed to know where, when and from whom you got hit on the head? The interlocutor shrugged indifferently. I have a clear task, and I don't care about anything else. A task? I asked again, forgetting to suppress the notes of curiosity in my voice. My clone, or was it really a clone, remained silent and, calmly moving away from the kunai blade, took out a small piece of paper. Here, giving you a note was my task, he said, intending to unwind, but I intercepted his hands. How? This? Understand? I asked, barely holding myself in check and enunciating each word. He only grinned, as if enjoying my confusion, and then immediately disappeared. End of Hikaru's POV. For 5 minutes now the subconscious had been shaking from the friendly ringing laughter. Both the younger and the older were having a great time. If you listened carefully, you could distinguish the fox's stifled snort. He buried himself in one of the 9 tails, so as not to attract unnecessary attention to himself. You're something, the little one babbled, catching his breath a little, still holding onto his stomach. I told you it wouldn't be boring, Uzumaki proudly declared, his voice still shaking with laughter. Now he even felt a little sorry for Hikaru, that he hadn't thought of offering his younger brother help with the pranks earlier. Together we are strong. That's true, Namikaze smiled. By the way, the joy in his eyes replaced curiosity. What do those scribbles on the sheet mean? My brother's eyes really popped out of his head. It's just that your brother has very expressive facial expressions when he forgets about control, the Jinchuriki wanted to say, but changed his mind. A common phrase. Or, to be more precise, you can't trust anyone, Uzumaki explained with an innocent smile on his lips. And then, after a short pause, he added, only it is written in a special code that only Anbu captains, Kage, elders and a few other people holding key positions in the village know. Why exactly this? The boy asked with even greater curiosity. Well, the guy suddenly hesitated, as if trying to come up with an answer. Hiding the truth flashed through the younger's mind, but these suspicions were soon dispelled by Kyubi no Yoko. He just couldn't master that code properly. Kurama openly laughed, deciding that his intervention in the conversation would not spoil anything. The hero of the entire shinobi world, and a real idiot. The guy growled irritably, but he was completely ignored. No, I admit, sometimes his head works really well. But his memory, and in general, my Jinchuriki's brain only activates when he has to. And on normal days, they have vacation. So he knows 10 phrases at most out of the entire code. And that's the only one that's relevant. Uzumaki was slowly boiling, and soon Namikaze became a witness to the best illustration of the familiarity between a Beiyu and a Jinchuriki. Just think, a man rushing headlong with bare fists at the 9 tails himself. And the demon does not harm him in any way, only waves him off, watching what is happening from above and not forgetting to make caustic comments. Previously, such a picture would have probably scared the boy, but now Naruto Jr. was only smiling quietly. However, he still moved away from the scene of active action. After all, God protects those who protect themselves. Chapter 25. Is everyday life really that bad? Be careful what you wish for, because you never know who can hear them. Or what? Copyright Terry Pratchett Hikaru's POV. I was stunned and couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. The clone had long since disappeared without a trace, like a fleeting obsession, but my hands were still nervously clutching the ill-fated piece of paper, and it was absolutely real. Well, maybe I should forget everything like a bad dream. On the other hand, believe it or not, the contents of the note must be sorted out. Perhaps some emergency had happened in Konoha, and it was necessary to take immediate countermeasures. Well, if this was the beginning of paranoia, then I should no longer hold the post of Anbu captain. I wanted to talk to someone, but at the same time I was afraid of it. You can't trust anyone. EXO. The most disgusting phrase in the current situation. After a short hesitation, I decided to talk to my father, but my plans were not destined to come true. All my thoughts scattered as soon as I crossed the threshold of the office. This is how I saw my father for the first time. He did not pay attention to me, continuing to sit calmly at his desk. Only his gaze and tense shoulders betrayed his nervousness. It took me a few seconds to overcome my sudden confusion. What happened? I asked briefly. Minato nodded silently towards the papers he hadn't taken his eyes off until now. Approaching the table, I quickly glanced at several reports, according to which a certain unknown person had entered the secret archive of Konoha, somehow bypassing all the guards and FUNN protection, and then given himself away by clumsily dropping several books from the top shelf, and disappeared without a trace. An unheard of case. But it was by no means a reason to be surprised, because in the world of shinobi anything can happen, and genomes sometimes have very unexpected abilities. But the report had a continuation, written by a guy from the Hyuga clan, a member of Anbu and one of the guards of the storage facility. According to him, the Byakugan did not detect any living creatures near the source of the noise. However, once he was there, the Jonin could not believe his own eyes. A translucent girl was standing near the shelves, holding an open book in her hands. But it was not a person. Rather, the disappearing mist took the shape of a woman's body. The mist, which did not contain a drop of chakra. A few seconds later, the stranger simply melted into thin air, and a large thick book with the words, History of Konoha since its foundation, elegantly written on the leather cover fell, hitting the floor with a strong edge, causing a booming echo to spread throughout the room. In complete confusion, I picked up the next piece of paper and brought it closer, not believing my own eyes. It was a report written by Yamanaka Inoki's hand, testifying to the complete mental health of the shinobi and the veracity of his words. Not me. It's the world that's gone mad. A silent, barely noticeable movement of the lips. End of Hikaru's POV. Sasuke's POV. The day didn't go well from the very morning, or rather from the dawn, when a gloomy Hikaru dropped by our house. Of course, I didn't really care about his mood, but my brother was a different matter. After a short conversation with his friend, Itachi also became not himself. It was impossible to eavesdrop on the conversation because of the barrier, and I don't know what they were talking about, but soon the bad mood of these two spread to me. Things didn't get any better. Our new sensei, Mitarashi Anko, turned out to be a rude, hot-tempered person, and the news about temporary students clearly made her nervous. The girl didn't argue with the Hokage, but she took it out on us in full. At first, she made us cram all the characteristics of the numerous representatives of the local flora, which plants are edible, which are poisonous, and which can serve as an alternative first aid kit. To Naruto's timid remark that a shinobi will always have normal medicines and food pills, Anko flared up, declaring that any knowledge will not be superfluous in our empty heads. Soon the pile of books grew several times, and it seemed to me that Sensei had dragged here all the literature that was more or less suitable for the topic and, most importantly, did not require any explanation from her. There was little that was useful. Some things about camouflage, a little about traps, about hunting. Of course, in this pile of waste paper one could find some very informative information, but everything was written more for civilian adventure lovers than for shinobi. However, the proverb is right, there is happiness in misfortune. Personally, I, not without the advice of my double, managed to get used to the Sharingan and remembered a lot of information at first glance. Well, and the fact that after about 15 minutes my eyes were aching and watering, my legs were buckling, and my head was a mess, I will probably omit. Moreover, after a short break I could already quite well, if not quote, then at least confidently retell the literature I had read. And now I can rest. End of Sasuke's POV. Why are you playing the fool? Sora was indignant, slamming the book shut in irritation. PFF, snorted Uchiha, trying to hold back a smug grin. Unlike you, I've already exceeded the weekly plan. Look at yourself, with the exception of the herbalist, you haven't finished a single book. If it weren't for your eyes. The boy flared up, almost choking on air from indignation or envy. Guys, don't fight, Naruto suddenly cut in between them. Sasuke has really worked harder than us right now, and Anko-sensei, it seems to me, is just stalling for time, which means he didn't just get free before us. But they didn't let him finish. I've never been accused of being predictable, Mitarashi said with a strange intonation. Her loud voice rang out right behind the genin, and so unexpectedly that Sora involuntarily flinched, and the younger Namikas jumped nervously in place. Only Uchiha maintained the usual imperturbability among members of his own clan. Oh, you're back already, Anko-sensei, he stated in a calm voice. Sasuke's POV. And where did your energy and enthusiasm go that I've heard so much about? Mitarashi asked with a sarcastic tone, casting an appraising glance at the kids, but quickly changed the subject. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll be expecting you at the hospital in 2 hours. Don't bring your books with you, by the way. A hybrid of a mocking smile and an unkind grin flashed across her lips. I've seen something like this somewhere before. And then it dawned on me. Orochimaru, that strange guy my brother had to deal with a couple of times in his work. Although no, strange, is not the right word. More like, creepy, or even, slippery. Despite his seemingly harmless appearance, he exudes power or even threat, and his gaze penetrates to the bone no worse than the Sharingan. But most of all, his specific smile is etched in my memory. The smile I just saw on Anko's lips. Bruh. The girl did not wait for any questions, and a moment later the only reminder of her was a light cloud of dust. So, where are we going? Sora immediately asked, distracting me from unpleasant memories. Naruto slowly turned towards the sound. At first, his gaze seemed suspiciously sleepy or even foggy to me, but the sparkles of merriment jumping in his pupils suggested the true reason for this strangeness. A conversation on 2 fronts. And this, you know, is not as simple as it may seem from the outside. Especially if in the subconscious the conversation is much more exciting and interesting. Let's go to Ichiraku, Naruto suggested, finally returning to our mortal world. It's cheap and delicious there. I agree, Sora supported him. Well, I guess I'll have to settle for ramen. End of Sasuke's POV. The boys arrived at the hospital 10 minutes earlier than the appointed time, but Mitarashi was already there. But instead of explanations or any further instructions, she simply began a lecture on the most popular poisons and antidotes. And only after a long interval of time, when the girl's speech was nearing its end, the genin realized where this was all heading. Thus, one can develop immunity to all known poisons by taking them in homeopathic doses. Although immunity is not quite the right word, rather, insensitivity, resistance, the girl finished her monologue. Has this been tried yet? Sora asked incredulously. And what are the results? It's been tested, Anko said. You can stop pissing yourself, boys. And yes, I need your signature, she added, handing over the forms. I give my consent to the use of psychotropic drugs. Name, date, signature. Warned of possible complications. Name, date, signature. Sasuke and Naruto had it easier. They had already heard about a similar, fairly standard, for Anbu, procedure from their older brothers. But Sora's nervousness was noticeable to the naked eye. But still, the boy behaved quite decently and did not even ask about possible complications, which the guys were supposedly warned about, but simply signed the form and entered the office before his determination evaporated. The procedure itself was trivial. A small syringe with an almost transparent liquid inside, a thin needle. A 2-stage injection, first an intradermal test on the front surface of the forearm, and 20 minutes later, since there was no skin reaction, the injection itself, under the shoulder blade. If it itches, come in, said the doctor. His name was Yakushi Kabuto. So what should we expect? Sasuke asked out of curiosity. After all, his brother hadn't mentioned such trifles. Maybe a little drowsiness. And crazy dreams. Do you dream? I don't remember them, Sasuke shrugged. Remember these? Kabuto chuckled ambiguously. As soon as the genin left the medical room, Mitarashi shook her head. You're at it again. You could at least have mercy on the children. The girl smiled without reproach in her voice, then unrolled some scroll and began reading. I actually felt sorry for them, Yakushi countered with the same grin, and added a double dose of sleeping pills. Let the kids sleep it off. The body is stronger in sleep. And self-hypnosis is mostly not a dangerous thing. And what's wrong with them facing their fears in their sleep? It's better for them to rethink everything now and overcome it. And if they can't, then connecting the future with Anbu is not only stupid, but also dangerous, Kabuto continued, not looking up from his concerns. The boys had no desire whatsoever to go home and spend the rest of the day alone, and a reason to stay late was found very quickly. Joint training. What could be simpler and at the same time more useful? Nothing. According to a tacitly developed plan, the genin decided to go to a distant training ground, where no one would bother them, stretch, warm up, spar a little. In the end, throw all the bad thoughts out of their heads, where, fueled by a wild childish fantasy, unflattering versions of what exactly Yakushi Kabuto meant by crazy dreams, and what subtext his last phrase had multiplied. To one degree or another, each of the 12th team faced such sad thoughts. Why are you so gloomy today, Sasuke? Naruto decided to ask. His friend's bad mood was already starting to bother him. And what can he hide? He was worried about the Uchiha. A little, but he was worried. It's none of your business, he snapped, throwing a stern look at his friend. If it's not mine, then it's not mine, Naruto easily agreed, but didn't change the topic. I just wanted to say that you need to look at life more positively. How long have you thought so? Sasuke asked, raising an eyebrow skeptically. That's none of your business, Namikaze retorted good-naturedly, putting his hands behind his head and smiling broadly, looking at the distant clouds. Answer, trying to imitate his double, Naruto gave an exhaustive answer to his friend's question. It's all clear with you, Uchiha grinned, correctly interpreting the hint. But Sora, on the contrary, lost the logical thread of the dialogue. The pseudo-Jinchuriki felt increasingly like an outsider. It was too difficult to fit into a team where the others had known each other for a long time and understood each other perfectly well, and even seemed to think on the same wavelength. I feel like I'll never fit in with this group, Sora thought sadly, skillfully maintaining a neutral expression on his face and not revealing his thoughts to those around him. I don't know, of course, what happened to you, Namikaze continued speaking, but if some person makes you nervous, you can make fun of him, for example. And harmless revenge, and at least some variety in the grey everyday life. Then I'll start with you, the boy snorted. Yes please. The genin stuck his tongue out at his friend, trying to somehow wake him up. Naruto is right, Sora decided to join the conversation. Nothing interesting has happened since our first and last mission. It's boring, and everyday life tends to make you feel bored. Exactly. Well, at least someone understands. Namikaze said contentedly. Hey, Sasuke, why are you so quiet? However, Uchiha ignored the question. And he did not share the general mood. Adventures are, of course, cool. But now the boy wanted something else. Peace in the family and a good mood of anarchy. For the first time, Sasuke thought, is everyday life so bad? Commentary on Chapter 25. Is everyday life really that bad? Japanese proverb. Fukochu ni mo saiwaiari, Russian equivalent. Every cloud has a silver lining. Chapter 26. Hidden Fears. Commentary on Chapter 26. Hidden Fears Warning. The rating of this chapter turned out to be higher than IMHO, better a terrible end than endless horror. Copyright Ferdinand von Schill. When you're balancing on a narrow, blood-slick board over an abyss, the answer to the logical question, how did you end up here? Is unlikely to help, but the search for this answer can at least distract you a little from unpleasant thoughts on the topic. What will happen if you stumble? There will be nothing more. The end. A lousy ending. Come on, pull yourself together, imagine that this board is lying on the floor, and walk along it. What could be simpler? Namikaze tried to encourage himself. Inhale, exhale, calm down and finally take a step. Let it be small, it's not scary. The first of half a dozen, that's all. Go ahead. For this I'll pretend to believe in your strength. I mean, in mine. Well, anyway, you get it. I get it. Or maybe I don't get it. Naruto's head was spinning. He felt sick and ill, he wanted to give up, but he still moved on. Meanwhile, deep in his soul, a persistent thought was growing. This is all unreal. And a little later, memory politely reminded him of recent events, starting with the promise of crazy dreams and ending with a joint training session, after which the guys decided to take a break in the shade of a spreading tree. Just a bad dream, Namikaze thought with relief. Now he felt a little better. The sight and smell of blood still inspired something uncharacteristic of a shinobi, but the boy was accustomed to disgust, and the narrow slippery board he had to walk on did not inspire optimism. Only now the genin moved much more confidently than before, because he realized that blood was in no way connected with the death of people, and falling into this abyss would most likely not lead to death in reality. However, the boy still walked forward along the strictly designated path, overcoming the remnants of fear. He was sure that reaching the end of the board was the best way to wake up from the nightmare. Hollow diamond, hollow diamond, hollow diamond. Naruto woke up when the sunbeams broke through the loosely drawn curtains and danced right on his face. Actually, he was used to getting up at dawn, when everyone else was still fast asleep. The boy liked the morning sun, he loved to watch how everything around him gradually blossomed into bright colors after a night's sleep. However, Now it was about midday outside the window. Besides, Naruto could not remember the previous evening, and his head hurt terribly. Nevertheless, Naruto quickly got dressed, combed his hair and slipped out into the hallway. The boy stopped near the stairs. For some inexplicable reason, he did not want to go down at all. Anxiously, like before a thunderstorm, when nothing yet seems to foretell bad weather, the sky is clear, and the sun is bright. But a heavy and anxious languor appears under the heart, a harbinger of trouble. And the person begins to catch small signs that he had not noticed before. For example, the birds sing a little differently, the leaves rustle a little differently. It is difficult to explain, but easy to feel for people with heightened sensitivity. However, Naruto still began to descend, hoping that his worries were unfounded. The steps creaked pitifully under his feet, and the boy's heart sank with a premonition of imminent disaster. What kind? It was unknown. However, the youngest son of the Hokage did have one guess, although he hoped with all his heart that he would be wrong. The boy breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his father and mother in perfect health. They were having a great time. Kushina was whispering something in Minato's ear, which made the husband blush and hug his beloved woman tighter. Good morning, sleepyhead, we've been waiting for you. The parents greeted each other in chorus, noticing their son. Minato, our boy is now an adult, a genin. He's about to leave his home, go on missions far from home. Kushina spoke about the child's future with a mixture of pride and bitterness in her voice. I've prepared a gift for you, Naruto, come closer, I'll tell you. Minato, step back, don't eavesdrop, she playfully wagged her finger. After meeting Uzumaki, Namikaze regained faith in his own strength. Getting close to his mother no longer seemed like an impossible task. And his father was nearby. Stop, Uzumaki, where is he? The genin was alarmed, realizing that he did not feel someone else's presence in his head. A moment later, the rainbow atmosphere was replaced by alarm. The sun went behind the clouds, and the house became much darker. Naruto was standing right in front of Kushina, but now she did not look as friendly as she had a few seconds ago. What he feared most in the world happened. I was waiting for you, Naruto-kun. The mother's voice sounded merciless, her lips twisted, her smile turned into an almost animalistic grin. The once gentle female hand that had been on the child's shoulder now firmly grasped the trapezius muscle, digging its sharp claws into it. Remember my promise. You know, demons like me don't lie and always keep their end of the deal, unlike pathetic humans. Now there's nothing holding me back, and I'll satisfy my hatred by killing everyone you know, Naruto. If you don't twitch, then so be it, I'll leave you your worthless life. And first, I'll probably finish off that lovesick idiot, Kyubi spoke quietly, measuredly, as if about something ordinary, everyday. The casualness of the conversation with the monster frightened the genin no less than the content of the conversation. They were whispering to him in a calm voice that a real massacre would begin from here in a moment. Naruto looked back in horror at his unsuspecting father. Minato, however, most likely thought that his mother was just sweetly sharing a secret with her son, affectionately hugging his shoulders. And Kyubi continued. Little by little, mastering this body, I got used to it. I even liked it, but I hate the soul that shares it with me. You know, I'll combine business with pleasure. I'll drive her crazy by killing her husband and eldest son, and I'll cut up all the other people in the village. And as a keepsake, I'll leave her a souvenir, an amulet made from my ring finger with a wedding ring, and Hikaru's head. After that, I'll give her the reins of the body for a while, let her see what she's done. Do you think she'll break after that? Or maybe you can offer me something more interesting. Kushina hugs the child tightly, squeezing his chest so hard that he almost loses consciousness. Come on, don't cry. You're an adult, act like one. Kushina, stop scaring Naruto, otherwise he'll decide to end his career before it even starts, Minato joked. Okay, dear, Kyubi answered in Kushina's voice. Naruto saw all the metamorphoses clearly. He saw how the grin changed into a cute human smile and back. Kushina was squatting in front of him, and their faces were at the same level. The burning eyes with vertical pupils were full of hatred and anger. The demon's words took the boy's breath away, and bitter tears involuntarily flowed from his eyes. Naruto found himself in a hopeless situation. He was a hostage. He had no strength. The demon could not be stopped. Even his voice was gone. He could not scream, he could not warn his father of the danger. Again the boy felt helpless, useless. Naruto saw what happened next as if in slow motion. Minato was slowly approaching, not feeling threatened. Once he was within arm's reach, the Hokage said. Naruto, if you're a crybaby, girls will never love you. That's for sure, Minato. The voice is feminine, but too dry. A sharp turn, a lightning-fast lunge, and Kushina pierced her victim's stomach with her bare hand, shrouded in the poisonous chakra of the biju, after which she threw Minato to the opposite wall with a kick. He crashed into a dresser with glass doors with a dull ringing sound and slid to the floor together with the debris. Alive. Amazing. You insects really can't be underestimated, Kyubi chuckled, taking a few steps towards the man. When? Minato said with difficulty. A very, very long time ago. But only now did I have a convenient opportunity to take revenge and have fun, and at the same time trample your notorious wall of fire. Minato was taken in like a child. Romance and hormones clouded his judgment. He had trapped himself in a hopeless trap with his carelessness. In such a state he could not resist the Bayou. Naruto, run, Minato wheezed, choking on his own blood. Genin was in deep shock, but still obeyed his father's command. And the child himself desperately wanted to quickly escape from this terrible place, which had recently been his home. But the door lock and bolt did not immediately yield to the shaking child's hands. Run, puppy, save your life. Kyubi's parting words sounded. So where were we, Hokage-sama? The Bayou asked with an emphasized mockery in his voice. Damn you, Kyubi, Minato spat out, a hint of despair in his voice. You're funny. If it weren't for the circumstances, we could have become friends. But it wasn't meant to be. You know, I don't want there to be any misunderstanding between us. You hate me because I'm going to destroy your beloved village with all its inhabitants. And I hate you for taking away your freedom. Hatred will unite us, you know. We're similar, almost brothers. I want to help you, really. I'll send you out of turn to your forefathers. Do you know how? I'll burn you alive. But before that, I'll gouge out your little blue eyes and cut off your finger. I won't cut you too badly, you won't even notice. So, kunai, do you have knives in your pouch? Fortunately, Naruto did not see or hear the rest. Having left the house and run a few hundred meters, he tripped over something and fell right into a puddle, wetting and dirtying his clothes. However, he did not even notice the latter. Namikaze Jr. had a hard time perceiving what was happening. He was simply choking on incessant tears. The boy didn't even notice how a whole crowd of onlookers had gathered around him, laughing and discussing his person. Isn't this the younger Namikaze? Look at him, what a wretched thing. There's always a black sheep in every family. Look at his pants, that's hilarious. Ha ha, exactly. I'll tell my friends. A pig will find dirt everywhere. Shut up, his appearance is disgracing our Hokage. Listen, if you're so smart, maybe you can calm him down, wash him and bring him home. Go to hell. But Naruto had no time for insults now, especially since he had long been accustomed to being the object of gossip. The boy simply continued to sit on the cold ground, deeply immersed in himself. He stopped noticing the passage of time and woke up only from the clanking of many chains and the dull thuds of falling bodies. Is someone bullying my Naruto-kun? A loud ironic voice, clearly belonging to Kyubi, rang out. Sorry, I was late. I couldn't find where to put Hikaru's head. It's not very convenient to carry in your hands, you know. That's why I took your backpack. Oh. Don't worry so much. I'll pay you back with money. Kyubi tried to take some bills out of his wallet, but he couldn't do it. His thin fingers, stained with fresh blood, slipped off the papers. T-Bane, the Bayou exclaimed, parodying the true owner of the body. Okay, this is your tip. He threw the wallet itself at Namikaze. It hit the boy in the face and, opening, fell to the ground. All the fabric and bills were soaked in blood. Don't shake so much. I won't dirty my hands on you, you coward. And yes, if you want to find me, change your pants. But for now, good night, sunshine. Naruto was hit on the base of his skull, causing him to immediately lose consciousness. When Naruto woke up, he didn't recognize Konoha. Half-ruined buildings with holes in the roofs. Debris underfoot, puddles of water, long decomposed corpses of people and animals. Horrible illustrations of a feeling of irreparable disaster, a sense of global loneliness. His lips were chapped from thirst. He wanted to lie down and never get up again. To crawl to some puddle and drink, but something living inside him did not allow him to commit fatal acts. The boy seemed to feel someone's demanding whisper, go. And he went, not knowing where, not knowing why. Because of him, his parents died, Konoha was destroyed. Why live now? Hollow diamond containing filled diamond, hollow diamond containing filled diamond, hollow diamond containing filled diamond. Sora's nightmare began just as suddenly, squeezing his throat with the suffocating smell of blood and burning. He found himself in the middle of a half-destroyed village, engulfed in flames. Crimson tongues flew up, trying to scorch the night sky, indifferent to the tragedy that had unfolded. There were no living people around, only burnt and mutilated bodies. Sora wanted only one thing: to quickly get away from this terrible place, especially since he was haunted by an absurd and sickening feeling that he was somehow involved in the catastrophe that had happened here. The boy made his way along the leaky, shaky roof, struggling with a fear of heights that had appeared out of nowhere. The boards creaked and cracked, nails were torn out of the rafters with a crunch. But when he descended to the ground, the genin did not notice any improvement. The ground under his feet gradually ceased to be solid. And the ground at all. Soon some rotten boards were shaking under him, which made him terribly nervous. Sora always preferred to stand firmly on his feet in all situations and in all possible meanings of this expression. And when this did not work, he began to get angry, a sure sign of great fear. Waves of indignation and annoyance at himself were born inside the boy, which slowly but inexorably transformed into anger and hatred for everything that surrounded him. Heat spread throughout his body with such incredible speed and force that Sora's skin began to be covered in terrible burns. He screamed in terrible pain. And woke up. A dream. Just a nasty dream. The genin repeated to himself under his breath, recovering from the recent nightmare. I have nothing to do with it. It's all the effect of the poisons. He calmed himself down relatively successfully. But it was very difficult for him, because along with the awareness of the unreality of what had happened, his heart was pierced by a kind of déjà vu. But if we're talking about that, the boy had suffered partial amnesia not long ago after an accident, related, by the way, to a fire. Doctors said that it was a protective reaction of the body, to forget the pain he had endured. But where is the guarantee that Sora himself did not become a source of suffering for those around him? Why are they so carefully hiding part of the truth from him, supposedly caring about his mental health? What caused the feeling of some kind of connection between his past and this nightmare? The boy did not know. No, that's not what we need to think about now, Sora firmly told himself, having mastered his raging emotions, and looked around. There was silence all around, broken only by the rustling of leaves. Naruto, as it seemed to Sora, was sleeping peacefully, but Sasuke was periodically twitching and restlessly tossing and turning in his sleep. In addition, he soon began to delirium. Sora sank down on the grass next to the Uchiha, trying to wake him up, and realized that his teammate had a fever. Is this normal? A frantic thought flashed through the child's head, and he decided to wake Naruto up to agree on further actions with him. But Namikaze. Sora swallowed the lump in his throat, realizing that the situation was 1,000 times worse than he had previously assumed. Naruto was painfully pale and even seemed to be breathing every other time. The boy did not risk shaking his comrade to wake him up. What to do? Where to run for help? A frantic thought beat in his head like a frightened bird. It was catastrophically difficult to concentrate. The hospital was far away from here, and Sora was not sure that he remembered the way well. But then it dawned on the boy, the Uchiha quarter. It should be nearby. There must be some adult there. They will think of something. Driven by the thought, if only I could make it in time, Sora took off. And ran. He ran without looking where he was going, not paying attention to his fatigue and his ragged breathing, until he crashed into something soft. A person. An adult. Itachi. Sora's joy knew no bounds. He tried to ask the Uchiha for help, but suddenly realized that he couldn't speak properly. His lungs were burning like fire, and his breathing was hopelessly ragged. Fortunately, Itachi himself was able to draw all the necessary conclusions and only asked, "Where?" Sora waved in the direction he had come from and managed to squeeze out, "P polygon." "Rest," the guy said briefly in response and disappeared. Hollow diamond containing filled diamond, hollow diamond containing filled diamond, hollow diamond containing filled diamond. At first, Sasuke was quite comfortable. He had breakfast, ran to the training ground, meditated there and went home with a sense of accomplishment. But then everything went wrong. The boy simply turned into another alley, and now instead of the midday sun, a full moon was looking at him. Here, around the corner, it was deep night. Not, suddenly came, but was, long before his arrival. But for some reason this circumstance did not seem strange to Sasuke. But the fact that he could not turn back, really instilled anxiety. Uchiha began to look around in the hope that he would recognize the street, but something inexplicable began to happen. All the buildings suddenly blurred, like a fresh painting that someone ran a hand over. And when the sharpness of the surroundings returned, Sasuke recognized his native neighborhood. But he didn't like what he saw. And it wasn't the darkness, of course. He liked the night, the time when Itachi was less busy than usual. But here, around the corner, the boy immediately sensed that this was some kind of wrong night, wrong or something, unnatural. And the wind was somehow strange, Not very strong, but it seemed to blow in all directions at once. It wouldn't knock you off your feet, but it could easily drive you crazy. All it needed was time. And perhaps not so much. Sasuke began to look around, trying to figure out how to get out of this terrible place. It was clear that the easiest thing to do would be to turn back, but his body did not want to obey its owner and turn around. Hope melted away completely when the boy, with difficulty turning his head, saw a dead end behind him. The road he had come here on no longer existed. He had to go forward, and besides, it seemed that his body itself wanted it. How so? Sasuke did not understand. Yet, he simply walked down the street, slightly sluggishly watching as one familiar building was replaced by another. So the genin reached his home, and that's when the worst part began. Sasuke froze for a moment. People from his clan were fighting with swords very close by. No, that's not it. They were killing each other as if possessed, and it did not matter whether they were friends, neighbors or relatives. Suddenly, the body finally stopped obeying the boy. Against his will, he bent down, took a sword from a dead clansman, and walked home with a firm step. The genin had no control over his body, not even the slightest. He became a living toy in the hands of a puppeteer. Not even a minute had passed, and the youngest son of the head of the Uchiha clan was standing in his father's room. "How dare you!" Fugaku exclaimed, his voice breaking with anger and despair. Looking closer, Sasuke saw a woman in a white kimono lying nearby with a huge stain of dried blood on her chest. With difficulty overcoming himself, the boy looked at her face. "Is mom dead?" the genin asked, stuttering, already knowing the answer to his question. Knowing, but refusing to believe. "Have you come to gloat?" Uchiha Senior asked with a bitter smile on his lips. "Or have you decided to kill me too?" Sasuke didn't understand why his father was saying such terrible things. Why, he wanted to ask, but couldn't. His lips had a life of their own, and instead of the desired phrase they gave out a vile grin. Sasuke would have given anything for the opportunity to at least close his eyes. But no, the boy was forced to watch as he personally pierced his father's heart with a sword, and his parents' face distorted either from pain or from disgust at his killer. And at that moment Itachi entered the room. "It wasn't me. I didn't mean to," the child whispered, choking on tears, convulsively clutching the bloody sword in his hands. Control over his body had already returned to him, and now Sasuke was shaking violently. "You are not my brother anymore," Itachi said coldly, coming closer. There was not even condemnation in his gaze, but worse, complete disappointment and contempt. Suddenly, the boy's right cheek flared up with a burning pain, and his vision darkened for a few moments. When his vision cleared again, Sasuke saw Itachi in front of him, after which he involuntarily closed his eyes and said, "I didn't mean to." Instead of answering, his brother's hand fell reassuringly on the genin's shoulder, and when he opened his eyes, now with two tomo on the iris, Itachi said in a calm but firm voice, "Everything is fine now. You're already awake, Ototo." Sasuke blinked a few times and looked around. He was sitting on the grass with his back to a tree. On the training ground where Team 12 had decided to do some training. It seemed like all the previous events had really been just a dream. A crazy dream that he would remember for the rest of his life. Chapter 27. We'll explain everything now. There is nothing secret that will not become clear, and there is nothing hidden that would not come out into the open. Copyright Gospel of Mark. Ni-san, what's wrong with Naruto? Why are you so gloomy? And where's Sora? A whole bunch of questions rained down on Itachi as he looked at the Hokage's youngest son with bewilderment. The child's chills and paleness were easy to explain, and such a state did not pose any particular danger. Any medic would help in a matter of seconds. Only the reaction of the pupils to light was alarming. It was almost the same as that of a person under a strong genjutsu, but there were a number of differences. This was what made Itachi activate the Sharingan instead of simply delivering the boy to the medic nin. Carefully lifting the child's eyelids, the Uchiha looked into his eyes. All this time, Sasuke was watching his brother closely and trying to assess the situation. Itachi's latest actions made the boy pull himself together. Now he was thinking as quickly as possible, but at the same time quite sensibly. And it was not a matter of mental stability, but rather a habit, reinforced by a huge release of adrenaline, and the recent evolution of the Sharingan also made its contribution. After all, Itachi had trained his brother from an early age to be able to instantly make the right decisions and act according to the situation. Particular emphasis was placed on the fact that any more or less important action should be logically justified. You can't let emotions get the better of you. Therefore, now Sasuke, having soberly assessed the situation, realized that he needed to act. And quickly. There were several prerequisites for such a decision. Firstly, the boy was afraid to even imagine what his brother could do if he discovered two alien personalities in the subconscious of the Hokage's son, one of which was the most powerful Biju. And if Namikaze himself was unable to hold a conversation, it was unknown how their meeting would turn out. And then Itachi would be in danger, and Naruto could suffer. After all, the subconscious is not the best place for showdowns. The second, but not in importance, prerequisite was the desire to be sure of something. And after the recent nightmare, he wanted this especially strongly, since otherwise Sasuke's anxiety was quite capable of developing into paranoia. The boy's doubles were frightening. Or rather, no, not that way. He was frightened by the fact that it was terribly difficult to guess about their existence in others, while the copies could at any moment intercept control over the body and do anything. Although the double from another world was only useful so far, the lack of complete control over the situation was quite stressful for the genin. The anxiety grew and grew until it was reflected in a recent nightmare as a bright, terrible illustration. Now the boy had a real opportunity to find out if there was a similar double in his beloved brother. Well, the first reason helped to calm his conscience. Sasuke did not follow curiosity or fear and trusted his brother, and he made the decision to intervene solely with the goal of ensuring Naruto and Itachi from any mistakes. Hollow diamond containing filled diamond, hollow diamond containing filled diamond, hollow diamond containing filled diamond. At first glance, Itachi looked absolutely calm. And no wonder, he was always distinguished by his emphasized self-control and ability to perfectly control himself, both emotions, gestures, and words. But the right hand of the heir of the Uchiha clan was clearly light on the slightly opened pouch with kunai, and the cold look of his scarlet eyes did not foreshadow a peaceful conversation. But the confusion on Uzumaki's face was noticeable to the naked eye, although, unlike the guest, what had happened did not seem inexplicable to him. What can I say? He knew that they would have to meet. But not so soon and under different circumstances. The war hero was completely at a loss. He was a stranger here, he had a Bayu with him, which people were used to fearing and hating, and he didn't even have a small one. And the last fact was the most alarming, since Namikaze apparently needed help, and instead of doing something, Uzumaki would have to waste time sorting out the situation with Itachi. However, what happened next was something that neither Itachi nor Uzumaki expected. We'll explain everything now, Sasuke announced, catching his breath, either from running or from nerves. Another Sasuke stood behind him, and, unlike the younger one, his face showed practically no emotions. Itachi decided that the situation could not become any more surprising and incomprehensible, when a low growling voice was heard from around the corner in the distance. Now it's definitely a walk-through yard. Hollow diamond, hollow diamond, hollow diamond. Namikaze Naruto walked without making out the road. Where to? Unknown. The boy's dull, losing conscious expression gaze suddenly caught on a detail that, unlike the others, managed to retain its original appearance. The door. For some reason, the boy instinctively singled it out from the general background. Where did the certainty come from that there, behind it, he would find a saving refuge? Naruto did not know this, but a timid hope stirred in his soul. When the door opened and a painfully familiar blonde appeared from there, the child experienced a dual feeling. On the one hand, the double, albeit indirectly, became the cause of this entire catastrophe. But on the other, the boy just wanted to hang on Uzumaki's neck and burst into tears, spitting on all conventions and decency. Namikaze hesitated for only a few seconds, then cast aside his doubts and ran. The strength returned to the child's body as suddenly as it had left him. And with it, the thought arose that a happy ending was still possible. And the boy clung to it like a life-saving straw, although he was afraid to rejoice prematurely. As Naruto Jr. stepped over the threshold, he suddenly felt dizzy, but the strong arms of his double prevented him from falling. Namikaze froze for a moment, then buried his face in the older man's shoulder and burst into tears. He was tired and just wanted to rest. Itachi was left with mixed feelings about the child's behavior. His best friend's younger brother was truly on the verge of a nervous breakdown, if not beyond it. On the other hand, the Anbu captain knew perfectly well that the worst was already behind him, and there was no longer any doubt that Uzumaki was not an enemy. Flashback. I expect an explanation, Itachi said. His expression, like his voice, was completely calm, although in reality the Anbu captain felt out of place, because everyone present, including his little Ototo, had much more information. But where to start? Sasuke drawled, realizing that he was actually completely unprepared for such a conversation. Suddenly, his gaze caught on his friend's figure. He was limping along the wall, barely moving his disobedient legs. He looked completely lost and did not react to any sounds. An eerie addition to the overall picture was the empty look of his seemingly glassy eyes. What about Namikaze? Sasuke asked, not hiding his excitement, changing the topic of conversation. Itachi immediately looked in the direction his brother was pointing. He was unpleasantly surprised by the state of the cage's son, but he did not rush to the child, as he did not want to turn his back on the stranger, who strongly resembled an adult Naruto. Therefore, for now, Itachi limited himself to this answer. I don't know. He probably just came here. But Uzumaki didn't think about such trifles and almost ran to the indicated place, approximately behind the back of the eldest of the Uchiha. And froze. Where? He muttered disappointedly. There's no one here except us. Sasuke didn't understand how Uzumaki was standing right in front of his double, looking at him and not seeing him. However, there was no time to think about the reasons for this oddity. He needed to bring his friend to his senses, so the boy quickly and confidently approached Naruto Sr. You really don't see? Sasuke asked and immediately read the answer to his question in his interlocutor's eyes. Misunderstanding and anxiety splashed there. Give me your hand. Uzumaki didn't understand why, but he held it out without asking any unnecessary questions. And a couple of seconds later, the Jinchuriki clearly felt the warmth of a human body under his palm, while his eyes saw only air ahead. End of flashback. Naruto, are you okay? Itachi asked as the sobbing turned into occasional whimpers. The boy immediately fell silent and slowly turned towards the familiar voice. Itachi, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Where did you come from? By this point, Namikaze had already realized that he was in his subconscious, and that the nightmare he had recently experienced was nothing more than a bad dream. But how did his brother's best friend end up here? So the others don't bother you. The same even, calm voice. It's just not the first time. Naruto Jr. tried to smile, after which he put his hand behind his head and habitually ruffled his hair. Itachi was silent, but his gaze at the moment was more expressive than words. It's a long story. Namikaze sighed, realizing that a frank conversation could no longer be avoided. There's no hurry, Itachi would have said under different circumstances. But Naruto looked so exhausted that there was simply no desire to demand an explanation from him now. However, the guy was not going to let things slide either. It was more rational to listen to Ototo for now and get a general picture of what had happened. But Itachi did not have time to ask his brother a question. Perhaps I'll start. The boys have already had enough of this today, they probably don't have time for chatter. Said the Jinchuriki and immediately received a grateful look from both boys. My name is Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, but to avoid confusion, I suggest you call me by my call sign, Fox. I appeared here recently, and, although it's hard to believe, I'm from a parallel world. Itachi listened with a degree of skepticism, but did not interrupt. How I got here is interesting to me. Even though I've been hanging around here for 2 weeks now, things aren't getting any clearer. I told Melky much more about myself, but now I don't see the point in retelling my personal biography. Our worlds are similar in many ways, but have a number of significant differences. One of them is that I'm the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox and ended up here with him. Naruto Jr., noticing that Itachi had become a little tense, also decided to join the conversation. It's not as scary as it might seem at first glance. This Bayu is not like the one in my mother. That is, the same, but different. Having gotten confused in his wording, the child fell silent and looked at the elder for support. Uzumaki touched the top of his head encouragingly and continued. Now Kurama is quite loyal to people, if you don't anger him. He only dislikes representatives of the Uchiha clan because of a couple of assholes who once tried to control him with the Sharingan. Kurama. You call him Kyubi no Yoko. For the first time, Itachi didn't know how to react to the information he'd received. It all seemed too fantastic, and at the same time. And then Namikaze Jr. tried to stand up for the Biju, even though he was terribly afraid of them. Or was afraid. Now the guy wasn't sure of anything. And this, Itachi, I have one request for you. The boy suddenly spoke again. Please, do not tell anyone about what you saw here. I will tell you myself when the time comes. But for now, let father, brother and the others remain in the dark. I'm not sure that would be right, he said thoughtfully. Trusting strangers is an unaffordable luxury in the shinobi world. Is that what you're getting at? Almost, Uchiha answered vaguely. That's right, Naruto nodded, and I don't need any extra problems right now. For you and the others, Lise is just a suspicious person, but for me, he's a senpai. I won't lie, we didn't become friends right away, but I soon realized that he's a cool guy. In general, I feel comfortable with Uzumaki, but neither my father nor my brother will take my opinion into account. They don't know Lise the way I do, and they'll most likely decide that he's a threat to me. That's why, Itachi, I asked you to keep quiet. I see, the guy answered after a short silence. Let it be your way. But I really hope that soon one of your relatives will also learn the truth. After all, as far as I understand, your friend would also like to understand what happened, which means that outside help would not be superfluous. Yes, the Jinchuriki confirmed. But I'm quite ready to help the little one integrate into the life of a shinobi for now. And then we'll sort out my problems somehow, especially since right now I don't have any leads anyway, the guy finished, throwing a strange glance at the adult Sasuke. And what do you think about your double, Ototo? I don't know. The boy was confused. It was useless to lie to his brother, but he didn't want to admit his cowardice either, especially after Namikaze's inspired speech. It's been over a year since he came to our world. Hawk, that's his call sign, isn't very talkative, but I know about his previous life and that world in general. He also gave me some good advice during training. You never have time. The genin finished reproachfully. A year? Itachi asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. A little more, Sasuke answered with a grin and, diverting the conversation away from the original question, continued, by the way, I know about the same amount about Uzumaki in absentia. Hawk spoke quite well of him, said that if something happens, you can always rely on him, he won't let you down. Itachi, what's up with Sora? Naruto Jr. suddenly asked. He was genuinely curious, but at the same time he didn't want his friend to blurt out something unnecessary. The guy thought. The last time was not far from our house. However, you are right, Naruto, it is worth finding him. And we can continue the conversation another time. Just this, Nii-san, you also don't tell your parents anything. Okay, Sasuke asked quietly. I'll keep quiet for now, and then we'll figure it out, Itachi replied before disappearing. Chapter 28. Stalemate. Part 1. Until the choice is made, everything in the world is possible. When the right choice is made, even the impossible is possible. Life is a series of choices. Every day, every minute, every second. Important and not so important. Perhaps it would be more correct to say that life is a series of consequences of decisions made by you and those around you. Decisions where someone's slightest mistake can cost you dearly. What should he do? Would his silence lead to disaster? Or would outside interference now only make things worse? Itachi didn't know the answer to these and other questions. But he was sure of one thing. Somehow the boys had become strongly connected to the strangers on a mental level, so an attempt to forcibly separate them could be dangerous. And he had never had any close acquaintances from the Yamanaka clan, and telling strangers about such things. No thanks. Besides, there were other complications, at least in Naruto's case. If Sasuke's double didn't feel any chakra, this Uzumaki had so much of it that the body of an average jonin simply couldn't contain, let alone a child. But that wasn't the worst thing. After all, the Bayu, whose power could destroy the entire village even if released spontaneously, was not restrained by anything, at all. And therefore, any outside interference could provoke a real catastrophe. But inaction is also not an option. After all, if they got here, someone contributed to it, someone needed it. I would like to know how many people are behind all this, their motives and future plans. Are you okay, Nii-san? His brother's worried voice finally brought the boy back to reality. You barely even reacted to Sora's appearance. I was just thinking, Ototo. Too many things have happened lately. Controversial, he replied, and then changed the subject. How about some herbal tea? It's a great stress reliever. The guys just looked at each other and almost simultaneously shrugged their shoulders. They didn't have any plans anyway. The clan head's house was unusually empty. Fugaku himself had been summoned by the fourth a few hours ago, and Mikoto had been running around various shops and workshops for several days now, whenever she had a free minute, looking for a gift for her best friend's upcoming birthday. As soon as Team 12 settled down on the veranda and Itachi went to get some tea, Sora began to actively study the situation. The house was unusually empty and at the same time cozy. Of the decorations, he noticed only a few ikebana and indoor plants that fit perfectly into the overall interior. But the best thing was that despite the stuffiness reigning outside, it was fresh and cool here. Have you thought about your desired specialization yet? Itachi asked, stopping next to the boys. In his hands he held a bright red lacquered tray with 3 cups, steam rising from them. Sora even flinched in surprise. Understanding that shinobi of such level are prone to walk silently is one thing, but to encounter it in practice. He even became envious, looking at his teammates who were used to such things. I have no choice, Naruto shrugged with feigned indifference, taking the drink first and taking a small sip. I'm unlikely to be able to handle anything other than fuinjutsu. Why so sour? Itachi grinned in response. In general, masters of seals and barriers are very inconvenient opponents. The guy wasn't lying. Despite all his skill, he wouldn't want to face one of the scarlet-haired professionals. They were too unpredictable in general and really difficult opponents. Yes, training to such a level is not an easy task even with Uzumaki blood, but it's not impossible, is it? Don't believe me? Itachi asked in response to the child's sour face. I can prove it right today with a visual example, he offered with a slight smile. Yes, it's not his profile. But at one of the clan training grounds, Kushina's uncle recently updated the protection and added a lot of interesting things. How about a demonstration? And you can't think of a better place for a frank conversation. Sasuke, Sora, have you already decided which skills you will develop first? There was no quick answer. Sasuke wondered which of the items on the list would be more useful at first. And Sora, it was too difficult for him, who had not even graduated from the academy, though he had received an alternative education at the temple, to think about such things. The only thing that came to mind was ninjutsu with elemental techniques, and even then without any particular specifics. It's right that you don't rush to answer, especially since in your case the choice should be made with an eye to working in a team, the Anbu captain said knowingly. After all, you should complement each other. Itachi looked at the puzzled boys with pleasure. A little more and the goal would be achieved. Sasuke and Sora would certainly want to learn more about the options for the notorious teamwork, and in the meantime he himself would be able to have a serious talk with Naruto's double and finally decide how to act in the current situation. And he would do it without risk to the others, behind a powerful barrier. With the help of genjutsu, I can show you examples of the coordinated work of various groups of shinobi. Even if their actions do not have a solution that suits you, knowing the tricks of others is never superfluous. Do you agree? Of course. The boys readily agreed. After putting his brother and Sora under genjutsu, Itachi created one shadow clone and after a short briefing, turned to Naruto. Let's go. You'll see with your own eyes one of the works of the masters of fuinjutsu. You probably know that the Sharingan is forbidden to be used on civilians and shinobi younger than Jonin, Itachi said quietly after activating the barrier. People's fear, prejudice, and also several careless individuals from our clan forced the fourth to impose such a ban. However, with unspoken permission to use it in special cases. Naruto listened with half an ear. He already knew what he was getting at. But the dome, shimmering with different colors, covering the clearing was very interesting and attractive. If you believe the textbooks, golden flashes indicate the power of the barrier, and here there are. A lot of them and all around the perimeter. Incredible. Naruto, can you hear me? Itachi asked after a minute's pause. Yes, he nodded. Do you want to use the Sharingan on me? Namikaze looked serious, but not scared. And yet Itachi decided to ask. Are you afraid? No. Naruto shook his head. I trust you, and I understand that a frank conversation is unavoidable. Uzumaki told me right away that you would try to stay alone. I don't mind. Itachi frowned. He didn't like it at all that the little one had become so attached to the stranger. However, the most important thing now was to protect him and the people of Konoha from the impending threat. The rest was not important. Senpai, what's wrong? Naruto asked, confused. The double was sitting in the lotus position next to his Bayu, but for some reason with his eyes closed. Sorry. Uzumaki smiled guiltily. Kurama and I don't want to take risks. It's easier for us, and it won't interfere with the conversation. But shouldn't the interlocutors look at each other during an honest conversation? Or are you not in the mood for frankness? Itachi asked ironically. Namikaze looked from one to the other in confusion. Was his senpai really hiding something? I usually prefer to see the person I'm talking to, Naruto Sr. readily agreed. It's easier for me to understand a person's reaction that way. But you're an Uchiha. A short pause. Hawk once mentioned that a person has 43 facial muscles that can show 10,000 shades of emotion. And by micro-expressions, which, by the way, are not subject to conscious control, you can understand if the person you're talking to is trying to hide something. So I'm the only one at a disadvantage. Is that true, Itachi? Then why did you first? The boy muttered, completely confused about what was happening. Uchiha sighed. He didn't want to tell the little guy everything, but when trust was at stake. And Uzumaki was unlikely to remain silent if the question was forwarded to him. With the help of the Sharingan, you can force a person to tell the whole truth, even if he was going to remain silent, the current Anbu captain explained. And take control. Naruto suddenly realized, remembering the elder's story. So that masked man who subdued the 9 tails on your birthday and sent it to destroy Konoha was an Uchiha. Uzumaki nodded, and Itachi began to analyze the information he had received. If what was said was true, then these aliens really had good reasons to be wary of the Sharingan. Besides, the kid already knew about that story, but without the unnecessary details that cast a shadow on the great clan. It turns out that the strangers weren't so obscure after all. After all, they could have easily undermined the child's trust in individuals who were dangerous to them in advance. But they didn't do that. Itachi preferred to be in complete control of the situation. He would never take unnecessary risks. But now, why doesn't the Bayou hold anything back? Uchiha finally decided to ask directly. He thought he was ready for anything. But Uzumaki's reaction left him stumped. He laughed, lightly and openly, perhaps a little hysterically. And I couldn't understand why you were so nervous, Databayo. He suddenly said with a grin and even seemed to relax. Naruto didn't bother to clarify that he also understood the reason why they were talking to them after all, and not reporting them to the proper authorities. Funny, isn't it? Fear of the Bayou protects him and the tailed beast from problems. In my world, I opened the cage a long time ago. Myself, voluntarily, with a key. Kurama and I then united in the face of a strong enemy, became partners, and then friends. With these words, Uzumaki suddenly opened his eyes and looked intently at the Uchiha. There is no point in me lying. And I. But he didn't have time to finish, because Itachi suddenly disappeared from the subconscious. Ah, did something happen? Namikaze asked. Always so cold-blooded. Itachi looked stunned now. Even the rich imagination of a well-read child was stuck trying to guess what had moved him so much. Well, how can I say it? Uchiha said, slightly drawing out the words. They're waiting for you in the cage's office for an explanation. There are a couple of questions for you. The daimyo. But I didn't do anything bad. The child exclaimed. Itachi didn't argue. He simply used genjutsu to recreate the note seen by the clone, addressed to the wife of the current daimyo of the Land of Fire, a plump middle-aged woman who periodically hired Konoha teams to search for her beloved cat Tora. And everything would have been fine, if not for the postscript at the end. And also the handwriting and content. I often watched from the sidelines. Shijimi-sama. You are simply an extraordinary woman. For this reason alone, I am happy to live in the Land of Fire. Konoha's lightning in love. Do you recognize it? The child's rapidly reddening face was more revealing than any words, and a strange cocktail of emotions splashed in his eyes. Commentary on Chapter 28. Stalemate. Part 1. Madam Shijimi, wife of the daimyo Hai no Kuni. Chapter 29. Stalemate. Part 2. The road to the residence took catastrophically little time. It seems Itachi only just exposed his back to Naruto. And already it's time to get off. We've arrived. And yet we still need to come up with an excuse. This daimyo really wanted to rummage through other people's things. And in general, it's not decent, that's it, the son of Cage was indignantly thinking to himself. He really wanted to kick or break something, but he had to control himself. The double, instead of helping, admired the idea and quietly thought about who from his world he could later play a similar prank on. In a word, he was fooling around. Even Kurama went to bed snorting that Naruto is everywhere. Such helpers. Naruto Jr. didn't think about the fact that outsiders' interference could only make the situation worse. However, he had no time for that now. Yes, the boy himself wanted to attract his father's attention and he definitely succeeded. But, a showdown with the daimyo was not in his plans at all. He only wanted to put his parent in an awkward position with that madam. So that she, for example, would turn him down, but as a consolation, squeezing him in a friendly, suffocating embrace, promised to send a couple of her photos from the resort. And Minato would have to endure all this with a forced smile, because Shijimi-san is still the daimyo's wife, and not a child whose opinion can be ignored. But now it's more serious. If you tell the daimyo the truth, he will, of course, believe it. But the Hokage's authority will probably fall to the lowest point. How else, since his own son doesn't respect him? Namikaze Jr. didn't want to let his father down that badly. So, he had to improvise. Itachi remained in the corridor with the daimyo's confidants, but Naruto was sure that nothing from the conversation would remain a secret. His father would not activate the barrier, and without it, the soundproofing was useless. The fourth was clearly not in the best mood, which, however, was hardly reflected in his appearance. The same polite smile on duty, and a calm, soft voice. Only in his eyes could one discern a shadow of fatigue and disappointment. Are you saying that the note was his doing? The ruler of the Land of Fire asked skeptically, his sparse facial expressions making it impossible to read his attitude to what was happening. And what did he want to achieve with it? Now we'll find out. Minato frowned at his youngest son, from whom he had never expected such a setup. Will you explain? I didn't mean to offend anyone. Really? Naruto sniffled. At the last moment, he finally decided on a suitable line of behavior, and now he was trying his best to play out the idea as believably as possible. It's just that Shijimi-sama really is an incredible woman. I realized that the first time I saw her. And when she showed up in Konoha again a month and a half ago. Well, she was looking for her kitty, a brown one. With a cute red bow. I just couldn't hold back. After these words, Naruto smiled shyly, looking slightly guilty at his surprised father. You see, he continued, at our academy, when someone is particularly liked, they write notes. So I decided to write one. At these words, Naruto bit the inside of his lip unnoticed. The pain and salty taste in his mouth sobered him up a bit, allowing him to gather himself and continue seriously, although before that he desperately wanted to laugh. And then he slipped it into her pocket unnoticed when she was leaving. He finished quietly. Why did you sign up as Lightning? The daimyo chuckled kindly. The truth was surprisingly funny, so he was even glad that he had been wrong in his guesses. Twice. The clever genin clenched his teeth for a moment on the bleeding wound in his mouth, after which, with the same captivating childish seriousness, he explained. You know that my father was nicknamed the Yellow Lightning of Konoha. And I'm just his miniature copy. But I can't sign my name as Little Lightning. So I decided to write that I'm in love. The head of Hai no Kuni laughed heartily at this statement, and Naruto seemed to purse his lips in resentment. You have a wonderful son, Minato-san, said the daimyo. He's a mischievous and restless boy, but I think he'll grow up to be a good man and a shinobi. Having said this and patted the boy on the head, he left the office. And Namikaze Jr. made a mental note in his head not to catch the eye of Madame Shijimi under any circumstances, since her husband would certainly tell her about the funny incident with the ill-fated note. Minato, to tell the truth, did not know how to react. Naturally, he did not believe his son's story, although it turned out to be unusually coherent and realistic. We got away with it, the boy muttered under his breath as the footsteps in the hallway died away. Sorry, I didn't think things would turn out like this. Minato didn't want to say that he was disappointed. He didn't want to admire how Naruto had managed to get out of this, either. Pretending that nothing had happened, the fourth considered it wrong, not pedagogical. And emotional fatigue had set in. Itachi, he said, pointedly ignoring his son. Yes, Hokage-sama, he bowed his head slightly as soon as he found himself in the office. I have a favor to ask of you, a short pause. Look after my slacker, and organize his leisure time so that when he's alone, he thinks only about not passing out before he crawls to bed. Can you handle it? Naruto, who hadn't expected anything like this, looked from his father to Itachi in slow motion. Itachi didn't look confused. Any special requests? He asked evenly. Take care of Naruto personally and don't make any concessions. Since he became a shinobi, he must live up to it. Namikaze Jr. froze for a moment, trying to fully comprehend what he had heard. Itachi, on the other hand, hesitated for no more than a second, and then covered himself with the fourth light genjutsu, which replaced images and suppressed sounds. That's a strange way to choose punishment, Uchiha said with a slight grin. To which Minato responded with a guilty smile. We can't deprive him of sweets at such an age, he responded jokingly, after which he immediately became serious. And he needs to tighten up before working in the field. You can easily adjust the load so that the return is maximum, and at the same time there are no serious injuries. Perhaps this is cruel, but lives are at stake. So I'm counting on you. The Uchiha was about to dispel the technique, but the Hokage unexpectedly stepped forward and, placing his hand on the interlocutor's shoulder, said, Strange things are happening in Konoha. We don't know who is behind this or how serious it is, and your district has the most extraordinary protection. After these words, Minato abruptly turned back, after which he himself dropped the genjutsu. The additional barrier from wiretapping fell off even earlier, at the moment of breaking physical contact. I'm counting on you, Itachi, the most ordinary phrase sounded, and only the young Anbu captain could roughly estimate how much was actually put into it. I won't let you down, he responded willingly with a maniacal smile. He noticed in his peripheral vision that Naruto shuddered, but this was the right behavior right now. If the fourth was afraid to speak openly in his office, it meant that he, too, had better play to the crowd now. It was problematic to just pull on one of Morino Abiki's smiles. No, the facial expressions allowed it to be done, technically. But the most important thing was that the emotions depicted looked natural and organic. Therefore, with truly sadistic pleasure, Uchiha now intensely recalled various episodes related to the extraordinary, as Minato put it, defense of the clan, the first ones that came to mind. And there was a lot to remember. For example, few can imagine a dead drunk head of one of the founding clans in a rotten houri in the middle of an almost completely destroyed training ground. But Itachi saw it with his own eyes. And he even captured everything with his Sharingan. But a special piquancy to the situation was still given by an outsider, namely, one of the elders of the whirlpool, who in an equally inappropriate form was drawing something right on the ground. Yes, the incident of a get-together of such scale and consequences was an isolated case, but that elder, and also Kushina's cousin, often visited Fugaku with the purpose of talking about life, over a bottle of sake or something stronger. And all their meetings were extremely productive with very extraordinary results, which in turn laid the foundation for the new protection of the clan. Of course, it was not without excesses, but that's a completely different story. Abiki also came to mind, who was sometimes asked to test the recruits for mental stability, as well as to train them in some disciplines. What a sight they were. Itachi himself didn't know for sure what specific bouquet of emotions was reflected on his face, but he thought it was better that way than to allow himself to think about what was really oppressive. Or about what the head of the village had said and what he had kept silent about. Free. This short word, spoken in a commanding tone, brought Naruto out of his stupor, and Itachi served as an impetus for further action. He barely noticeably jerked his head, as if driving away the now inappropriate anticipation, nodded respectfully to Minato, after which he instantly moved behind Naruto. All that was left was to pick up the child in his arms and disappear in the usual whirlwind of leaves. The heir of the Uchiha clan only fully came to his senses on his home training ground. He put the indignant child down on the ground, once again heard that he was not a little boy, and not a girl, and therefore he should not be carried like that under any circumstances. And he thought again. The situation was getting worse than it could have been. Yes, perhaps he should have told the Hokage about the aliens. But not this time. Perhaps the doubles were connected to everything that was happening. Perhaps they were even prepared pawns. But even if that was so, the instigator should not know that he had been found out. So it was not a crime to remain silent. It was a crime to miss a possible advantage. At least Itachi managed to convince himself of that. And as luck would have it, he remembered his recent conversation with Hikaru. That evening, his friend was not himself, although he tried to seem cheerful and carefree. The falseness was clearly felt, but the guy joked off any questions and said that everything was fine. And then Itachi suggested a friendly sparring, hoping to at least shake the truth out of his friend in it. He agreed, but in the middle of the usual brawl, he suddenly stopped and insistently asked to show him Tsukiyomi. Uchiha did not ask about the reasons. After all, the eldest son of the Hokage knew about this technique, and quite a lot, and if so. Surprisingly, under the red moon, Hikaru looked calmer and more confident than in reality. Although he knew very well that this technique was somehow related to torture, and he himself, personally, saw those who were completely deprived of their minds by it. I'm listening, Uchiha said with feigned indifference. And then, heard a story that defied simple explanation. Of course, after a ghost calmly wandering around the secret archives and reading books, an unaccounted clone or his masterful imitation does not cause much of a shock. But considering the contents of the note. And why did you decide to tell me all this? Was the only thing Itachi dared to ask before dispelling the illusion. Hikaru was a little embarrassed, but still tried to explain. If it was my clone, and I would suspect you too, the note would be different. You can't even trust Itachi. Chapter 30. On the Edge of a Knife. The protective dome surrounding the training ground turned out to be truly incredible. It could both extinguish and reflect any techniques, creating an ideal training ground for Sharingan users. Dangerous, true, but extremely effective. The surrounding environment could also be changed. With full storage tanks, it was easy to flood the landfill with water or fill it with sand a couple of meters deep, change the air temperature significantly, and even create dense fog or a snowstorm. After another demonstration, Naruto realized that he didn't really want to admire the barrier's capabilities. In a short period of time, he managed to get wet, freeze, and dry out, while feeling like a boiled fish. And also be really scared of the upcoming training. That's really impressive, Naruto muttered, shuddering at the prospect. But I like the classic look of the training grounds much better. Hey, Itachi, are you okay? Yes, the guy responded a little slowly, almost mechanically returning the surrounding space to its original state. I thought about it a bit. For a few moments, Namikaze Jr. looked at the impassive face of his interlocutor, and then suddenly asked, touching his head with his index finger. Do you want to continue the conversation? Uchiha shook his head. That can wait until tomorrow, he explained thoughtfully. The sun will set soon, and your team has had a more than eventful day. So I suggest we return to the house now, have dinner, and go to rest. Are you suggesting that I stay overnight with you? The boy decided to clarify. Both you and Sora, Itachi nodded. The events of the last few days have shown that you need to be watched closely, so I will be keeping an eye on Team 12 until Yamato-san returns. Naruto felt extremely awkward. He didn't like being a burden, didn't want to cause anyone extra trouble. And yet, they had dragged Itachi into their problems up to his ears, no wonder he was not himself. And he had kept silent in his father's office. He had looked at them for a long time, thought about it, but had kept silent. He hadn't given it away. And then he had fed them a delicious dinner and left them for the night. All of them, despite the presence of an unrestrained Bayu in one. Sora was already fast asleep, while Namikaze, no less exhausted by the day, had also been lying with his eyes closed for a long time, constantly fidgeting, tossing and turning, and could not forget himself even in the most sensitive, restless sleep. Thoughts, doubts and fears rushed through his head like a herd, sweeping each other away. This continued until the futon under the boy began to move. Shush, Sasuke hissed. He fell on top of his friend and now held his mouth tightly. You'll wake me up. A slight nod towards the third teammate passed for an explanation. Let's go, Uchiha added and, grabbing the stranger's futon more comfortably, headed to his room. Namikaze just shrugged his shoulders and silently went after his friend. Sasuke approached the preparations thoroughly. He took out a board for playing shogi, slowly, as if listening to instructions from the outside, set up the pieces, after which he knelt down and gestured for his friend to sit opposite him. I want to talk, Sasuke explained, activating the Sharingan. Yes, I understood that. I'm not stupid, Naruto grinned in response. Why on earth? For the sake of conspiracy, Uchiha interrupted him impatiently. We chatted, fell asleep. I don't want any unnecessary questions. The change of scenery happened so quickly that Namikaze was at first confused. However, the bizarre glass mirror labyrinth of his subconscious had not attracted his attention for a long time, but it allowed him to unobtrusively follow his surroundings in all details. We need to gather information, Hawk began straight away. Ideally, we need a full summary of incidents over the past month, as well as statistics on B and C rank mission orders. But since a Genin's access to obtain such information is clearly not enough, I suggest we start by gathering gossip. Bruh, slow down, Uzumaki asked. And start with what exactly needs to be found. That's exactly what I don't know. A pause. Yes, I don't know, and don't look at me like that. We have to prevent something, teach and learn something. But nothing specific. Such words made the Genin think deeply. And if Naruto was now mentally calculating what changes the appearance of these shinobi had already led to in their world, then Sasuke was quite tense about those abstract troubles that for some reason awaited his double. Prevent and teach, you say? Uzumaki drawled thoughtfully. His first memories of getting into this world immediately stirred in his mind. The little one had swallowed a lethal dose of pills, and only thanks to Kurama everything had worked out. How many times and for what? I don't have enough data, the elder Uchiha responded with a bit of irritation. Any hypothesis must be based on facts. And at the moment it's not even approximately clear what we're dealing with and how serious it is, he finished his thought. You don't have to listen to us. However, you're not bothering us. The boys looked at each other, and the doubles continued as if nothing had happened. I see, Uzumaki nodded. And what about access? Itachi is an Anbu captain, and the information you need is far from classified. True, but why should he help us? That's why we'll ask, but does he have the opportunity? Uzumaki said, habitually ruffling his hair. You don't believe it yourself, Hawk waved it off. Then offer something better, Databio. Or are you only good at criticizing? Fox was indignant. Information for information. What? The Jinchuriki froze. He had never tried to reason from such a position. Exchange. And what can we offer him? Uzumaki asked more specifically. There are many differences between our worlds. It depends on what Itachi is interested in. Perhaps it will be special techniques of Kumo, Kiri, Iwa, Suna. Or he will want to know the special abilities of Samehada, Shibuki, other legendary swords of the mist. And this is only a small part of what I can offer. And in general, the relationship with Itachi should be improved. After all, you can't balance on the edge of a knife forever. That might work. Okay, let's go to bed. It's probably well past midnight, and the kids need to rest. The grumbling of the little ones that they were actually already genin was pointedly ignored. But since Sasuke really wanted to sleep, he dispelled the genjutsu with almost a dose of relief. But the guys weren't alone in the room. A pretty girl in a short scarlet dress with a wide dark belt sat on the windowsill. On her right leg was a standard kunai bag, on her hands were gloves. And her face seemed vaguely familiar. The boys could have assumed that she was the sister of one of their peers, if not for one small, but the stranger's body was translucent. Boys, can you see me? She waved her hand and jumped down to the floor. Just don't be scared, I won't hurt anyone. Sasuke looked warily at the uninvited guest who had taken a few steps towards them, and Naruto froze unnaturally for a moment, and then said with a wide smile, Sakura-chan. After which he deftly rolled away from the swing of the girl, who had instantly lost all her friendliness, and burst into an indignant, hissing triad, poking himself in the chest. Can you not drag me into your squabbles? A short pause. He didn't think. The boy snorted more calmly. And this is an Anbu captain. Sakura was the first to burst into laughter, which almost coincided with the Biju's sarcastic comments in her subconscious. And Sasuke covered his face with his hand for a while, but feeling other people's gazes on him, he said, I think now I understand why Hawk at one time considered the team he inherited to be rather problematic. Sakura and Uzumaki, of course, had their own thoughts on this matter. And Haruno wanted to express a lot of things to her old acquaintances, but preferably not in front of the children. Much became clear to her, she became convinced of some things, but in general there were only more questions. And the girl did not know where to start. However, even if she had a well-thought-out algorithm of actions, it would not have been destined to come true. Itachi appeared in the doorway, and his mood was definitely far from friendly. Sakura decided not to dodge the iron flying towards her. Of course, if she were in her real body, she would have to jump to the window. But semi-materiality has its advantages. Therefore, the girl waited until the iron flew through her and smiled guiltily, looking at the activated Mangekyo Sharingan. It was the first time something like this had happened to Uchiha. It was as if his senses had conspired to play a cruel joke on him. His eyes seemed to see the girl, but the dojutsu did not notice a drop of chakra, while it, albeit in insignificant quantities, was present even in civilians. However, okay, who knows what kind of genomes exist in the world. But the girl was not breathing yet. Her shoulders and chest did not move at all. And her smile, although it looked quite natural, on the contrary, led to confusion, since it was impossible to track the work of her facial muscles. The appearance of such an inexplicable phenomenon in the room finally knocked the solid ground out from under Itachi's feet. It began to seem to him that he had simply gone crazy. The calmness of the children, who were now looking exclusively at him, confirmed this. As if in slow motion, the young man walked straight through the girl to the window, mechanically noted that he did not feel anything, turned around 180 degrees and left the room in order to calm down a little. And then a completely wild thought came to mind. To get drunk, at least a little. The brakes were acting up, and reason put forward the theory that it would be easier to deal with this illogical hallucination when drunk. No, well, so what? Look at the drunken tandem of his father and the elder of the whirlpool, what powerful FUNN combinations are obtained. Moreover, in a number of cases with pleasant bonuses, the true reason for the appearance of which, or consciously repeats something similar, not a single Uzumaki has yet managed to understand. At least sober, yes. Uchiha didn't think he was doing the right thing, but he didn't see any obstacles to such an act either. Perhaps it would be more correct to say that he suddenly didn't care at all. Only now did Itachi realize how indescribably exhausted he had been by this endlessly long day. First, he had discovered some suspicious individuals in the children's minds. And an unsealed Bayu, by the way, which, contrary to common sense, was not trying to break free. A Bayu that for some reason Namikaze Jr. was protecting, although he had always avoided even his mother because she was a Jinchuriki. Unthinkable, wrong, implausible. Perhaps not only that, glitch, ghost, but also everything else was just a figment of my damaged mind. The current Anbu captain thought, taking a bottle of a strong compound from his father's storage, capable of intoxicating even a seasoned shinobi. The brain was in dire need of relief. Any kind. Taking a few big gulps for courage, Itachi returned to the ill-fated room. And immediately got hit by a sweeping blow from the ghostly guest, who a few minutes ago was completely immaterial. After which he listened to her indignation about what a terrible example he was setting for the younger generation and, being in a slightly clouded state of consciousness, noted that it was the first time he had been knocked down by a girl. And if only she were real. A mirage without a drop of chakra.